Hello and welcome to Knockhill, where we're surrounded by the stunning rolling Scottish hills here in Fife for the 6th weekend of the British Touring Car Championship. Now, it has been a scorcher of a summer, and the hottest thing on four wheels is Ash Sutton, who dominates the Drivers' Championship at the moment, but he really tightened his grip at the top of the standings last time out 2 weeks ago in Thruxton.
Welcome to Thruxton, where the British Touring Car Championships resume.
The fastest UK circuit on the calendar. A good getaway by Cook. Ingram is on the outside of Cook. Sutton is up the inside of both of them. Sutton was blocked, but look, he's absolutely side by side with Ingram. Off on the grass, then is Ingram. He's going to hang on to a big, big lose. Josh Cook wins race one here at Thruxton. It's going to be Josh Cook that has the advantage on the inside line. Cook is wide, that opens the door for Sutton. There's just about a Ford's width on the inside line. Ash Sutton's going to grab the advantage. They rub, they lean on each other, and Ingram gets fired off and Cook sideways. Ingram skips the chicane. Cook has to sort out the dramas. It's a 6th win of the year. It is a 53rd career win for Ash Sutton. Ingram's going to try to go around the outside of Dorling. Ingram leads, Rowbottom on the outside line. Dorling tries to fight back on the inside. He gets into the back of Ingram.
Oh, there's contact at the back. That's Smiley into the back of Rainford.
Race 3 at Thruxton, won by Tom Ingram.
The king of Thruxton, Josh Cook, was reacquainted with his crown after a 4-year wait to increase his tally of wins in Hampshire to 11. Ash Sutton, victorious in race 2, also added 2 further second places to extend his lead at the top of the standings. And it was an eventful weekend for Tom Ingram, who survived a 5-second penalty for his start in race 3 to claim a crucial win in the last race of the day. Ash Sutton, with 6 wins and 6 second places, leads by 59 points from Tom Ingram. Dan Camish is a further 17 points back, with a bit of a gap to the likes of Josh Cook, Ricky Collard and Charles Rainford. Napa Racing hold a huge lead at the top of the team's championship, with Team Virtue going above, WSR in second. Alliance Racing Ford are way out in front in the manufacturer's standings. Mikey Doble leads the way at the head of the independent drivers table, with a bit of a gap to the chasing pack, and just 23 points separate the top 4 teams. In the Jack Sears Trophy, James Dorlin enjoyed 2 top 6 finishes at Thruxton and now leads Dector Patterson by 2 in the competition for drivers yet to win a British touring car race. So we've travelled 450 miles north from Hampshire to Fife for race day 6 of the 10-stop British touring car season. The bumps, brows and blind crests at Knockhill are legendary, with the track one of the shortest on the calendar at just over 1¼ miles. But what it lacks in distance, it more than makes up for in the challenges it and maybe the weather will pose for the drivers as the day goes on. Well, hello and welcome to Knockhill, where conditions couldn't be any more different to what we've experienced so far this season. Paul O'Neill, Jane Edwards, Tim Harvey, welcome. It is great to be in Knockhill though, but compared to Thruxton 2 weeks ago, the scorcher of a summer has well and truly ended. The circuit also provides plenty of new challenges as well. A relatively tight, undulating circuit. What have we got to look forward to?
Well, it hasn't dampened the enthusiasm. We all love coming here. We've been coming here since 1992, and it's always a great part of the season. And you're right, coming off the fast, wide open expanses of Thruxton to the tight confines of Knockhill with 3 blind crests, the circuit couldn't be any more different, but equally exciting for the driver.
Yeah, exactly, and also equally exciting for the 4 drivers that come here, having a home race. The likes of Gordon Shedden, Aidan Moffat, Dexter Patterson, newbie Lewis Gilbert as well. They've got the home crowd behind them, which always gives you a little extra push, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you see that straight away. They're always fast when they come here. It's almost like some home pace comes in, and they'll know exactly how to drive in these conditions. I don't know how to survive in these conditions after the summer we've had down south, so I'm struggling a bit today, but those 4 drivers love being at home. The home crowd's here, and no doubt they'll be putting on a show today. And the budget cuts are still affecting you, Paul, still lacking those sleeves on the arms.
Yeah, well, I'm a northerner.
If anyone can send some sleeves in for Paul, we are.
I know what you lot are like complaining about the weather. This is actually quite quite warm. I've just ran in because my fringe nearly fell off with the wind, so the Knockhill guys have just given me this hat. But what a place to be, Nicky. Love it. Just like these guys are going to tell you, this is one of the best circuits we come to as a driver.
Yeah, it really is. And let's just quickly reflect on what happened last time out in Thruxton. A bit of housekeeping, because of course it was Tom Ingram who was looking good for the win until I think he took that reverse grid race a little bit too seriously, because he actually did reverse on the grid. Consequently, he did get that 5-second penalty, but he managed to secure the win with a 5.5-second lead over Ash, so he kept it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rookie mistake reversing on the grid, but he managed to pull out an extra 5 seconds. Ash Sutton was aware of the time penalty that was likely to come to him, but he faced up to it. He couldn't beat Tom Ingram on that day in the race. He was too quick.
Yeah, well, it was a nice end for Tom Ingram, that's for sure. A few more points in the bag, and lets them continue for the fight for the championship. Now, let's quickly also reflect. A year ago today, Power Max Racing had that absolutely awful fire that completely gutted their headquarters. And then, you know, you look at them today, at the top of the independent standings, at the top of the drivers' independent standings. What the difference a year makes.
That just sums up Adam Weaver. Like, you wouldn't believe. He's so stubborn in his competitiveness to want to be out on the grid and want to be up at the front. And like you say, the difference a year makes. You know, last year they were here rolling out cars that they had built in a week or a few days, and now they're here and they're fast on this circuit, and they're a car in the mix of all the championships and one to fight. And it just sums them up. They just never say die, that team.
And rolling out a new car with Nick Halstead as well.
Yeah, exactly. 4 cars this weekend. Fantastic chassis. Tim and myself were mentioning how good the car was out the blocks at Donington. One to watch this weekend, that team.
Do you agree with that one, Tim?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they came out the blocks looking good, actually, in practice and qualifying yesterday. Definitely think one of them could spring a result this weekend. I have to say, Power Max Racing is a team I'd like to drive for. You know, they're racers. They're born racers, and that's what you want as a driver. You want a team that just can't wait to get out there and give everything. Great team.
Lovely stuff. We'll be keeping an eye on them. It's also a year anniversary, Paul, since you made friends. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Your friend,
well,
the 8-legged variety.
I said to you, oh, yeah, this is your first anniversary. You were here last year, and then I remembered that spider that went viral.
Do you want to remind yourself of what
I didn't even
happened?
see this in the script. Is that actually on the...
I mean, what a day it has been for Jake Hill. 2 wins in the bank, 7 wins here at Knockhill. He's just going to want to race here every weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, I remember him actually winning his first race here. I think he was in the Audi of Trade Price Cars it was, and the car wasn't up to it, to be honest, but he dragged it round. And let's be honest, the BMW's been fantastic today.
I'm just going to interrupt you. You have a small spider on your shoulder, and when I say small,
I don't like spiders.
Absolutely ginormous.
Thank you for
I
that.
just thought I had to let you know. Obviously, the race is the most important thing right now, but it was very... Oh my God, it's still on you.
It's gone now, it's fine. It's gone.
Oh, I think I'm still recovering from that.
That was the one of the, so my mum's arachnophobic, I think, and I think I've got it off her, but I literally tried to play it cool. But what was funny about you is if that was Steve Ryder, he would have just been like, he wouldn't have said anything, but you just sent it into like craziness, so thanks for that, mate.
Well, what about
I just wanted to freak you out on national television.
Yeah, you Northers being hard. I don't think so somehow. Scared of a little spider.
Could have been poisonous.
Had I left it on the other side, it wouldn't have come anywhere near me. Oh well, lesson learned. Next time, I'll leave it on your shoulder. Anyway, it is time now to remind ourselves of what has happened at this track already this weekend. It was, of course, the race to pole after qualifying with Adam Morgan and Gordon Shedden on the front row. And here is the best of yesterday's action.
Good start by Morgan, not quite so good start by Shedden, but Rowbottom bogs down a little bit as well. Now he goes to the outside to try to get past the Toyota. Shedden on the inside line, Rowbottom on the outside, he goes round the outside, there's contact, Rowbottom gets spat wide, he's going to get back onto the circuit. Big off for Josh Cook. Safety car is out. We're up to 20 laps then in this race to pole. Over the line they go, Morgan versus Shedden for the race lead.
A good restart from Morgan.
There you can see James Gordon under attack because right behind him is Doble and then behind him is Ingram and then you've got Camish and Sutton, so some big names in that battle pack. Adam Morgan then, race leader, has done the fastest lap of the race. So Shedden on the attack as he comes up towards the line. 7 tenths becomes 8 tenths. In fact, that time around, just fractionally faster was Adam Morgan. But there, Gordon Shedden, you can see how much rain there is on the windscreen. Meanwhile, there is Ingram up the inside of Dorlin. Lovely move going into Clark's. Little bit of hip and shoulder between Camish on Dorlin. And Sutton's looking to try to get past as well. So Dorling crowded out wide. That's opened the door. Not only has Ingram gone past, but now Camish makes a move and Sutton's trying to squeeze up the inside, but he gets into Dorling, just taps the back of him and turns him slightly sideways. Sutton's on the attack as well. And now he's made that move. You also got Chilton in the group. And he's going to be able to launch himself to the inside of Dorling. And that opens the door for Dexter Patterson. Fantastic.
The battle for second is side by side across the line, starting the final lap with Rowbottom on the outside of Shedden.
Honours in the race to pole at Knockhill go to Adam Morgan. He wins. Gordon Shedden versus Dan Rowbottom for second. It's Gordon Shedden who takes the place.
I don't know who it was, but someone said to me, when you get your first pole position, I like London buses. Well, my last one was in 2018 at Rockingham, so I've had to wait a long time, but we've finally done it.
Oh, lovely stuff. Well, hopefully the buses start coming along a bit more regularly now. So Adam Morgan won the race for qualifying there. Let's talk about, though, the start. It was a superb start from him, wasn't it?
It was an absolute peach of a start. He nailed it. You see the car jump forwards. Normally the car, you slip the clutch a bit and then you build some momentum, and the cars are initially usually quite slow away. But he managed to get a jump and keep the momentum going. It was an absolute peach. His best start of the year by far.
Yeah, brilliant day for Plato Racing team, with both of them finishing first and third. But let's take a look back at what happened to Josh Cook. Jade, this was a tricky one for him, ending up in the barriers.
Yeah, obviously first lap, obviously cars are always concertina up, but it was a bit of friendly fire by the looks of it, with Aaron Taylor-Smith just hitting the rear quarter of Josh's car and sending him off there. So yeah, unfortunate to see, especially within the team, not really a team effort there, but Josh starts from the back with his mate Aidan Moffat, so it'll be interesting to see how they move forward.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on them, battling it out, working their way up the grid as they do so well. And then the last lap, the dash for the finish line between Robo and Gordon Shedden there. It was so tight as you were going into the last lap. We can take a look at it now.
That's great. You don't expect anything less from Robo. And you know, when you see your teammate leading the race, you want to get on that second step with him. And Shedden, we've seen this so many times. A little bit of braille on the back of Shedden's car. Shedden is just the master of putting the car in the right place, like Tim said in commentary. Well, this was great stuff. He defended just half the track, only when he needed to, but I was super impressed about those Plato Caterham cars. Tim was saying in commentary, done a lot of damper work on them cars. So good. They shouldn't have gone that well around here, Tim.
No, we never expected. We thought, they themselves thought this would be the bogey track. In fact, Thruxton was where they expected to shine. So the work they've done on the chassis, the dampers, the setup's really worked well.
Really made a difference. Well, let's keep an eye on them. And if there'll be another podium celebration for Plato Caterham Racing. Right, it is now time to look ahead at the first race. It's coming up at 11:15 this morning. And then the British Touring Car tracks will return to the track this afternoon at 2:15 and then again at 5:20. Now, as ever, we have a strong card of support racing, including the Mini Challenge, the Porsche Sprint Challenge, the Caterham 7 Championship, and of course, those Scottish legends. Don't miss that one. We'll continue our build-up to the day's opening race when we return, and we'll also be hearing from Ricky Collard as he extends his time in touring cars for just that little bit longer.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. We will be right back.
Wow. I feel like Aidan knows ball. He knows ball. Here we go. Oh my word, he's doing it. Oh, it's in. Great play. Oh wow. We just said he's good up front. He just found space. What great play. Here we go. Oh yes. Unbelievable. Right, here we go then.
After Snetterton, how many points covered Ashley Sutton and Tom Ingram at the top of the Drivers' Championship?
After Snetterton?
Too many, that's why
57.
they slowed them down.
Oh my word, what's going on here? This is unreal. This is unreal. Wow.
Which country has won the World Cup the most times, and when was its most recent title?
Brazil?
That is correct.
Recent time would have been. Did they win in '96? You've put me off. 2000.
It was 2002.
I'm a 42. I need to go back to school. No, go back to school. Scotland, Wales, go to school.
Driver or footballer? Fabio Cannavaro.
A footballer.
Correct.
You're shooting. It's unreal right now.
I heard Cannavaro. I thought he played for Real Madrid. You're a racing driver.
Unbelievable.
You got the point, Aidan.
Oh, right. I thought you said he was right with a racing driver. I'm sure he played for Real Madrid.
Which city is scheduled to open the 2026 FIFA World Cup?
Why did it pass to that? I don't know.
It is Mexico City.
Is it? Oh, come on. You get paid however many millions of pounds a year and you can't run, Mbappe.
Yeah, but he is quite a lazy boy. Where's Mike? Offside. Get the flag up.
Oh, he's tied the game. He's tied the game. He's tied the game. Sorry, Mbappe, I take it all back, my friend. Thank you. We should start doing the celebrations. Right, go on, double backflip. That's what you just did. Yeah.
Oh, for P17.
Stick around. You want to see what's happening next.
Oh!
Red card.
I pressed the wrong button.
Get him off.
I pressed the wrong button. It's a penalty.
I'll be honest, I had more chance of scoring when it wasn't a penalty.
Sorry, I'm just going to watch the controller now.
How do you take penalties? Very. Get out of my face. Piss off. I don't even know you take a penalty.
Take it in the red. It's really good in the red.
Messi on a million.
Oh shit, I don't know what I've done.
Oh, he's scored!
Take that. Martin Bash, give us something good.
Boom, boom. Falls back. No one's getting to this. That's all. Good job.
Wrong way.
Yeah. Oh, it's going badly. This guy shouldn't have given away that penalty. That was the problem. That was where it's gone wrong here. Press the wrong button.
I got past him wrong. Nice. Oh!
He's trying out for the logic! He's trying out for the logic!
Oh my God! Oh mate, fair play. That was 20 seconds to go. Oh, that's stupid.
That's the last kick of the game. Oh my word! Right, we're all squared up. Is extra time?
One bad pass and gave the ball away.
Oh, good pen.
How did he die?
He gets right.
That was one hell of a run up here.
Penenka!
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Down the middle. Cooked.
Why is that going so fast? That just mean they're really bad at penalties. I went to go that way.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh Jesus. 5 point to win it.
He must do it now.
I thought you were the type of guy that would do a Panenka.
Oh, was that it?
That's you one.
That's it.
That's you one.
Fair play.
Dog.
Fair play.
That was a good.
That was a good game. That was a
class.
good game of FIFA.
Welcome back to Knockhill, the fife and soul of the British Touring Car Party this weekend. Sorry, had to be done once. But no party would be the same without Ricky Collard, who was making noises after Thruxton 2 weeks ago that it might have been his farewell to the championship. But he's back again for a few more weeks at least, and Louise Goodman caught up with him yesterday.
Ricky Collard back in the championship. He is going to give it everything.
Ricky, congratulations on the new deal. Just for 3 races, whereas we've got more than that and the championship to go. Tell us the story.
It's a really difficult one, Louise, because I'm racing. There's a lot of pressure in this championship anyway. I'm racing on a race-by-race deal. So it's great to get another 3, but it means every weekend is literally like this. So I've got loads of pressure off the track to try and bring more sponsors and get more people involved. Plus, I've got to get the results on the track as well.
Well, you're certainly making the most of the opportunity. I mean, 5th in the championship as it stands at the moment. You've had, I think it's 5 podium finishes. You look like you're really enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I feel really at home with the team, but it's just the Saturdays that's the thing that's sort of compromising me a little bit at the moment. I've never driven this car around any of these circuits that I go to, so we've obviously won 3 practice session and straight into qualifying. I've qualified pretty much last at Donington. Not too bad at Brands Hatch, but then last at Alton Park, last at Snetterton. Unfortunately, I had to start last at Thruxton. So I've done a lot of overtaking since I've been back in the British Touring Cars, but I just need a clean Saturday.
Welcome back, Ricky. We've missed this sort of driving.
This championship is where you've grown up. Just tell us a little bit about your history with this series.
I've got some great memories of this place. I actually won here back in Formula 4 against the likes of Lando Norris and other great drivers. But yeah, I've had some great success here. My dad's had some really good success here.
Ricky's a chip off the old block, isn't he?
I've been this side of the fence so many years. Growing up around it, watching my dad, watching the legends of the sport, Tim Harvey, Jason Plato, Matt Neal, watching all these guys, and now being able to actually race in this series, it is genuinely, I pinch myself a little bit every time I get in the car.
Let's talk wins, shall we? Because that is the elusive bit that's kind of, you've just not managed to clinch so far. There was that famous occasion, wasn't there, at Brands Hatch?
It was quite a controversial one.
It's a 10-second penalty for Ricky Collard. Track limit offences.
To cross the line first in any race is special, especially in British touring cars with the history that we've got. But look, should I have reined it in a little bit? I just felt like it was just a bit of a shame because I felt like I didn't do anything that was particularly bad. And it's one of these things where I go out there, I drive my heart on my sleeve, and it's very difficult, I think for me, especially growing up, seeing how old school drivers would drive these circuits. All of these guys create moments of pure genius of the sport because they're up over the curbs, they're up over the grass, they're into each other, and they're creating these gaps. And that's what's bred into me. It's difficult when it's in your DNA to sort of pull that out and rein it back and drive within the limits a little bit. I think we're always going to be a little bit old school with the car up in the air, flying through the air, bit of contact, grass flying over. We love the overtaking. It's British touring cars. It's what I came back to this sport for. I just absolutely love the opportunity I've got to drive in this championship. I wish people could sit in the passenger seat and come for a lap with me around here because it is just absolutely insane. But yeah, I think my driving style, some people love it and some people hate it. If you hate it, I don't care. If you love it, that's awesome. But I still want to put a show on for the fans.
As it stands at the moment, 3 more races ahead of you. What are your goals?
Feels like a bonus being here at Knockhill because I didn't think I was actually going to be here. So it was quite a nice sort of surprise when I went to shake the car down. The guys and the girls and the team were like, look, it's great to see you. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't expect to be here. We're building something, but the pressure is just immense. Every weekend I have to perform. And one really good point you make is about this race win. And it is a little monkey that's on my shoulder, but I've got to sort of tame the monkey because I need to stay consistently at the front. And if I do go banzai and try and go for this race win, that's inevitably when mistakes will happen. I need to make sure that I'm being consistent, and I think that's a more mature side that I've sort of brought this year. I've got to try and get this win, and it'll be a lovely, lovely weekend to do it here.
Wouldn't it just? Thank you to Louise for doing that interview with Ricky. But it is great that he's been confirmed for the next 3 rounds. I mean, it must be so tough not knowing what the future holds, just, for this particular season. It's always hard when you don't know next season. But when you're mid-season, it's really tricky.
Do you know what, as racing drivers, we live with this all the time. There's no security in racing, and it's a real hard sport. This is the pinnacle of British motorsport, but most of the guys here are paying to be on the grid to entertain everybody, and it's tough. Without the money, the wheels don't turn. And, Ricky deserves a place in the car. That's a given. He's equal 5th in the championship. He's right up there. Of course he should be in the car, but without the money, it can't happen. And it's great that he's in for a few more races. race. I'd love him to be in there till the end of the year and challenging, but that's the reality of motorsport.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jade, you know, it is such a tenuous position to be in, isn't it? But he's worked really hard to secure the next 3 rounds, and are we going to set up a GoFundMe page to get him into the last 2? Because we do, you know, we love having him in this sport. He's such a great character. He's brilliant on track. He always provides plenty of entertainment, and we want to see him finish the season.
Yeah, I think it's the complete right choice to have him in the car for these next few races. I mean, when I was on the grid with him, I found him a complete nightmare. I used to do my head in because he's so feisty on track. I'm fighting for my life trying to score a point, and he comes through, and but that's who he is. Now I'm stood here watching the racing. I want him to be out there because he's so entertaining for us to watch, and you know, he's a character. And yesterday, you know, he's showed his character on TV, and then a little giggle him to himself in the car and stuff like that. And for me, I think he's grown up a little bit as well. You know, before he was feisty and would make these decisions and maybe end his race or end someone else's race. Now he's kind of got the feistiness under control, and he's just pure character now. And I really like to see that element of him. And I'm enjoying watching him racing, and I wish he was in for the final, you know, few races to the end of the year.
And even impressed at how he's racing. I mean, you know, he talks about how he still naturally wants to push those track limits to the absolute max. But you know, 5 podium finishes already.
He's done a sterling job, really. And you know, Marvin Humphreys, who's in charge of that team, was telling me, I said, what's it like working with Ricky? Because I just expect him to pitch up, get in the car, have a laugh. He said he comes with his notebook, he writes loads of stuff down, he takes this super seriously, and that's what I love about him. And Jade, I echo everything you said about him, because he's a proper pedal, but he always needs new headlights because he burns them out.
and the team need him as well, because he could be there to support Tom Ingram later in the year. Remember, Alliance Racing, Napa Racing have 2 cars right up the front, Camish and Sutton, and Accelerate could do with him up there.
And if he doesn't manage to get funding for those last 2 rounds, Osamu Kamishima might be stepping in his replacement.
Yeah, that's down to the money. That's all I'll say about that. But it'd be a shame. You know, I'm sure he wants to do the BTCC and have an opportunity. But we'd like to see Ricky finish the season.
If the team and the sponsors are clever, they'll keep him in the car.
Yeah. And just, he did refer to you as a legend of the sport. Did you, or how much
did
you
that.
pay? Did you
It was on about David Addison.
That's probably just my mealtime.
No, he was very complimentary. He said you were one of the ones that, you know, helped him fall in love with the sport.
Great to inspire. He obviously drives like me as well. Take no prisoners.
Do join us after the break to see how Ricky Collard and the rest of the field get on, because the first race of the weekend, round 16 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship, is almost upon us. We'll be out on the grid next.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
Do you have the same team as me?
Sorry? Oh. You're going to change the formation?
How do you go tactics? What is going on?
I'll just change mine. Trouble is, I don't know what's good and what isn't. That looks quite aggressive, the lineup I've got, because I've only got 2 at the back, and I've got...
Mate, I have no idea what I'm doing. Why does it not tell you anything about the players?
I just realised I was looking at my team upside down. I was thinking I've got 5 at the front, but one of them's actually the goalkeeper. I'm gonna get the... Oh, finally. I'm not even going to say what I think of that celebration. It won't be able to be aired. Looked like a celebration you and Josh Cook would have when you had a 1-2 in a race.
We would never know. That's never happened.
Using the BTCC all-time wins table, how many more race wins does Jason Plato have than Matt Neal?
24.
I'm going to say that Matt has had about 57 wins, maybe, I'm going to say. So if you take that, Jason's had 97, I'm going to guess at 40.
It is 34.
Okay, got that one wrong.
At Brands Hatch Indy qualifying in 2026, who set the fastest time and what was it?
This is a roasting. Nobody even cares, because that goal was beautiful.
What was it round the... It was Tom Ingram, and the time was a 47.369.
Very close, it was 47.310.
Oh, look at you go. It's like a big ball of knowledge up there, isn't it?
Well, after this game, I'm going to go back and brush up on my BTCC trivia, because I've got a couple wrong.
Stick around, you won't want to miss what's next.
Which driver won back-to-back BTCC titles in 1986 and 1987, both in a Toyota Corolla GT?
Let's take a wild guess at Andy Rouse.
Oh, was that not
Oh, Jeff Allen.
No, it's that bloody...
You sound like you know this one, Aidan.
I can't remember the name of it.
It was Chris Hodgetts.
Oh, no, that's what I was thinking. I'm so focused on FIFA, I can't remember someone's name. That's the only BTCC trivia question I knew as well.
At which World Cup was VAR first used?
Don't know, but hopefully it's never used again.
I'm going to say it was...
Has it been used at World Cup before?
2018 World Cup.
That is correct.
You know, I don't actually watch much football, you know. I just like it.
No, God. Can you let me have one?
I've never even played FIFA before.
After Snetterton, which team sat 5th in the BTCC team standings on 140 points?
I have a feeling that was... that Plato Racing? Is it us? LKQ?
It was Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport.
Oh.
Oh God, here we go. He's in. Getting cheeky now.
What was the original World Cup trophy later renamed?
The Cup World Trophy.
Think of the Three Lions song.
2 lions on a trophy.
It was the Jules Rimet Trophy.
Oh, we were going to guess. I can't even say that. How can I guess that?
Oh, look at that. Come on.
Where am I keeping it? Oh, I didn't even press that.
This is an exhibition, so both sides should really have a goal.
I've got another one for you in the meantime. Oh, no.
Which driver sits 4th on the BTCC all-time drivers wins table with 60 wins?
We know it's not Jason, we know it's not Matt Neal, we know it's not Ash Sutton, because I'm sure he got his 50th win earlier in the year.
Paul O'Neill.
It was Andy Rouse.
Yeah, close.
Hold on, I'm in here. Forget the BTCC. Oh, look, the keeper's out of his box.
I'm thinking, bring it out. Just shoot, please shoot. Oh, what a tackle, by the way. I thought it'd be tackled. I don't know how you take a free kick here. Who's got a right foot? Ah, he'll do. What the hell is going on?
Little boy from Rosario, Argentina. No.
Oh, that was good.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Keeper saves the day again.
Some game for the keeper.
That's man of the match right there.
Hello and welcome back to a rather rainy, wet Knockhill. We've done the, we've taken the easy option, haven't we, Jade? Yeah. We're still standing in the garages while everyone else is getting absolutely sodden on the grid. I mean, conditions like this, Gordon Shedden is on the front row there, P2. It's going to suit him down to an absolute T.
Yeah, if you're gonna ask me who's gonna take the win here, my £1.50 is going on Gordon Shedden. Home circuit, knows the place like the back of his hand, good in these conditions, knows how to race in British touring cars. Front row, yeah, I think Gordon. Adam is a brilliant driver. I love Adam Morgan. To see him win an overall race, not just a qualifying race, would be brilliant. But I think I'm going to put me £1.50 on Gordon for this one.
But you're £1.50. Oh God, you are wild, aren't you, Jay? Crikey! Can't wait to go to the casino with you. But let's talk about that. What an opportunity for Caterham Plato Racing, because they won the qualifying race, but this could be the opportunity to actually, you know, take the first top spot.
Yeah, I mean, if we think back to Thruxton, they looked fast, but the car looked all over the place. I made a joke with Jason yesterday. It looked like the drivers need to get a whip out and start controlling their cars a bit. They seem to have worked on everything that they need to with the car balance, and they just look fast. And Adam yesterday, the start that he got was unbelievable. He held his own. You know, like I said, I'd love to see Adam win an overall race, not just a qualifying race.
Speaking of the devil, hello, how you doing? You're also staying in the dry.
What devilish have I been doing now?
But this is we were just talking about what an opportunity for you guys.
Yeah, great opportunity. You know, both, well, particularly Adam did a fantastic job yesterday. Drove beautifully. Dan was so close to getting past Gordon. Yeah. You know, but I think all things being equal, we've not done a lot of wet running, but I think our setup, you know, worked for traction yesterday, and that should translate today. So,
how are you going to get Gordon out of the way?
We've got a cunning plan. We've hatched an idea. Whether or not we can execute it is a different matter. But do you know what? I guess you're the same, Jade. I want to put my boots on and get in a car.
Yeah.
Because this sorts of conditions,
aren't they?
it's brilliant.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it. But it's far more nervous being here than it is in a car.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, good luck for the race, and hopefully whatever that secret plan is, you manage to execute. But you know, as Jason says, again, this is still his first season in the role of team boss. It is a very different experience.
Yeah, for him, I've spoken to him a lot over the season, and exactly what you said there. It's worse being stood here than it is out there, because when you're a driver, yes, you have anticipation and some nerves, but it kind of all goes away once the lights go out. Whereas Jason is someone, he's a go-getter. He does the job himself. So to sit here and watch his two drivers fight for a win and not really be able to do anything about it is really frustrating for him. But when he says he's got a plan, I don't doubt that at all, because he's a wily old fox, and I guarantee he's told both drivers exactly what he needs to do against Gordon Shedden.
So you got Adam Morgan at the front, Dan Rowbottom just behind him, P3. But Aidan Moffat, right down at the back there, he's going to have his work cut out after yesterday.
Yeah, but he also thrives in these situations. He was fantastic yesterday, very, very fast, showed pace. He was unlucky in qualifying, which meant he was in the pack, and then obviously I think contact in the qualifying race means he starts right at the back of the grid with his good friend Josh Cook. Those two will probably work together to move forward, and these are the conditions you want for someone that's starting at the back, because you can really capitalise on the cars ahead of you.
Right, well, on that note, let's go down to Lou for the first grid of the weekend. Hopefully she's been sensible and brought a brolly with her. Oh no, she hasn't.
Thank you, Nikki. Hope you're enjoying yourselves in the dry there. Welcome everybody to our first grid of the weekend. As you can see, not the best conditions out here. It's actually starting to rain a bit more. But I tell you what, though, that hasn't dampened the enthusiasm for the fans. They were absolutely pouring in this morning. So, and I've no doubt there's good racing in store for them. Great day for this guy yesterday. I'm with our pole sitter, Adam Morgan. First pole for Adam since 2018, and obviously a first ever pole for the team. So you were in pretty chipper form yesterday. It was a really good day with your teammate just behind you as well. It's gone really well so far this weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, so far it's been really good. From the minute we turned out in FP1, we did our first flying run. The car felt really sharp. It was really compliant. Just felt really nice yesterday. For me and Dan, P1, P3, really good result for the team. So hopefully we can replicate it today. Slightly different conditions to yesterday, but we're feeling good.
I mean, it's the result of work that you've done to the car ahead of this weekend, isn't it? But is that going to translate through to a car that's going to perform well in these conditions as well, or is it a little bit of a leap into the unknown in that respect, because you haven't really run it in the wet yet?
I mean, coming here itself was a leap into the unknown, because we've never been here before. So we made some changes to the car to adapt it to this unique circuit. It's very up and down. There's lots of curb strikes and some, hard landings, and I think those changes that we've made will suit the wet as well. So look, we're feeling quite good. I'm in the best possible position to capitalise on it. So we'll get our head down, try and keep everyone behind us, and hopefully see you at the end.
Good stuff. I hope to see you at the end as well. That would be fantastic. Right, from a man right at the front. Oh gosh, sorry, standing on somebody. From a man right at the front of the grid. Let's go down to Paul. He's further down at the back of the grid. Paul, who have you got?
Wow, this is proper weather, this is. I'm with Josh Cook, actually. I'm just trying to keep the door shut, because as a driver, you do not want any water getting in the car, so I'll make this as quick as we can. Cookie, nightmare yesterday. We were having a look at it, couldn't quite see, but it looked like contact with another teammate, which is not ideal, because you were looking quick.
Yeah, it was a little bit of contact, it's a bit unfortunate. Saturdays have been really kind to us so far this year, but we've started Sundays either on the front row or we had a DNF. So the car's decent. Gordon flew back yesterday. I like that we've got a nice wet race. I think it plays into our hands a little bit, but we just have to see how we get on. We got to do the old touring car race day and aim for a good result in race 3.
What's the score with the setup? People at home are probably like, well, do you change much? What do? Do you just soften everything off so there's compliance, or do you just put wet tyres on?
So, again, every car's different, but your wet setup really has to be sort of derived from your dry setup that you normally run, because often you get a bit of a downpour and you've got to be able to react. So, we've just, as you said, softened the car off a bit. We've got the wet tyres on. There's some stuff that we do with engine mapping which really helps us. Makes it a bit more drivable in the low grip conditions. But ultimately, we just got to drive with the seat of your pants.
I like that. We'll leave it on that, mate. Well done, and good luck. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I'm likewise leaving the door open until the last minute because it is pretty miserable here. But a man who knows this circuit in the wet and the dry like the back of his hand is Gordon Shedden. You're sitting quite pretty here, aren't you?
I don't know, obviously it's a little bit of a voyage into the unknown for everybody with the conditions today, but starting from the front, if we get a good start, you might help with the visibility side of things, but yeah, I'm sure it'll be fast and frantic as the race goes on.
Jade has got £1.50 on you. Well, she actually hasn't put the money on, but she said if she was putting a bet on, she put her £1.50 on you. How safe would that bet be, do you think?
It depends if it was a pound note or a pound coin, but look, ultimately in the wet, it's a little bit more of a lottery. You don't know who's got the setup right, for the conditions, because none of us have run in wet conditions this weekend. So, obviously, I know where I'm going. I'll try and use that to my best advantage.
Are there any special lines you can use here, or is it just a case of, is it any areas where you know where the grip is, others might not?
I'll tell you in 20 minutes when we finish, but. I think it's clear. At least there's no kind of split decisions with people on tyres now. It's just wet, so we'll go make the best of it that we can. But fingers crossed. I'm sure it'll be a good race.
Have a good one. Wet, wet, wet. It certainly is. We are heading off for a break, but when we come back, we'll be seeing who is making the best of these conditions. That's just in a few minutes.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
I remember turning up to my first driver's briefing in 2014 and sitting there and going, oh my God, why am I...
Did you get your autograph book out?
I wasn't quite...
We weren't quite there.
wasn't quite that far, but...
Just to go, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that was the first time and only time I've ever seen that.
Can I have a couple of minutes of your time when we finish this?
And actually, you spent that time in the driver's briefing and you were going, oh my God, you sat next to so-and-so and you sat next to so-and-so and then you're on the grid. And that for me was one of those that took a while to sort of get used to, because at the time... I was driving for Speedworks, one car. So I didn't have anyone else to be able to go, what do I do here? Like, how do you do? What do you do here? And all the silly little bits and pieces that take up energy. Like, what do you do before pit lane walkabout? Where should I go? What should I do? All the little bits and pieces that you actually forget about, but adds a bit of stress to you as a driver. So I had to learn it all on the fly. So I had to, didn't have any bank of data. You spend you spend your first year self-learning how to do everything, how to get the best out of the car, how to get the best out of you, and stuff like that. And it probably took that first season of just going. It felt like such a whirlwind. I remember my very, very first race weekend. I got to just before race 3, and I was sat in the garage and I'm thinking, I'm absolutely broken. I'm absolutely exhausted. Not because from the fitness perspective, because they're physical cars, but it's more just the emotion of the day. It's more the emotion of the situation. It's more being stopped there that's never happened before. And I was knackered. And that took quite a while to sort of get used to that level in terms of like energy consumption over the course of the day and make sure you're right. So that 2014 season disappeared in a blur. And I came into that 2015 season suddenly with a little bit more of a, oh, okay, right. I know what to do here. From last year, I did this, and this. And you just get, it is probably a little bit of just confidence that you know what to do, where to go, who to speak to, who not to speak. All those little bits and pieces that you just get used to it over time. And because I was doing it on my own, it just feels like it takes longer to get there.
And they say it about every sport. Experience, it does count massively, as you say, because you have that first battle with a Jason Plato, then a podium, then a win, and then you've kind of had those seasons where you were challenging for titles but it didn't quite happen, and they all stand you in good stead, presumably, for that first title.
Yes. I think that classic thing of you learn more from your defeats than you do your victories, I think it was fairly evident with that. And that Jason race was case in point of that up until that race, I'd gone from, and a bit like and Ash would have been from a similar experience as well, that sometimes coming from the support series isn't that great. And now the reason I say that is because you get a little bit of a false sense, because you're coming in every weekend and you're winning in a support series, or if you left a weekend and you hadn't had a victory, it felt like a disappointment. To have gone from that of 3-4 years of Ginetta racing and getting closer and closer and closer to it, to then join the BTCC and go, what a mate, you finished 12th. You go, oh God, this is horrible. And it takes quite a while to get that confidence back, that you start to go into this like circle of self-doubt, and you go, I was winning in Ginettas, I was winning this, and I'm coming into here and I'm like 7th, 8th. Maybe I'm not quite as good as I thought I was. And it does take a while. And it's not until you actually get an opportunity or a moment to shine in terms of a good reverse grid or a good qualifying or a good one of these that you can all of a sudden be at the front. You go, oh, no. I remember what to do. I remember how to do this. I remember how to race. I remember how to lead a race. I remember how to do a safety car restart, because I'd had a year and a half, nearly 2 years of just not doing it. So that race with Jason was really, really important, just to give you that little bit of a kick of, I remember what to do, actually. I remember how to be at the front of a pack. I remember how to have a battle. I remember how to do all those sort of things. And case in point, I think next round, I was straight back on the podium again. That then becomes the thing you think about over winter, and the 2016 season comes, and you're a completely different driver, a completely different human altogether. You're going into that thinking, I can be at the front. There's no reason why I can't. And that 2016 season, we went straight in, qualified pole, won the first round of the season. And it was, since then, it's kind of got better and better. But a lot of it is all the mental side of it. A lot of it is all the sort of the self-confidence side that I've found over years.
Hello and welcome back to Knockhill. And if you've bought your swimming trunks, this might be the time to get them out. The track is absolutely soaked, but nothing is dampening the spirits of the touring car fans. They are ready, the drivers are ready, and it is time to go racing. So let's join our commentators, Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nikki, thanks very much. I think we are about the two driest people at Knockhill at the moment, but as you rightly say, there are an awful lot of people here, aqualungs in anticipation of what's going to be a rather wet race, and it's a challenge for everybody. There's, Tim, a lot of standing water on the circuit, but the drivers are going to have not only a challenging circuit at the best of times, but now add in a bit of standing water and a wet road. This is going to be a real test.
It certainly is. There is a small drip in our commentary box as well. But
that's me, is it?
He waved what he waved. Yeah, look, it wouldn't be Scotland without a wet race, would it? It really wouldn't. And I love a wet race here. It's really challenging. It's difficult for the people further in the back because the spray is huge, and with 3 blind corners and some very slippery exit curbs, I can almost guarantee you the safety car's going to be out fairly soon.
You can all put your bets on at home as to who is going to be the trigger for it. Aidan Moffat doesn't seem to want to get away, and behind him is Josh Cook, who is loath to overtake, but Aidan has now got going, but I wonder whether he might even head for the pit lane. That does not look like a happy car. So Aidan Moffat is at least moving, and as the cars set off, because partly of the weather, but mainly because of the length of the lap, we've got 2 formation laps here. Let's check in with Dan Camish before we go racing. Dan, on a scale of 1 to horrible, what's the track surface like?
Yeah, good morning. Very different to yesterday, I can tell you that. Yeah, I think it's got worse out here actually since we did sort of the lap to the grid. It's wetter, I believe, than what the TV images are making it look as well. You know, this is going to be quite a wet race, quite a lot of spray. But with that comes opportunity. You know, I'm right in with those that I'm racing, and ultimately they're all going to want to come forward, including myself. So yeah, this could be quite an interesting one.
I guess the problem is though that to do the overtaking, it's offline and there's a bit more standing water there.
Yes, very much so. It's going to be yeah, you know, there's going to be an element of risk, and we're going to see, you know, putting the car in the right place at the right time. We saw yesterday how easy it is around here for, you know, the cars to end up in a bit of a queue on the inside. Someone takes a bit of a gamble, it either works or you end up being sort of nudged off into the gravel. It's just one of those circuits, so let's see if we can stay on the right side of it. And yeah, it'd be great to come forward a little bit and then see what we can do the rest of the day.
We'll leave you to it. Dan, good luck, thanks.
Thank you.
So Dan Camish making his way round on his second of these 2 formation laps. Adam Morgan then, a second career pole, his first since Rockingham 2018, the second of the season for Caterham Plato Racing. He starts with local hero Gordon Shedden alongside him. You don't need to worry about tyres, everybody on wet. The second row, Dan Rowbottom and Chris Smiley, who had a really good day yesterday in the race to pole. Charles Rainford starts 5th. Daryl De Leon is 6th on the grid, ahead of Mikey Doble and Ricky Collard. The 5th row is where you've got Tom Ingram, Dan Camish, you just heard from him. He lines up alongside. The 6th row is Ash Sutton, the championship leader, and Tom Chilton, who's been a double winner here in the past. The 7th row, Dexter Patterson and Aaron Taylor-Smith, ahead of James Dorlin and Lewis Gilbert. Then you've got Lewis Selby and the returning Sam Osborne, having missed Thruxton through ill health. Ryan Bensley and Nick Hamilton are next, ahead of the returning Nick Halstead, his championship debut for this year. Aidan Moffat had dramas yesterday. He was off the road. He gambled on wets. It was all the wrong thing to do, so he's 22nd on the grid. And then at the very back, having gone off the road on lap 1, is Josh Cook. And there was a little bit of tongue-in-cheek suggestion from Alan Gow earlier on in the build-up to the race that he really ought to go slicks at the back, but no problem. And then it started to rain, and even Alan conceded that maybe at that point slicks was not the way to go after all. In terms of the boost, we're now talking about number of laps per race, not seconds per lap as we were yesterday. So now we have 10 laps of it available for Charles Rainford, 12 for Mikey Doble, 8 for Ricky Collard, 5 for Tom Ingram, 6 for Dan Camish, 4 for Ash Sutton, and 7 for Josh Cook up from the back. Everybody else on that maximum 14 lap allowance in this 24-lap race. Right, it's going to be a really interesting race, that is for sure. If the rain stops, it's still quite a cold day, but it's a windy day, so how that's going to help drive the track, we'll have to wait and see. But local knowledge may well be important here. There is Gordon Shedham. He lines up as the man on this grid with the most wins, 54 to the 53 of Ash Sutton. Gordon 4 times a winner here, if you like, in his own backyard. Is this going to be another victory for him? We're about to find out, because the 16th round of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship from a soggy Knockhill is ready to go. Adam Morgan on pole position, the 5-second board is shown. The drivers now look towards the lighting gantry. The lights will go red, the old-fashioned style rather than the 5 red lights. Lights on, lights will go out after a long hold now. A good start by Morgan, but a good launch also by Shedden. It's going to be good enough, I reckon, to get the Toyota alongside of the outside line. Chris Smiley comes up to have a go at row bottom. Rainford to the inside, but Morgan leads into Duffer's Dip. Shedden right behind him, looking for the inside line as they plunge down the hill towards McIntyre's and then Butcher's. But it's going to be the Mercedes in the lead. Adam Morgan it is, who just hangs on to the advantage. Shedden second, drama further back as Chilton gets sideways. He got a tap in the tail, but he is still going as they go through the chicane for the first time. Morgan it is in the lead.
Well, brilliantly, they're all through the first half of the lap despite the conditions. Very equal starts at the front. I know Rowbottom feels he owes Shedden a little bit of a nudge after what happened in the qualifying race to pole yesterday, where Shedden was quite aggressive with him. Morgan is away a little bit at the front, and Shedden feels the need to defend. Look at the visibility, it is absolutely terrible.
Visibility, what visibility? Rowbottom up the inside of Shedden, coming out of the hairpin. Gordon goes defensive, but all of this is allowing Adam Morgan to escape, because as he comes across the line, he's already a second to the good as they go down towards Duffer's Dip. Shedden is second, Rowbottom third, 4th is Rainford, 5th is Smiley. In 6th at the moment, it is Ricky Collard, and then in 7th there's a ball of spray.
Yeah, clear vision at the front is absolutely crucial, and swap for positions there. Collard going through, but Morgan has that advantage of a clear road in front of him.
And Ash Sutton is already up to 8th and significantly is ahead of Tom Ingram, so he's outscoring his championship rival. That's been a really important first lap for Sutton. Visibility may be poor, but what he has been able to see has helped him, and he's still on the attack. Look, as he comes up to have a go at Darrell de Leon, who has got Chris Smiley on the other side of him. They're 3 wide, somehow going down to the hairpin. Sutton on the inside line, brakes as late as he can. De Leon has a little bit of a rub with him. He goes slightly wide, that forces Smiley out wider. So Sutton has cleared the Hyundai, but the BMW stays ahead. But Sutton is flying.
Well, you wouldn't expect anything less from Sutton, would you? Brilliant first lap. Everybody has to move their brake bias from the front to the rear at least a little bit, to about 10-15% further to the rear, to stop locking up the front wheels, because so much more braking is done in the dry on the front than you can get away with in the rear, in the wet. But yeah, making great progress is Sutton.
He is indeed. So there's contact as Chilton and Dexter Patterson getting together. Chilton's off into the gravel. Now wet gravel compact, he might be able to drive himself out of there. The other fear would be that there's a safety car coming, as Rowbottom is about to make a move for second place on the outside line. Down to the hairpin, Shedden brakes as late as he dares. They find the water splash, the big puddle on the apex of the corner. Rowbottom on the outside might have found a bit more grit, but Shedden Shedden is just levelling with him. Morgan driving off into the distance as they come over the line. Rowbottom has his nose ahead, so officially he is second and he secures the place over the line. But now down towards Duffers, Gordon Shedden fights back on the inside, but no, Rowbottom has done it.
Brilliant driving by Rowbottom, aggressive, and he pulled the position off beautifully. That was a really good move.
But Charles Rainford is looking threatening now as well, isn't he? Rainford is fourth and he's right with them. Shedden is still attacking. He wants the place back as he launches himself through the chicane. But look, he's lost a huge amount of ground. Has he got a problem all of a sudden, or was that just because he was airborne? Look, Rowbottom has disappeared up the road very quickly.
Yeah, I think Shedden and Rainford were sort of side by side and ended up costing each other momentum coming out of the chicane.
So Collard now makes his move against Rainford. Ricky absolutely flying, as ever he does. He's up the inside and he easily there goes through to get himself ahead of Rainford. So it is Adam Morgan, the race leader, 'twas ever thus. Dan Rowbottom is second, so we could be looking at not only the first championship round win for Caterham Plato Racing for CPR, but also a 1-2. Third is Gordon Shedden, fourth is Ricky Collard, fifth is Charles Rainford, then it's De Leon, Sutton, Ingram, Camish, Doble.
Swap that, Sutton passed De Leon across the line and took that position.
Now there is Shedden trying to fight back. Yeah, in fairness, he has caught back up, hasn't he? And he's not giving up.
No, but here comes Sutton. Look there, through shot in front of De Leon.
And this is the Patterson and Chilton contretemps that starts here, look, coming through McIntyre's. Chilton gets up the inside of Butchers, so he's ahead as they get into the chicane, or is he? Well, just, but then there's the contact.
Well, they were basically side by side going for the same piece of road, I think.
And Chilton has continued, by the way, so no need for the safety car. He did dig himself out of the gravel. Right, Adam Morgan leading by nearly 3 seconds. He's nearly in the next race. He's that far ahead. But the second spot, you've got Rowbottom trying to fend off Shedden, who is definitely coming back at him.
Yeah, and that's going to, them fighting is going to allow everyone else behind to catch up. I think the Collard, Rainford, Sutton group will all catch up soon. We could have a fantastic battle for second.
And in 9th place is Dan Camish. Fastest lap of the race, Dan Camish. So another man to watch, Aaron Taylor-Smith there, goes through. Josh Cook from the back of the grid up into 17th place. Now this, having talked about Dan Cam doing the fastest lap, is his view, such as it is.
Yeah, and Ingram, the man in front of him, is just 17 points ahead of him in the championship in their battle, so he would love to get that place.
And also Ingram's got a little bit stuck behind Darryl De Leon. He's now looking for the outside line, and Camish has got a 10-second penalty for a false start. Dan Camish, 10-second penalty for a false start. We'll try and have a look at that as you see the cars now head into the hairpin again. De Leon goes a little bit wide. Ingram's going to get up the inside, and Camish gets up the inside as well, and that's worked out beautifully for Ingram.
Well, that's a disaster. I mean, it's hard in the dry to see your box position. When it's wet as well, even harder. I'm assuming he was out of position rather than going early, but he follows Ingram through. But yeah, that's going to tumble him down the order.
Indeed it is. So he's in the fight as you look here at Collard and Rainford and Sutton. So Ash Sutton in 6th place, and he's not done yet, is he? He's at the inside of Rainford. Yet again, a Sutton masterclass is being provided for us all, and he's up the inside of Rainford. Then as they come through Clark's, the uphill right, doesn't make the move there, but he should get the job done going down to the hairpin. And these conditions really helping Sutton.
They're helping him because the advantage of the boost is less in these conditions. You can't deploy it as early because you get wheel spin, and the driver and the car make more difference than the additional horsepower.
Dan Rowbottom, fastest lap of the race now as he's trying to get away from Shedden. This is Camish's start.
Did he move? There was definitely a little bit of movement on board there before he went. That may have put him outside the box.
And equally, even if you move and stop, according to race officials, you've started the sequence. So even if you stop, you've still moved.
Yeah.
And whether you're over the line or whether you've just moved fractionally, you've still moved. Big launch over the curve by Sutton. So Camish will get the penalty. That'll drop him at the end of the race. As you see now, looking back from Collard's car, Sutton fending off Rainford. Now, as I say, Rowbottom has done the fastest lap. The gap between the leaders 1.9. The gap Rowbottom to Shedden 1.4. So Gordon is now dropping back a little bit.
Yeah, just dropping back now. That makes it more comfortable for Morgan Rowbottom, and we cannot give enough credit to the Caterham Plato Racing team, who came here not expecting too much, but the changes they've made to the car, which worked yesterday in the dry, have definitely worked as well in the wet. Slightly better damper setup, and the cars are flying. They're on for a 1-2 at the moment.
Now, replay of Chris Smiley getting turfed out of the way. That was with Aaron Taylor-Smith by the look of it. Chris had been dropping down the order anyway, and that's certainly not helped his case. So he will drop now into 19th place, and will be very annoyed about that for sure. As you see, Collard now 4th, Sutton 5th. Ingram in the meantime is still 7th. I mentioned Ingram in the context of Sutton for the championship. Looking back then from the Ricky Collard Hyundai, Sutton looking for a way by. But we are only on lap 9 out of 24. A lot can yet shake out of this.
Yeah, Sutton's got an exaggerated line that he takes through the chicane where he turns hard left but then hard right and cuts across the curve to give himself a launch to get up the inside before Clark. But Collard was all over that move and blocked him off.
Over the line, nose to tail. Have a look in the background. Ingram is starting to edge a little bit closer to Rainford. So Tom Ingram is not done yet in terms of gaining places. Sutton looking a little bit quicker though now maybe than Collard. He's on the outside line, look, as they drop down towards McIntyre's. Can't do it there. Gets the undercut coming out of the corner. He's almost alongside. He is now, and he's ahead coming into the chicane. Sutton's done it. He's gone through. He's gone 4th.
Well, Sutton has so much front end on that Ford. The car is able to turn on a sixpence. You'd think he was racing in the dry on the front. The way that car turns is incredible. That's Hamilton been off and collected grass in the front radiator.
Expect him to pit then to try to get the field out of the front of the car, as the race leaders were at the moment lap 10. This is Camish's view. You can see Rainford's BMW directly. Have a look at the damage on the back of it. Charles Rainford with bodywork hanging off. That might, if it doesn't fall off on its own, that might well be a mechanical warning flag. Race officials nowadays in this championship don't like flapping bodywork.
And that might have been when Ash Sutton did the undercutter down at McIntyre's, mate. I've just scraped across the back.
So that'll be a big frustration for WSR if a mechanical warning flag is waved in their direction. This is Camish's view. Remember, he's got this penalty that will be added post-race. Up front, Morgan to Rowbottoms is now 1.7 seconds. The gap coming down just a little between those two. Shedden is 3rd, Sutton 4th. And Dan Camish here currently is running 8th on the road, but with the 10 seconds to add at the end.
Well, Camish will be hoping there's no safety car, because at least that spreads the field out a little bit and negates some of the 10-second penalty. If there's a 10 seconds, if there's a safety car, it'll close everybody up. Hamilton getting all the grass removed from the radiator, but that's going to put him out of the points, definitely.
WSR, who are based in front of us in the pit lane, are starting to get ready for a car to come in, and perhaps expecting, if that meatball flag is shown at Charles Rainford, they're going to have to get on their toes. Sutton, fastest lap of the race, significant because that's another bonus point for the tally. And now you can see Ingram on the back of Rainford, looking for a way through. Can't get too close because there's that rear balance hanging off the back of the BMW, as Rainford desperately now tries to fling the car around and dislodge it. But is it going to fall? Not yet.
Well, he actually wants someone to run into the back of him and try and dislodge it, doesn't he?
Ingram's up the inside though for the place, and he's going to do that at Clark's. Ingram goes through.
Yeah, nice neat manoeuvre as we'd expect from Ingram, but that bit of trailing bumper's definitely not going to come off on its own, is it?
Doesn't look like it as you go on board with Camish then. He is now up behind Rainford. Black and orange flag, Charles Rainford. So the meatball flag is there. That means you've got to come in and attend to a problem you may not be aware of. The team will know what it is, and they'll, as quickly as they can, rid that from the car. But it's the time lost by having to come into and out of the pits, as well as being stationary, that will force Charles Rainford to tumble down the order and, of course, be at the back of the race 2 grid.
Yeah. Not easy. I mean, perhaps he could have just slowed down in a few places and let the car behind just rub the back of him. It would have maybe dislodged it, but he hasn't been able to do that. Now we're on board with Camish going through on the inside at Clark Curve, and no resistance this time from Rainford.
Charles Rainford, I guess, though, relying on what the team is telling him as to the positioning and the extent of the damage. He can't see it. Everybody else can. We can see it. The drivers behind can. But he won't be able to see that necessarily, as Camish has got up the inside and Charles Rainford is bound for the pit lane. All of a sudden, it's got brighter. The sun is trying to break through at Knockhill, which might drive the track for later on. But for now, there is Collard ahead of Ingram as they come over the timing line once more. Morgan leading now by 2.5 seconds, getting away from Rowbottom again.
Well, we've now got De Leon behind Rainford. A little bit of team tactics, maybe. The team can tell De Leon to remove that bit of, rub that bit of bumper off. If in coordination with Rainford, they can work together to do that.
could. There is the flapping bumper at the back of Charles Rainford's BMW, the pace of which is also now starting to be affected, isn't it? Because Charles Rainford has fallen down the order. Now Collard versus Ingram here. This is for 5th place, and Tom Ingram on the outside line pounces. He goes through. Was that a fair pass, or do you think Ricky played the team game?
I think Ricky might have played the team game there, but definitely Ingram has picked up a little bit of pace as the track has dried out a bit. It's come to his setup as Rainford goes dive for the pits to have that little bit of bodywork removed. It'll be ever so quick, but it's going to tumble him down the order.
And the WSR pit, which is just outside our window at pit exit, is where Charles Rainford is heading to. As you see Ingram then go through, he's still charging. Rainford has arrived in the pit lane. We're on lap 15. There is the BMW. The rear bumper ripped. And as Charles Rainford accelerates out, everyone jumps out of the way of the car. Very annoyed, Charles Rainford, understandably so. Sutton, remember, the fastest lap of the race. Morgan to Rowbottom for the lead. 2.6 seconds as Caterham Plato Racing looks for a first championship success and a first 1-2 as well. If you're going to win, a 1-2 is an even better way of backing that first championship round success. So, of course, after Rainford's pit stop, the likes of De Leon and Doble and others have all gained a place. Morgan's now done 15 laps and he's 2.2 seconds up the road from Dan Rowbottom. Frustrating maybe, though, this for Gordon Shenton, because he's been close but never really able to fight.
Yeah, we thought perhaps with the knowledge that team have got of that car, with the knowledge that Shenton has got as this circuit in these conditions, that he might have been able to sneak a bit of advantage over the two Mercedes, which, remember, have never run before at this circuit. They come here with no data whatsoever. We only have one free practice session, so it's not easy for them to get on the pace so quickly. So remarkable performance by them as going on to the grass there. That was Ryan Bensley getting pushed on the grass by Lewis Gilbert.
Josh Cook.
Josh Cook was it?
Onto the grass. Yeah, so Josh Cook was 16th, Gilbert 15th.
Ah, yes.
And a scary moment for Josh, but he got away with that. Ryan Bensley just a little bit behind in 19th spot as they're coming down towards the chicane. Aidan Moffat, who was slow away, he's had a good run to 10th, and that is Lewis Gilbert, and that I fear is going to be a safety car because he's off at Clark's. He's a long way off into the gravel, and with 16 of 24 laps done, Ian Watson, the clerk of the course, will have a look at the car's position. He'll have a look at how close to the edge of the road it is, and he will make a decision in a moment. Let's have a look. Josh Cook, yes, they'd had one coming together, and that was the second one, and this time it's Gilbert that's off the road, and I suspect both of them maybe up in the Toka Judicial Bus.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit of tit for tat, did it? Not for the previous mover, and the safety car is out, but I got the impression that Cook wasn't going to be pushed around that time and held his ground, and Gilbert was the one that went off. Well, that's not what those at the front want. It's not what Morgan wants, because it's going to reduce the gap completely. Although he has got his teammate behind him, Rowbottom will now have Shenton behind him, but Shenton is going to have his boot and his mirror absolutely full of Sutton on the restart, isn't he? That will be his focus, probably will be Sutton behind rather than Rowbottom in front.
So the cars now go down through Duffer's Dip while we have this safety car period. Remember, we can add on 3 laps of the race order. Adam Morgan ahead of Dan Rowbottom, Gordon Shenton third, 4th Ash Sutton, 5th Tom Ingram. That's a battle to keep an eye on as well. 6th is Ricky Collard. In 7th spot now you've got Dan Camish, but this is bad news for Dan Cam with everybody bunching up late race, and he's got a 10-second penalty, so this is bad news for him. 8th on the road is Daryl De Leon, 9th is Mikey Doble, Dexter Patterson is 10th, 11th is Aidan Moffat, 12th is Sam Osborne, 13th is James Dorlin, 14th is Aaron Taylor-Smith, and it's Josh Cook in 15th spot. They are the scorers right now. So we've got the field turning their way down towards the hairpin, and Lewis Gilbert's car will be attended to shortly. But yeah, Adam Morgan said yesterday about the rain coming, and why me when I'm in the lead? Well, he can apply the same for the safety car.
Yeah, definitely. But I think he'll be okay, actually, Adam Morgan. I think he'll control the restart. He's got a very good rhythm going. He's got good pace. Even as the track was just drying a little bit, he wasn't losing pace. It gives them a chance just to cool the tyres off a little bit as well. Although his tyre degradation was very good yesterday, but I don't think Morgan will be worried too much about this safety car.
Now let's have a look at the first Gilbert-Cook clash.
Yeah, Cook goes for the right-hand side, and he's already got an overlap when Gilbert just eases him towards the grass. Maybe Gilbert didn't realise he was partially alongside, but it looks as though Cookie wasn't very happy. When he tries again now for a dive to the inside, Gilbert is already trying to defend, and inevitably there's some contact, and Gilbert goes off.
And Josh Cook is currently in 15th place, so he has gained the spot, but as we say, that may well be looked at post-race. And it is here that the BMW resides, and for the moment is not being dragged out of the way, so all of this eating into the available laps. We can add 3 on though, don't forget.
It did look as though the marshals were attaching the lifting points to the roof, which means that the flatbed truck has to come out and crane it up onto the roof rather than just tow it out of the way. Yes, you can see the hooks being attached at the front, just above the windscreen on each side, so it won't be too quick.
And I assume the Eat My Haggis reference on the back is aimed purely at you, Tim. Can't think of anybody
I think
else.
it was aimed at Josh Cook, and he took great offence to that. Eat my BMW haggis, actually.
True enough. Product placement, but they're expanding. Right, so here at Knockhill, race 1 of 3 behind the safety car. Everybody bunching up. Adam Morgan is your race leader, and Adam, who of course came into the championship as a Speedworks Toyota driver, as a Ginetta champion, his prize drive. The last time he had a win was Thruxton back in 2022, so it's been a long time. Remember, since then he's been a BMW driver, a Hyundai driver, now back to Mercedes, and the cars then now making the round towards the hairpin ones. Coming into the hairpin, remember a maximum of 3 laps can be added on. I think we're going to need all of those 3, but there's Gordon Shen in 3rd spot. As we've been saying, close but no cigar. He's been there or thereabouts, to use the awful phrase. He's just not had that final 10th, has he, to really stay with the Mercedes on today or yesterday.
No, and well, that's good. Quick lift. This should be out of the way very soon. That's excellent. So probably one more lap, I should think. Could possibly be out of the way just in time for them to come round onto sort of through his lots and down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, it's partly the car out of the way, but it's partly that recovery truck to its place of safety as well, isn't it, back behind the barrier. There's Dan Camish, who of course will get that penalty applied post-race. Let's have another look.
It's just there. I think it was a little bit before that. There was a jump, wasn't there? Because he jumped and then stopped.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to need another lap. I wasn't sure where the recovery vehicle could pull off, but I think it's all the way back before the hairpin, isn't it? Yeah.
So the safety car brings the field down towards the hairpin, and there Lewis Gilbert's car being put as far out of harm's way as it can be, and despite all the drama and all the fears, that's the only one retirement we've had. I think we were expecting all sorts of dramas in this race, but actually only the one. Lewis Gilbert racing here, of course, for the first time. It's only his first year of car racing. He's done a bit of GB3 single-seater racing, now into touring cars. And we are on lap 22 of the original 24. There is Ash Sutton running in 4th place, and with the laps to be added on, there is the potential of a podium.
Yeah, don't forget he started 11th on the grid. I mean, the man is an enigma, isn't he? He should. You'd think he'd just be racing against Ingram, and being in front of Ingram be good enough because he'd be outscoring him, but he just pushes on. And in fairness, he's had to, because Ingram has followed him through and is behind him.
Right, field up towards Clark's. And Charles Rainford, by the way, 19th after the enforced pit stop. So out of the points, bad news. Near the back of the grid for race 2, bad news. Lights out on top of the safety car, good news. And Adam Morgan then will control the pace as they come now down towards the hairpin. So Mercedes 1 and 2 from CPR, Caterham Plato Racing. They come to the hairpin. You've got Gordon Shen then in 3rd spot. Sutton, Ingram and Collard round out your top 6. And Adam Morgan gets to the go board and will accelerate away any second now. 27 laps we will be because of the safety car period, and we are back racing at Knockhill as now Morgan accelerates away. Dan Rowbottom goes with him, and yet Shedden has to defend from Sutton rather than attack the two Mercedes as they head into Duffer's Dip. Sutton has got Ingram crawling all over the back of him as well as they come now down towards the sharp right of McIntyre's. Rowbottom having to defend from Shedden, Sutton having to defend from Ingram, and look, Morgan getting away again.
Yeah, Rowbottom's done a good job of defending his teammate in the lead there, but he's got everyone queuing up behind him. Everybody's got enough laps of boost now, so they'll be able to use the boost almost till the end. Rowbottom has 4 laps, there's 5 laps to go, but he has 4 laps. Everyone else has got plenty of laps. Well, Sutton's got 3, Ingram's got 3, but Morgan has 7. He has the most.
And it is getting a little bit brighter and a little bit warmer and a little bit drier on the racing line as well as the cars turn through the hairpin. There's a huge queue of them coming out of the hairpin now up towards the line, but Adam Morgan is getting away as he comes through with 7/10 of a second's worth of an advantage. Rowbottom to Shedden is 9/10, so this Mercedes Caterham Plato Racing 1-2 does look like it's on the cards. If anything, it's the last podium place that's the real question mark.
Yeah, Rowbottom's done a good job because he really was under attack, wasn't he, at the first corner, but pulled out a gap round the rest of that. Look, the two Mercedes absolutely flying.
Oh, and a big whack there from Dan Camish at the Recticel barrier through the chicane. That opens it up for everybody behind.
Yeah, makes it quicker on the way in now from the rest for the rest of the race.
Does indeed, as you see there, Chris Smiley squabbling with Sam Osborne as they go through together. So that battle is on as now the cars come again down towards the hairpin. So Adam Morgan looking good, and that's Charles Rainford who's gone around. There's also a Toyota that's been involved in all of that. So it looked like one of the Speedworks Corolla Racing entries. I fear it may have been Ryan Bensley, but we'll check the lap times. And over the line goes Morgan, goes Rowbottom, and goes Shedden in the top 3. Then it's Sutton, then it's Ingram from Collard. Camish 7th on the road. De Leon, Patterson is up to 9th. Doble down to 10th as they go through. And it was Ryan Bensley, I think, that got caught up in those dramas because he's fallen back.
Yeah, well, Sutton doesn't quite seem to have the pace he had earlier in the race as the track's dried out. There's a gap between him and Shedden. He's not all over the back of Shedden. He's looking more at defending against Ingram, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks as though his was a car for a very wet track rather than this dry one, whereas Dexter Patterson's car's coming alive, isn't it? Another place gain there. Look, he goes through. That puts him 8th, and that's going to become 7th with the Camish penalty. So another of the local heroes, Dexter Patterson, there in the steel seal with Paramax Racing Audi. He's having a really good run up the inside, protecting the place into the hairpin.
Yeah, covering the inside, got his teammate right behind him as well, so Mikey Doble's following him through.
Over the line they go, Morgan to Rowbottom, 9/10, and 2 laps to go. That's the replay of Rainford getting it wrong, cars scattering and avoidance. And now Doble comes up to have a go at Darryl De Leon, so that's another car starting to wilt a little bit, isn't it, Darryl De Leon? Whereas Aidan Moffat behind has had a great race. Doble gets into De Leon, Moffat comes by, and also nipping past them is Sam Osborne.
Yeah, it looked like Mikey Doble just had a bit too much speed and just understeered wide and took De Leon out with him.
Darryl De Leon was struggling for pace anyway, wasn't he? Dropped a few places. There's the leading line, which has calmed down a little now, but Morgan looking as though he's on target for the win. Heads towards the hairpin, and this would be a 12th career victory for him. And as I say, the last one back in 2022, so a long, long wait for Adam Morgan. There on the outside line is James Dorlin, as he now gets involved with De Leon, and it's Dorlin that's forced wide through the gravel over the curve back onto the racetrack. Leaders go onto the last lap then, Adam Morgan and Dan Rowbottom. You could argue this has been a long time coming, but what a result it's going to be for Caterham Plato Racing.
It's going to be an incredible result. There'll be absolute joy and elation in the Caterham Plato Racing team. Such a lot of work goes into setting this team up, and they're getting their reward here. A place they really didn't expect it, but a 1-2, not only claiming their first victory, but first and second as well. Congratulations, guys.
It's been a huge effort to put together this team. Dan Rowbottom a huge part of that, along with the Caterham backing and RML building the cars. Paul Ridgway overseeing the engineering, and Adam Morgan is going to bring it home as the race winner with Dan Rowbottom behind. A 1-2 finish for Caterham Plato Racing. Adam Morgan wins race 1 at Knockhill. It is a Mercedes 1-2. Gordon Shedden third behind Dan Rowbottom, but ahead of Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram and Ricky Collard. Then Dexter Patterson 7th over the line. Dan Camish behind him, then Doble and Moffat. We'll see where the Camish penalty drops him in due course. The rest of the cars come by, but there are understandable scenes of elation on the pit wall for Caterham Plato Racing. They've had some pretty bleak times this season. The results just not coming. There was that slightly false dawn, if you like, the inherited race to pole win at Donington, but then it was a tougher race day, and since then they've struggled. But there, for the benefit of all the cameras, is the sort of synchronised in-lap, the two cars running side by side. Dan Rowbottom and Adam Morgan were teammates many moons ago, remember, at Sicily when they were Mercedes teammates. Reunited this year, they make a good double act, but Adam Morgan to take the race win, that will be a massive boost for him. Dave Kelly in the black cap, senior engineer for the team, who's been alongside Dan Rowbottom through assorted drives and assorted teams, and that'll be a big win for him as well. So yeah, it's been a long time coming, but what a win and what a result.
Yeah, formation slowing down lap for the cameras, and well deserved as well. Absolute elation. Some long days have gone into this. The philosophy that they had for the car setup didn't seem to work early on in the year. They've reappraised and thought about where they're going with that, and they've come out of the box absolutely fighting. If this is a precursor to their form for the rest of the year, then we can expect some really exciting racing.
Yeah, can we ever? The turning point may be now. Fitting perhaps it comes here. Caterham a big supporter of the circuit at Knockhill as well. They have been for a number of years, so it's all fitting together nicely. So Adam Morgan wins round 16 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship from Dan Rowbottom. A 1-2 for Caterham Plato Racing, the first championship victory for the team, and the first 1-2 finish therefore, of course, as well. Gordon Shedden third ahead of Ash Sutton, fourth Tom Ingram fifth ahead of Ricky Collard. The top 10 completed by Dexter Patterson and Mikey Doble from Aidan Moffat, who had a really good run up from penultimate place on the grid, 22nd to 9th. Sam Osborne was 10th. Then you got Darrell De Leon from Aaron Taylor-Smith and Josh Cook 13th from Lewis Selby. James Dorlin taking the last point from Chris Smiley, Tom Chilton and Dan Camish 18th when you apply the false start penalty. That puts him ahead of Ryan Bensley and Nick Halstead. Charles Rainford 21st after a race to forget. Nick Hamilton was 22nd. Lewis Gilbert was in the gravel. Now, for the championship, Sutton again ahead of Ingram. And Sutton got the fastest lap point, so another important result for Ash and another frustrating one for Tom Ingram. We'll come to the championship situation in due course. Ash Sutton then 61 ahead of Tom Ingram now from Dan Camish, Ricky Collard and Josh Cook to round out the top 5 ahead of Mikey Doble. Charles Rainford now 7th from Gordon Shedden. Dan Rowbottom is up to 9th and Darrell De Leon is 10th.
So. Yeah, that was a disaster for Camish because he dropped himself out of the points. He started this race only 17 points behind Ingram. He dropped himself out of the points. He didn't even get that point for fastest lap, which he had earlier.
And he's going to be near the back for the next race, and he's going to be on the boost allocation as you cross the line. Yes. Not the final result, so he's going to be hurt by that as well. It is a delighted Adam Morgan who is out of the car. And a delighted man, a delighted team as well. He goes to join the engineers at Caterham Plato Racing. And his dad, Russell Morgan, racer, rally driver himself. That'll be a big cheer from Russell. And we can hear from Adam himself and from Dan Rowbottom and from a very happy team right after the break.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, let's talk about the season so far. We've got two guys with 6 titles between them, but we're going to start with a man.
You've actually got 3 guys with 6 titles between them. But I just didn't contribute in that.
That's a good point. That is a good point. But some may say Mikey Doble.
I'm glad you sat down because you've just been told to sit down there.
It is only a matter of time. And looking back at the start of the season, you won that first race. And not only a dream start for the new car, but it has been a great car straight out of the box, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the car has been quick from the start. I wouldn't say we've really made it any better over the first half of the season. We just kind of ran with what we got. And then the mid-season break was the first chance we've had to really reset and do. We've actually had a really good couple of days testing over at Pembrey, which is the first time we've actually been able to try some things with the car and move it forward. But yeah, it's been a promising start to the year. Would have liked to maybe be a few positions higher up in the championship, but it's certainly better than we've ever done before.
And I know you look at the overall championship, I know that, but obviously there's other things to win this year. Are you focused on those, independents, etc.?
I try not to think too much about it for the beginning part of the season. I think as the season starts to take shape and perhaps the top three, if that becomes sort of out of my reach of the overall championship, then you might start to shift the strategy on your weekends to try and maximise independent points a little bit more. But we're still quite early in the season. We've only done 4 rounds. So I think if we're doing well in the overall championship and we're bringing trophies home, then the chances are we won't be too far away in independents either. So.
And boys, either side, you've obviously both driven title-winning cars, many of them. Do you actually have enough time or interest to look at a team like Power Max and you see them having designed a new car and brought it to the championship? Are you impressed by other teams when you see that kind of effort?
Yeah, I think I'll jump in there first. Ultimately, watch what everyone's doing. Start of the season, it's a blank canvas. So you look what everyone's doing, and for sure, Power Max have done a mega job to bring a new car to the championship, to bring obviously 3 of them, which is now soon to be 4. So yeah, and you look at how they performed out the box. They're all very strong at Donington.
And touching on your car, I spoke to you in pre-season. Unsure is not maybe the correct word, but you were looking at the improvements, but you were kind of like they're very incremental during the testing phase. It's fair to say it's come alive in that first half of the season. Is there something that you can point to specifically in terms of what you've learned about this car and how much it's improved from that early test, those test days into now?
It's quite clear from the outside what we're trying to do. Yeah, we lacked a deficit at the end of the day over the past few seasons, or just purely down to car shape. So you see the difference between us and the Hyundai. We had to do something about it, and that's what we've ultimately tried to do over winter. I think it's quite clear it's been an improvement. It's a step forward for us. We're still driving the same car fundamentally underneath. We haven't changed anything in that respect. We're still using the same tool set to make the thing go quicker. So yeah, I wouldn't say we've moved the goalpost massively. We've just made it a little bit slipper in a straight line, and we're getting the results from it.
And Tom, proven package, reigning champion, but you now have the job of chasing this man, which you've done many times before, and vice versa. You seem like you've been chasing each other, which is a weird thing to say. But for the last 5 or 6 years, it feels like it's been that way, hasn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, for the last couple of years, we had Jake within the mix of that as well. And I think over the last couple of years, I think Ash and I have, kind of shown that most seasons, we tend to be at the front and we tend to be the ones that are being chased. And I think the start of the season for us, we've just been unfortunately the wrong side of luck a few times, either getting caught up in dramas or car issues. I think that's been our biggest weakness is unfortunately a little bit of reliability, because the pace is strong. I've got no concerns in terms of playing. It doesn't feel like the 23 season where we had a deficit to Ash, and we always knew that every weekend we were sort of playing catch up to it. It feels this year that we're equally matched. We've unfortunately just had a few car failures. So I've effectively missed a race weekend in terms of that. So unfortunately, I'm already playing catch up. The difficulty is the person you're catching isn't a fool.
Well, in conditions suitable for Noah's Ark, they weren't going 2 by 2 for long. Tom Chilton there spinning out and Adam Morgan leading the pack for Plato Racing. But once the spray finally settled, it was a tight battle for second. Dan Rowbottom squeezing through, passing Shedden and making it a 1-2 for Caterham Plato Racing. A huge moment for the team. And Gordon Shedden finishing the podium in 3rd. The weather was wild. The racing even wild. Classic British touring car race. Lou, let's go down to you to hear from the winners.
A fantastic race, wasn't it? And a fantastic result. Adam, I suspect it's not your first win, but I suspect this is one that you'll remember for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been quite a few years since I've been here, and to be here on the top step with my teammate, P1, P2, is a day I think the whole team will remember for a very long time. Will not lie to you, it's been hard work. Getting this car to a place where we feel that we're both comfortable with in the wet and the dry, and it was perfect in our race. It was absolutely perfect. So I can't thank the guys enough. They've done an incredible job. Everyone has worked so hard, and you can't ask for a better result, can you?
Well, I mean, just tell us a bit about the race, because other than one safety car period to manage, but it looked like you just had it under control the whole way, and an amazing pace throughout.
Longest race ever, Louise, that's what it was. But no, I got a bit of a poor start. I was under attack from Gordon for the first few corners, and then after that, I think Dan put him under some pressure, and that was it then, just head down and get away. And also doing that, I could save my boost, so I saved all 14 laps to the last 14. The safety car came out, but I was in a better position with people with boost around me, so I could just sort of boost to the end. And yeah, it looks pretty calculated, but underneath it was a mad panic the whole way through.
Let's bring in Dan. Come and join us at this point. So what was it like on that last lap, the two of you kind of formation flying?
Sorry, I missed all of that.
Well, actually, it was a question to Adam, but he's obviously had enough and left. But anyway, let's talk to you, because, yeah, I mean, a fantastic result for the team. A very, very special moment. I mean, I know you would have loved to get the first win, but you'll celebrate this one.
You know, it's been coming a while. We've been so close with the car in certain events, and everyone at Caterham Racing's worked so hard. And it's been a tough few weeks. But we've dug deep, you know. We went to Thruxton with a car that was a bit better, but it still wasn't great. And then we've ironed out all the issues, and yeah, that's the result. But you know, to be honest, we needed one of those cars to come home. I had a few very well-known wet people behind me. Flash, I could see Ash coming, I could see Tom. So on the restart, my only job really was to try and create another gap to put a bit of protection for the both of us. And I think we did a good job, you know, to come home 1-2. First 1-2 for the team is fantastic.
Talk us about the move that got you past Gordon into that position.
If I'm really honest, I can't remember, because I made a few attempts and they all failed. I think it was around the outside into one. We just got a better run out of the hairpin, utilised the boost, and just sort of got the edge. But he's a tough old cookie. He's been beating me up for the last 2 days, so I hope he doesn't mind when he gets it back, bless him, you know.
And the restart, you really held back. Was there, you obviously were clearly quite comfortable that when you did hit the throttle, you were going to be able to get away from everybody you just bunched up, left in a pile behind you?
Well, I was following Adam, and I thought he's going to go in a minute, surely, and he didn't. But you know, we caught the timing quite well. I sort of guessed he had to go because the go board was finishing. So yeah, I was panicking a little bit, and obviously we went into turn 3 with quite a pack behind us. But I created a gap, and the rest was history.
Good stuff. Well done. Let's grab a word with third place finisher, first independent. I mean, Gordon, possibly not the result you would have wanted, but nonetheless, still a very, very good result. It seemed like they just had the legs on you in that one.
Yeah, it's small margins in racing. I thought I made a cracking start, and I was almost round the outside of Adam at turn 1, and then but just conscious I didn't want to really lose position at 2 or 3 if Dan got the inside. So kind of thought better of it. Early part of the race we just struggled a little bit, but we were coming back at the end. But just by that time, not fast enough in the right places. But it's a good podium.
How concerned were you about a few fast flying people who were sort of coming up in your rearview mirrors towards the closing stages of that race?
Yeah, to be fair, I'd managed it, so I had TTB to the end. So I had all the weapons in the armoury still there, and clearly Ash and Tom have got their own thing to worry about. So I could just do my thing, keep going, keep it clean, and bring home a great podium for MB Motorsport and Laser Tools Racing. It's mega.
So looking ahead to the next race, obviously, is going to be a shuffle around in terms of who's got what boost. How do you see things faring in our second race here?
I think a lot of it will depend on what the weather does. For sure, the TTB is really powerful around here. So realistically, I'm expecting quite a tough run in this next race. But we'll see what we can do, and maybe a little bit of lady luck comes back round to us for race 3.
Good stuff. Good luck with that one. I think we have just got a little bit of time. If I can see him, over there. Jason, if I can get him over. JP? He's still celebrating with everybody. Jason, stop cuddling the team and come and give us a very quick word. Just got to say congratulations, first win for the team. How does that feel? Not just a win either, a 1-2.
Well, it feels sweet. I know better than most in Scotland how hard it is to win in these races. And where we were in August last year, where we didn't even have a nut and bolt, let alone a tie wrap, to have come through and just worked away. The team has just done a blinding job, just chipping, and now we're starting to understand the car. and to truly understand how we need to make it, how we need to damp it, how we need to set the thing up. It's starting to pay dividends now, but yeah, it's come at a great time, and I'm looking forward to the second half of the year, that's for sure.
Well, I was going to say, is this something that you think will continue through for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I really do. Yeah, I think we now we've got the car in the window, and all the changes we've made since getting here actually have all been little small detailed changes. Whereas earlier on in the year there were quite big changes and we were in and out of the window. Now we're in it, and now we've got to get it right in the sweet spot. I don't think we're far off. Certainly doesn't look that way.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Right, Nikki, back to you.
Lovely stuff. A special one too, that's for sure, for Caterham Plato Racing. Right, do join us later. Round 17 of Touring Cars is at 2:15. But now it is time for the very mighty minis in the shape of the Max Mini Challenge. Let's go to our commentators, Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Nikki. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It was a little bit damp yesterday, but we've got an interesting race. There is Jerry Henry, a welcome return to the championship. He is a multiple Scottish Fiesta champion. He's going to go for the record this year to get a third championship title in the Fiestas. Wish him well, and that car up for hire for the rest of the year. How do they line up today, I hear you ask? Well, here's the grid, and a reverse or partial reverse pole position to, dare we say nervous Ned Anthony, first pole, possibly. Yeah, he was a little bit, I think, but looking forward to it. He's on pole. Josh Porter alongside, Harry Campy and Alex Solly on row 2, with Tom Ovenden and Nathan Edwards on the third row. Then it's Max Edmondson and Harry Hickton. Harry, yesterday's race winner, a maiden win for him. Cam Richardson and Will Crooks next up from Sam Gornall and Archie Johnson. Then it's Anthony Sullivan and Brent Bowie not with us, withdrawn from the meeting sadly. Joe Tanner is next up with Jerry Henry, we've just seen. Charlie Hand had issues yesterday. Owen Hillman not taking part in this one either, sadly. Samuel Sieper followed by Olivier Algieri, obviously into the retirements from yesterday. Murray Richardson and Alfie Garford in the sport category completing our grid. Wow, so a good field. And tricky conditions here. It's talking to some of the drivers in the holding area around about 10 minutes ago, saying probably you want your, some worn-in wets, Paul, to get the best out of the track at the moment, was how they were viewing it.
Yeah, what you'll call that is an intermediate tyre. It isn't an intermediate tyre, it's a worn wet, quite like you've said, and you don't really want a full new wet, because if you're in this intermediate situation, seeing the track is like grey, kind of drying. If you have a new wet on that, it will roll around on its blocks or on its tread and it will overheat. So it's a little bit of a nightmare. It does look a bit slicky if you fancy a gamble. And Algieri in the 38 looks like he's taking a gamble. The slicks there looking like it. Charlie Hand, is that in the 55?
It is, yeah, it is Charlie.
Oh.
Those two guys had issues yesterday. Charlie Hand retired with a fuel issue. Loose fuel pipe actually ignited and it was put out very quickly, which was good news. We've got Napa Racing sorting themselves out. Algieri had a little bit of contact with someone which punctured a tyre, put him to the back of the grid. Yeah, so some really hard work here, but yeah, a good.
Oh my word! Oh my word! That's a slick track. The only thing that will go against the slick runners is that they'll have to go offline. The overtakes will be difficult, but it looks like it's actually drying up pretty quick. It's a little bit windy, which will help, but it's 15 degrees. So whoever's on slicks, this is going to be the bravest ever decision. But we've seen Lewis Selby do it.
Lewis Selby, I was just beginning to think about. We've seen it in the minis before, haven't we, with Lewis? So whoever, if they win this one, they'll be in touring cars in a couple of years. Wow. That's what we're saying, like Lewis Selby.
Yeah. Here we go then.
Yeah, so Ned Anthony, first pole position. I did have a word with him, and fair play. He's a great sport, Ned Anthony, for answering my silly questions about how nervous are you for your first pole, and he was taking it very, very well indeed. Went for the nervous wee, as many drivers do anyway, regardless of being on pole for the first time. And lights out, not the best of starts from Josh Porter. Ned Anthony will lead them down into Dufferston for the first time, with Harry Campy coming up into second place now. So a good start from Harry, and then I think it's Alex Solly coming through into third position. That could have been a worrying moment off the start, but everybody's so far looking good.
Yeah, looking good. Look, I've just seen the pit lane exiters on the slicks, and they couldn't even get out of the pit lane. It was wheel spinning because it's so cold. No tyre warmers, no time to heat the tyres. But good stuff from all of these guys, and their cars already sliding around. And on the slick tyres, the slick runners through the chicane, that left rear, if it touches the wet, they'll be having a nightmare.
They will. I tell you, we're getting used to seeing the Pro Alloys cars at the front, and it's lovely. Here comes the slick runners, led by Charlie Hanley, Crawley boy, leading Olivier Algieri, the Llandudno person. But look at this now, we've got another Pro Alloys car looking around the outside, and we drop back to Will Crooks, had his first rookie win yesterday, taking director's wins, but absolutely made up with his rookie win. Not an easy thing to do in JCWs. Fair play to Will for having the onboard, and a good weekend for him thus far.
Yeah, good stuff. Nice little onboard that as well, and hopefully we get some action out of it, because it's a great circuit in a mini challenge car. Campy down the inside of Stolly. Can he get it done? You've got to keep your nose there to make this move work. Great racing with these two. Oh, bang in the gravel as soon as I said it. That's just a little bit of contact with a wet circuit. But yeah, that's an Ovendon's through as well.
Yeah, Tom Ovendon's been off the top step of the podium for a while. Might be with a shout. Oh, Jerry Hendry. Oh dear, what a shout. I think he's going on to slicks as well. Fancies to go. Fancied his chances in the wet, did Jerry? Very quick peddler around here in whatever. As we look at Archie Johnson there in the TJ Hall car, didn't bring any wet weather clothes with him. In fact, only had his summer gear, believe it or not.
Like David Addison's just come back off holiday. He hasn't got his wet clothes with him. It's a bit of a nightmare up in Knockhill. It's cold as well, but that's going to be a big thing for the tyres, and that is another move, isn't it? London trying to get solid. This will be a good one to watch, because going down now to turn one at Duffer's Dip, you've got to hold your breath. Look at them both. Wing mirrors are in, and this is both. Look at them in the four.
Here we come, and are they going to be able to see out of those wing mirrors by the end of it? Campy goes for the lead, side by side with Ned Anthony, just past the bit where his mum and dad are watching. On track, they clatter again, and Ned led well for the first couple of laps. Campy is through, Ovendon is through, Solly going through as well, his teammate, but Ned Anthony, first couple of laps, that was character building for him as Solly grabs the curbs, collects it up well.
Wow, look at that, there's all sorts of action in the middle of the pack. This is brilliant mini racing, and the time that you see people just rubbing, they don't mean to do that. The car is just understeering, and that just pushes the other car out wide. But these guys in the Pro Alloys cars at it hard down to the hairpin.
We got all four of the ones in the race, and we send our very best wishes to Owen Hillman. He's got a fractured coccyx. Had great yesterday in the race. Did it motocrossing apparently, which people do to keep fit.
Wow, I fractured my coccyx here actually in 2012. It's the horriblest circuit to drive around with your tailbone broken. Really, really horrible. Wow. Through the chicane I did it. Not nice. So I feel for him. I feel for these guys. Look at them, 15 abreast.
Harry Campy leads the race. I had to get that line in, and doing so well as the Pro Alloys team. Are they going to behave like teammates or not? We've got Max Edmondson in the mix. Looks like we've got rain coming down, so maybe the slickers will have to go back in and change over. The gamble is what you have to do, though.
It's purple though for Algieri, or is it Hand? No, Hand is purple in the one of the sectors. So it's looking pretty good, this, for the slick runners, if it doesn't rain anymore. But look at the front of one of the Pro Ally cars has got no bumper, so it's been in the back of its teammate, I think.
Oh, is this right? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, a whack on the back. Ned Anthony
into Ned Anthony.
Yeah, Anthony, well, you know, he's now experiencing life at the front of the team.
Wow. That looked like some kind of AI thing from the team, didn't it? It was like four other cars, no other cars around, and then cars having a right go.
Great
really
shot
good.
from Harry Campy, though. He was telling me, he said this might be the kiss of death, Richard, but I didn't realise he has finished every JCW race he's done, 30 odd races. Not had a podium yet, but he's a quick peddler. He's been there or thereabouts. He's always getting a shout up at the top end. And here's another driver improved. So many drivers improving in this championship and gaining experience. Will Crooks, talk us around a lap.
Oh, this is it. So Will Crooks then. So coming up to the chicane, it's literally brake, stay in fourth gear in the wet. You've got to make sure you hit them curves right. Look at the oversteer from the car in front. Coming up to Clark Curve, you've got to turn in late. So it might be down one gear maybe. Yeah, down one gear into third. You can see on the dashboard. Run right up that curve because the camber helps you in. But as you go over that curve and roll off, they're already looking for the wet. The wet runners are already looking for the water. They're overheating the tyres. The slick runners are going to come into this, down to the hairpin, down into second gear, run it in. It's uphill, doesn't really show on camera that well, and then you roll the car through as high as you can with the speed and drive it out. Great traction there, but they're looking for water already. Their wet tyres are overheating.
Not only is Harry Campy leading the race, but he had the fastest lap on that one as well. Purple sectors coming on the screen, on the timing screen, indicating that some of the drivers down towards the back end, the slick runners like Charlie Hand, are making progress. Making progress there as well is Archie Johnson, who makes a very good move there. The Jam Sport team, of course, down at, I think, Donington Park this weekend as well, splitting their racing. Many teams, of course, do have to cope with being in two places at once over the course of a weekend. Wow.
It just shows the chicane so well, but look at that. That's a great opportunistic move down the inside Johnson, isn't it, on Max Edmondson.
Yeah.
Really, really good move, that.
Nice move to see. It was nice to see Archie. He wasn't racing with us at Thruxton. The JCWs were on holiday, but he was down there supporting the Mini Cooper colleagues, which was really good to see. Oh, Jerry Hendry, what a shame for Jerry. Well, we've given him, I've given him the curse of the comms. What's happened there?
No, you've not. He's gone out on slicks and it's been a little bit too late. So he come in, didn't he, to pit slicks, and he's gone straight on at turn one. That will be a safety car. The slick runners, if it is not raining, are going to be made up. I can't tell from the comms box if it is. It does look like it's drizzling, doesn't it?
I feel sorry for Jerry, because he was saying to me yesterday, every televised race he's had with us, he's DNF, and he's just added to that. He said, but we got two today, so hopefully it'll be all right in race two.
Can I just tell you something?
Okay.
Hand will be rubbing his hands together. Charlie Hand, 55, the orange car on slicks, has gone nearly, well, what has he done? 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else on that last lap. He's on slick tyres. If he sees this safety car come out, if it does, this will be amazing for him.
And he's already had a win, hasn't he, in the championship? He got had a points win last year and an overall win earlier on this season.
Wow.
There's Charlie.
Look at the speed that car turns in. The slick tyre is the tyre to be on now. If the safety car does come out, which it hasn't yet, I'm very surprised. Is it off at T1, I think, isn't he? Wow. That is impressive. If you get enough temperature in a slick tyre and it's drizzling, it'll still be quicker.
They've all got, and it could be tyre choice and everything else, but they've all got the choice. They've all got the opportunity. Charlie goes sideways. Product, of course, of the BARC's Junior Saloon Championship, Junior Saloon Car Championship. Wow. He's throwing it around, trying to claw his way up. But his dad was saying how lucky they were. They nearly lost the car yesterday with the fuel line breaking and the that getting ignited, and thankfully the rescue crews managed to get things sorted out very quickly.
Look at this. This will help. Look, he's just opened the door because that's the sport car, but the sport cars are even looking for the wet. So Hand is going to be getting through these cars pretty soon. That's a proper look at that's the difference in the wet tyre and the slick tyre right there.
Yeah, past Sullivan goes the leading slick shod car at the moment, and still Harry Campy out front. Tom Ovenden 3 seconds down, Tom. This is a great performance by Harry Campy. We're not seeing a lot of the leader pool, but Harry Campy delivering some real promise over the course of the season, and now at the front doing a grand job. As his hand. Oh, he was.
all of that great work. He should have just been a little bit more gentle.
He's just gunning for it, isn't he?
Wow. Who was washing them windows then? Was that did we go live to me Nana's house?
It's window cleaner day. Harry Campy's still out front, and really good stuff from him. Ovenden trying to close him down. Sam Gornall now, double winner, of course, last time we were with the JCWs at Alton Park, with Alex Solly in 4th place. Back to Will Crooks, and Crooks is busy trying to work his way up the order. He is 3rd in the rookies, up for another rookie podium, Will Crooks here, and maybe another director's class win. So again, a driver that's improved, moving up from the sport category last year, which is exactly what sport was for, bringing them into the JCW camp. I think Hand is in the pits. Handy's in the pits now, we're hearing.
Oh yeah, he must have ripped the underneath off. What a shame. He was in for a good race there. That would have been interesting, but anyway, it is what it is. And I think the windscreen wipers, a lot of it sometimes is just the spray off the other cars. But look at how dry that track is. Look how dry it is.
Yeah, we're halfway through now. There is Charlie. Yeah, be game over for the BTCC Motorsport boys. But after yesterday, DNF, another one, just got to write off the meeting, really. No drop scores this year, so that's going to spank him in terms of the championship points. He's not in the top four in the championship wise. Tom Ovenden, Max Edmondson, P2. who's down in 6th place, Sam Gornall, Harry Higton. Now, Ovenden's been off the boil relatively the last few rounds. I'm not saying he's been driving badly or anything else, but he hasn't had the podiums and wins, but he's still got a decent championship lead.
Yeah, and this is really good stuff for him, isn't it, at the minute where he is. So we'll see how Ovenden gets on, but this is a battle, isn't it? Look at this, Higton, he loves getting involved in the action and coming through the chicane. Now look how close they are. I cannot tell you as a viewer at home, if you've never raced or been round Knockhill, going through that chicane, you hold your breath when you come into the dip and then go up in elevation. You hold your breath because you do not see anything and you do not know where you're going to land. It is horrendous.
I've walked it and I was out of breath, never mind holding my breath, but that's just general fitness, you know what I mean? Harry Higton, we probably need to have a moment about as well when we come back to Harry a little bit later on, but we've still got the battling Pro Alloys teams immediately ahead of Will Crooks, who is going in, so there is Hickers in the 64. Change of teams, he's moved from Manpower, he's running with the Manpower awning, but now with the Accelerate Motorsport driver development program. They've got 2 different teams. He's moved over. He did have a pole position before, but double pole position this weekend for Harry Higton and a dominant win yesterday. So I think he's pleased with the move, but I would say continuing the form that he was starting to build in the earlier part of the season.
Yeah, definitely. This looks like it's getting a little bit wetter now, doesn't it? The cams are showing more water, but also I'm not seeing the cars overheating their tyres as much. They're not looking too much for that water, but look at that. He's pushed Solly into actually trying to get some water, but lost a lot of momentum on that.
He did, yeah. Difficult for all the drivers. It's the first wet race we've had this year. I can't remember now. We haven't had. I was going to say we haven't had that many. We have had quite a lot of JCW races. There's only 2 events left after this one, which is bizarre because Porsche have come in, the Caymans, and they've only on their 3rd event. Thank you for the cuddle, by the way. We're having a little cuddle here in the box.
Are you wondering why I've got my arm round you?
I am wondering why.
Right,
that?
We need to have a look at Algieri, because Algieri is really, really quick.
Can you rub a bit lower?
He's made up. He's made up a lot of places. He's made up a lot of places.
Mega right between the shoulders. That was good stuff. Algieri's the man to watch now, isn't he? 13th place, and as you pointed out, fastest lap of the race as well. He's got Cam Richardson immediately ahead of him, but we're still watching Harry Higton in his new team car. He'll be just grateful for the points here. Higton, 4th in the standings, 1 win. It's his maiden win yesterday, Harry Higton, as well, which was very long overdue, but great to see Higton get it. And Will Crooks doing a great job for us here with the onboard.
I'm really impressed with Will Crooks is on board, because he's really, really nice and steady, and that's what you need in this wet weather. But that is a really
P2.
good move.
Yeah.
Really good move. No response. The response is coming though, both over the top of the hill, and this will be now pulling for 5th gear just as they go over the crest. And now it'll be who can break the latest. If he goes round the outside, Ovenden, I'll be well impressed. No, he doesn't fancy it.
Tom Ovenden, I think you very rarely get drivers admitting they're thinking about championships, but to me that was Tom thinking about championship points. That's intelligent stuff.
It's very intelligent. I would do exactly the same, but probably wouldn't, because I've never won it.
But great stuff from Sam Gornall, who, as I said, double winner at Oak Park. He's got a big task on to try and close down on Harry Campy. Harry Campy's been superb, and he did say to me in the holding area before this one that he enjoyed the wet racing when he was in karts, very clearly, enjoying the reverse grid or otherwise. He's out there with some very tough competition, Harry Campy, and out front, 6 minutes to go. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but yeah, looking very, very good, and he can take whatever he's done so far. Here's Crooks.
Yeah, so Crooks has run a bit wide there. Oh no, he's not. He's done it on purpose, hasn't he? Was that
Cam Richardson?
It was Cam Richardson, yeah. But yeah, that was a good thing to do. You see too many people turn in when there's a car there, and it's so annoying. But look at Algieri. Wow, Algieri with the slicks on, getting good traction, but still he's struggling, isn't he, to get the traction. It's too wet now. I don't think he'll get many places, I'm being honest here.
He had to take the gamble. He's made some places up. He's bagged some championship points. And of course, remember, he's in the rookie championship as well. You know, the standard of rookies this year is so high, which is why our camera car driver, Will Crooks, did such a great job to get his first rookie win. I seem to remember a similar point last year when Ed Anthony got a rookie win as well, and it really does help build the confidence of the drivers. A lot of people say to me, there's a lot of classes, isn't there, with directors and rookies, but really important to recognise when you make an achievement in whatever phase of your career you're in.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking at the timing screen, it has DR next to the directors' names. I thought that meant they were all doctors.
Dr. Crooks. Dr. on board with. Yeah, director and rookie, so you can get Potts in either bit as Algieri starts to have a look at Harry Hickton. Back on board with Will Crooks, Cam Richardson. The Hickton-Algieri battle, such as it is, just a couple of cars in front.
Yeah, if anybody wants a bit of coaching on how to drive in the wet, this is a brilliant on board from Will Crooks. He just is nice and steady with the steering, and it really, really helps you get through the corner and not overheat the tyres. That's why he's still in the battle there. This is a bit ambitious. Is he going to have to get turned in? Because Algieri's trying to get past him, isn't he?
He's having a go, tees up the inside. You have to be so careful here. They don't want to clatter because a clatter could send them off and around in front. But really good close battle going on here. Algieri, Richardson coming up in the mix as well. Will Crooks' camera car right behind them. Bodywork askew from Ned Anthony, who's actually done pretty well. He stayed in the top 10, which is where he was yesterday, to be actually fair. Ned doing a good job again. Very consistent youngster and working well. Loves having loads of teammates with him this year in the Pro Alloys team. Here comes Algieri. He's going to pop the move on Ned Anthony. A little bit of contact there, backs out of it. Right thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. Just can't get the throttle down Algieri in that 38 car because it's on slicks. It's going to be hard. If we can see this move, if he gets this done on slicks, that is impressive because honestly, the rear of the car will be moving around.
It's giving him some stick as well.
Do you know what? Take your hat off to Ned. I know he's lost another place here, but back to Cam Richardson. But Ned, that's a shame that because Ned was really good then to Algieri.
He'll take the positives away, being in the lead for the first couple of laps, which he did superbly. So, the pressure of being on the pole in a wet race for the first time here at Knockhill, in front of a huge crowd, massive pressure for him, and he's dealt with it well. Big learning opportunity. 7 seconds now, the gap, Campy to Gornall. Absolutely. I think we might catch up with Harry Campy. He's got 2 minutes 44 on the clock as we continue to ride with Will Crooks. There is our race leader, Harry Campy, the 29-year-old from Selby, looking not only for a first podium, Paul, but potentially a first win. And how well deserved will it be? He's driven superb. Whatever happens, he's driven superbly thus far. Look at what's going on here. Cam Richardson. Okay, making the move on Ned.
Just a little bit of a hip and shoulder on the exit. That does happen. But Campy is doing a brilliant job. That is a mammoth gap, isn't it, to Gornall in second place. Campy deserves this, definitely. Yeah. Just to keep you in the loop as well, our slick shod 38, Algieri has got a 5-second penalty, and the reason he's got that is because when you catch a bit of wet, you just end up at the back of the curve, because the curves are wet, you get wheel spin and you end up on the track limit. So, bit of a shame. This looks like Mad Max.
It does a bit, doesn't it?
He is Mad Max, Edmondson.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, superb link here. So Edmondson getting all defensive again. Or coming down the inside, it's on the outside run, it's the reigning champion Tom Avenden. Josh Porter has caught back up with him as well after his difficult start.
Yeah, difficult start, but Max Edmondson's car, look at it. You know the things you can buy, the goggly eye things, where the eyes just spin around. That's what the front of his looks like now, doesn't it? Look at the state of that. He's done well to stay in front because that damage on the front of that will be causing
one of many class peddlers in this championship. He's Max Edmondson, always very quiet, a little bit reserved sometimes when you talk to him, but he's thinking about his racing. Doesn't give you a load of BS, does he, Max? He's a good lad.
Yeah, exactly. What's BS?
I'll come back to you on that. So Max under big pressure from, remember, the defending champion. So this is kind of what you want. Championship leader, defending champion, chasing the man who is challenging him for the championship lead at the moment. As we say, Avenden's got a good lead, but this is what I've just all been craving for in the minutes, to see the top runners all having a good go together. And it's taken a wet race for us to get this. Here comes Avenden, has a little look out. Is he going to go for the cutback or the burn up around the outside? That's probably the cutback. He's defending from Josh Porter in the mix as well. Nathan Edwards, by the way, is in there as well. 21. I haven't seen anything of Nathan. I was going to give him the Tart of the Paddock Award for being the only driver that doesn't drive his car to the holding area.
Oh, really?
Apparently he never does talk to his brother. He said Nathan never does that. But it's a bit... It's posh, isn't it? You know, just drive, walk into them.
Nathan Edwards, yeah, but to be fair, I never used to do that. I'd like to be driving the car. Some good moves. I tell you what, that pack that you've just been on about is a pack I would love to be racing in, because they are class
quality
peddlers.
Yeah, quality
class
drivers, yeah. And headed by Max Edmondson at the moment. Edmondson with Solly Johnson, Gornall and Campy up ahead of them. The leader's on his final lap. It's going to be Another maiden win, 2 maiden wins by the look of it. And that was Gornall, wasn't it? Parked off. But anyway, we come back to the Gornall issue. And the checkered flag to Harry Campy, takes his first win. Superb stuff. Well done, Harry. Very well deserved. Brilliant drive from Campy, who takes the win. It's not going to be Gornall in second place. It's Johnson that's come through for second position.
From
Incredible.
12th.
From 12th on the grid. Wow. I'm sorry for overlooking that, Archie. Superb stuff from Archie Johnson in the race, but we're all enthralled about Harry Campy. Johnson very nearly, and he gets the rookie win, remember?
Ooh.
He's a rookie.
See that?
Yeah.
Bit of debris there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Campy Johnson, Solly third, Edmondson fourth from Tom Ovenden.
No!
Then Josh Porter. That is real hard lines for the man running in second place, Sam Gornall, after 2 wins last time out.
Devastating for the Pro Alloys driver. That is terrible. Terrible. What's caused that? There's a bit of damage at the front, isn't there? But there was a little bit of contact here and there, so that's a real shame, isn't it? Gutted for him.
I think we probably should have some more wet races. We should maybe just water the track before. Is there a hosepipe ban up here? I'm not sure, but it is. Water the track, and yeah, different winners, different people to the fore. I'm made up for Harry Campy. Really thoroughly deserves it. Lovely guy to chat to in the paddock. What a race win for him.
That's mega, that, isn't it? He's made up with this. This will be a really good, hopefully a really good interview. I mean, this should mean the world to him. It's really, really good to see.
Is how they finish round 13 of the Power Maxed mini challenge here at Knockhill. Harry Campy taking the race win, his maiden win, first time winner of the weekend. Archie Johnson in P2, stunning drive through and wins the rookie category by a country mile. Alex Solly in third from Max Edmondson and Tom Ovenden. Josh Porter next up from Harry Higton and Nathan Edwards. Cam Richardson is in ninth. Will Crooks completing our top 10 and winning the directors category once again, second in the rookies. 11th goes to poleman Ned Anthony from Semmel Seeper. I think Semmel's best finish of the season, so great stuff from Semmel. Anthony Sullivan 13th from Olivier Algieri and Alfie Garford. Joe Tanner 16th from Murray Richardson. Sam Gornall is classified in 18th. Drivers that had problems, Charlie Hand and Jerry Hendry in 20th. Championship table, 45 points. Still a good gap for Tom from Max Edmondson. He's keeping that gap there, which is exactly what he needs to do as we head towards the last 2 events of the season. Edmondson second, Sam Gornall in third from Harry Higton and Alex Solly. Sam Gornall leads the rookie championship still by 41 points from Will Crooks and Olivier Algieri in third. JCW Sport, that's not quite right. Will Crooks isn't JCW Sport, is he, at the moment? Nor is Joe Tanner. That's probably the directors category. Will Crooks leading the directors from Joe Tanner and Semmel Seeper. JCW Sport headed by Alfie Garford and Murray Richardson, with the absent Eden Spanswick and Chris McKenzie third and fourth. So there is our race winner, Harry Campy, rightly delighted, and long may he enjoy, savour and celebrate his first win in the Minis. You can celebrate at home by getting tea and bickies. We'll be back with a word with the winner in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
Ricky, we're going to look at your F4 season. Now, a lot of people should know this, but a certain Lando Norris, and you were in a title contention with him. Talk us through that and how intense that was. Was that your first kind of big title challenge in car racing?
Well, yeah, it was my first full season really in car racing. So yeah, it was. It's quite cool when you go through karting racing against like all these people, and then you get the opportunity then to jump in the cars. I had a massive crash in karting and broke 5 ribs, my shoulder, my back, ruptured my lung, had internal bleeding. Shoulder, did I say shoulder? I don't know.
Yeah, but you've got 2, so.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I've broken both of them, but this was in a separate crash, collarbone. And yeah, so I was then like in a life support machine, didn't think I'd ever come back to race. Then came back, done a bit of Formula Ford and then done F4 and come second in the championship to that guy. But apparently I beat him more than anybody else did in cars, so I'll take that.
Did you know at the time, obviously he was a talented lad, but would you have been surprised if you were told at that moment he was going to go on to be F1 world champion?
Not really, man. He was pretty damn good, but I led the season for the majority of the year and then got taken out by another another guy.
You can name names.
Yeah, Dan Ticktum just wiped me out behind the safety car, which was really cool.
Oh no!
And yeah,
What's your thoughts on them?
yeah, just an absolute tool, really, to be honest. But I won't go into too much detail.
I did see that Dan. I think he had 4 disqualifications in that season, which is nice.
Yeah,
I had to find Dan Ticktum once in Macau for a completely separate matter, which we won't talk about. But anyway,
Can we talk about this?
no,
Is the
we
question.
can't. We can't. He was late to something, but he had to get fined. I won't go into it.
Where did you find him?
Great lad. We're moving on to you, Dan. I looked out your first. You obviously won Formula Ford, British Formula
Mate,
Ford.
absolutely dominated it as well, because I was the year
Smashed it.
after.
But-
How many race wins? It's like out of the 30 races, I think you won
24.
24.
Really? 24 wins.
Mate, how lucky are me and Lando that we weren't up against this guy?
Not so sure about that. Yeah, 24 that year. But I only did 24 races as well, so I actually won every one that year.
I noticed you didn't do brands for, was that commercial reasons or something?
Giving someone else a chance to win.
Yeah, it was just we got to the point where it was like, is this actually helping me anymore? It clearly wasn't. It was better to get out and look to do something different.
And I looked at the first season, you did a scholarship, you won the scholarship class at that point. A certain James Cole won the title. And as we're on Indy 500 week, Joseph Newgarden was second. So it was pretty stacked back then, wasn't it?
It was a good championship. It really was. Yeah, it was a good year, and I had a great year really. When I look back, it's a shame because I had such a good start, and I didn't really get the help and recognition I probably needed at that time to help my career move forward, which I think is probably why when people talk to me now, sometimes I get a little bit of a chip, and I think that's probably why. Because when I started to do well later on, it was kind of too late. I was already probably aged out a little bit by that point. Back then, I was probably still young enough to have a bit of a chance. But yeah, Joseph Newgarden, I qualified second. My first, I still had a novice cross on the back. And Newgarden was third, and I finished third on the podium. And I was on pole at the next race. So basically, I had pole within my first two races in cars. James Cole went on to win, and Newgarden, I don't know what happened to him. But I think he's doing all right somewhere across the pond these days. So yeah, it was a good year.
Stay with us. More coming up after the break.
And just one thing as well, we were talking before, weren't we, like about Porsches and how they're going to ABS for next year. And I've driven a lot of things with ABS and traction control, and I can tell you it is nowhere near as fun. Driving these cars with a proper sequential box that you're banging down the gears, you're blipping, you're heel and toe in. You've got no ABS, you've got no traction control, there's not much downforce. It is so raw, and I think that's what makes the racing so good. And I honestly tell people this, like if you watch Formula One with the hype that's going on at the moment, they've done all the Drive Survive stuff, and it does feel like there's a real aura in Formula One. And I say to people, I was like, they think it's amazing. I say to my friends, I'm like, guys, watch touring cars, just watch a couple of races, and it's definitely, I think, what makes this championship so special.
Well, the tricky conditions did not get in his way today. Harry Campy for Accelerate Motorsport takes his first win in the Power Max Mini Challenge, followed by Johnson and Solly in second and third. Let's go down to Louise and hear from our winners.
He absolutely smashed it, didn't he? Congratulations, Harry. What a great result. First win of the season.
First ever podium in JCW. I think this was my 32nd race. I was literally joking before the race with the commentator that I've never had a podium. Finished every race, never had a podium. So to go and do it and take the top step, I'm very happy with that.
Just tell us about the race, because those were tricky conditions to manage out there.
Yeah, obviously it was wet, but it was drying really quickly. We was all mainly on wet tyres. I just wanted to get a good start, try and get ahead. Also visibility as well, with a bit of spray. I was hoping to get out in front and be able to see where I'm going. It dried really quickly. It was a really good dry line. I managed to pull a gap, and then the rain started coming back again. So it got a little bit greasy again. It was just a case of trying to keep on the black stuff. I had a good enough gap that I could kind of not give it 100%, maybe just give it 99. But yeah, all good, and absolutely buzzing to be taking my first win here.
At what point did you think, yeah, I've absolutely got this? Was it literally just as you crossed the line and the checkered flag was waved in front of you?
Probably the last lap board, because I really took it steady on that last lap, because I could see a gap and I just thought, let's not go track limits, let's not do anything silly. So last lap just took it steady, tried to enjoy it, that was the main thing. Enjoyed it, loved celebrating with the team going over the line, and yeah, I'm so happy to take the first win. I just want to thank all my sponsors, Campus at Selby, Cameramatics, NFU, and Huddersfield Electrical Contractors. Thank you.
Well done. They'll be very happy with that, I've no doubt. And Archie, you look like you enjoyed that one as well. I saw you jumping out the car when you came in.
Yeah, 12th to 2nd, so the best race I've ever had, and my first podium as well, so couldn't be happier, honestly.
Just tell us a bit about it, because as I was just saying with Harry, those were tricky conditions. I mean, sometimes, it was wet when we started, but with the drying line, that must have made it tricky managing your tyres.
Yeah, because about 5 laps in, you could already feel the tyres just overheating like crazy, just trying to find any dry patch we could. But yeah, just for the whole race, just picking people off one by one and just taking my time, biding my space, and yeah, that's how I got it done, really.
Best move?
Ooh, there was a lot to remember. It was probably one I sent into turn 1 and just thought I was going to die, but I managed to stay on the track, so yeah.
I mean, you were already in a podium position, but I think you actually, you moved up to P2 on the final lap, didn't you? Yes. What did you see of brain fade, pulling over?
Yeah, I just saw Gordon was slowing down through the chicane. Yeah, I'm not sure really what happened, but he just slowed down, and it's another position for me, so I'm not going to complain at all.
Hell no, you take them however they come. Well done, congratulations, and Alex, well done to you as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a first podium trio in that one. So yeah, first podium for me as well. We came in expecting, going for the podium, got into that place at the start, felt really strong. Fortunately got in some battles as you do, it's racing. We came off on the back foot of them. So yeah, just got our heads down. Tyre choice was quite tough, but yeah, unfortunate to see my teammate Gornall pull away on that last lap, but finally got our podium we wanted.
Well, yeah, and as with Archie, you'll take them however they come, won't you? What does getting this first podium, just kind of sum up for us what difference it's going to make for you?
We've been pushing for so long. I think we came close 3 times last year. One of them was here actually. We got a penalty racing for the lead, so there's a bit of a bitter pill. So it's nice to brush that under the carpet this year. But yeah, starting 3rd for the next one. So hopefully we can improve on this one and go for 2nd or 1st.
Well done. Congratulations. We'll see you out there later on. In the meantime, I can hear the Scottish Legends heading out behind me. It's actually dried out a bit now, so it'll be interesting to see what conditions they find when they hit the track. And I think Paul and Richard, you're still in the comms box to talk us through.
We are still here, yes. Thank you very much, Lou. Good to hear from excited mini drive. A different look to the podium in the minis. Will we get a different look to the podium in the Scottish Legends Cars Championship about to come out on track now? They've had a difficult weekend so far.
Yeah, there was a little bit of an accident, wasn't it, down at turn 1 and turn 2. Couple of rolls, but as we were just speaking to a few people before we went on air, it's just one of those things. These cars, I speak to fans and they don't want to really talk to me about anything else except for Legends if they're on the bill, and I love that because these cars are fantastic. I just have to bat these people away because they want me to drive the cars all the time, but I'm too scared because I'll probably get lapped.
I thought you were going, I'm sure you committed when we were at Alton Park to driving one.
That was not for Legends, that was for something else.
Was it? All right.
No, I'm joking. I would quite happily have a go on one of these cars. I think they're fantastic. The racing's great. The paddock's fantastic. Legends racing is, for me, exactly why people go racing. We want fun in motorsport. Some of motorsport is so much pressure. You sometimes leave without your smile, and I don't like that. And I love club racing, and I love these Legends. They're so pure. They're so pure. And look, you can already tell the fans know what's coming.
Yeah, they're looking forward to it. And whether it's the National Championship or the Scottish Championship, there's an Irish Championship that runs as well. They run all over the world, Legends cars, and it's a great world to become a part of, and I'm happy to have been associated with them for many, many years. The cars are coming out onto the track, and it is a big entry. We started with 34, we're down to 32. We'll talk more about the names of who's done what to whom as the afternoon works its way through. But some big stories over the course of the weekend so far. This is the 5th and penultimate race of the weekend. So it's a busy schedule for Legends with the double header. We'll need to show you how they line up. The grids are balloted, so as most of you probably know, the grids are balloted apart from the final race of the weekend, which is the point scored with the top scorers off the back. Front row of the grid, Stephen Trent and Angus Scrivener. That's a race we can look forward to. Daniel Clark, former champion, next to him. Colin Atkinson, another former champion. Mark Beattie, Gerald McCosh Trophy winner. Ryan McLeish leading the weekend on points. Maximum Populescu next from LB Clark. Then Gary Atkinson and Steve Whiteleg. David Allen and Ewan Robertson on the 6th row, followed by Jamie Blake and Stuart McAndrew. Then it's Ross Marshall, another former champion, from Ron Wilkinson, Keith Atkinson and Christopher Wallace. Following them, Murray Scott and Darrell Laws, Phil Rowlands and Scott Smith on row 13. Then it is Colin Reid and Nick Bridgman, Carlos Perez and Ben Mason, the previous race winner, who's got to do it all from the back this time. Michael Weddle and David Headley started on pole and had an issue getting collected by somebody. Brodie Orr, Richard Dunbar, Alistair Calderwood and Matthew Pape, right at the very back. Matthew Pape, he's the championship leader. I'm guessing had some sort of issue and electing to start off the back. He wrote his car off yesterday. His car was written off in an incident on the opening lap of the final, and so he's borrowed John T. Norman's 43 car, but he can't run as 43 because in Legends cars it's the number that you run on the side that determines your championship points. So he's changed the number of the 43 car, if you're used to seeing it, to 24 to try and defend his championship lead. But we've got Stephen Treherne in the 333 car. He was in the 43 car last time we saw them. Alton, are you confused?
Absolutely not, no. We're all good, but we're ready to start. Look, this is a really, really good way to start the grid up. These guys have done this before.
We got two. We've got a young thruster and an old champion in Stephen Treherne. The young thruster being Angus Scrivener, who's won several races. Had his first win in Scottish Legends with us at Alton Park, and he had his first DNF of the season yesterday. He, along with Matthew Pape, coming into the weekend, the only driver to have started every race this year and finished them all. And it's Scrivener that leads from Stephen Treherne. I think driving his third car of the year. He's in two team cars, so he could come first and second in the team car championship, Stephen Treherne, but that's another thing to discuss later on. Daniel Clark has gone up to third, and I think the riot act was read yesterday. We've got a car, I think that's possibly Ross Marshall in the gravel, towards the back, gets it back on, but the riot act was read at the drivers' meeting last night for them to behave themselves in the early stages at the very least.
Yeah, and you know what? It's really good to see because they're halfway through the first lap and they're actually giving each other good room. Interestingly, that is a proper drying track now, so this is game on. Look at the leaders already.
Stephen Treherne in the orange 333, champion, 20 odd years ago against Angus Scrivener, newcomer out of kart racing and into Legends cars this year. It's a good move to come out of karting and go Legends cars racing, although some of the older drivers probably won't thank me for saying that because they don't want loads of young guns coming in and nicking their thunder, do they?
Yeah, but unfortunately, that is the cycle of life, and the kids are quick, and that's in every championship, but this is game on at the front. These lot look like they want it.
Really nice to see Colin Atkinson in the white and green car in third place at the moment. The champion a good few years ago went off, did some autocross racing for a couple of seasons. There he is in P3 at the moment with Daniel Clark, the National Legends Cars champion in 2020, the COVID season, had a limited run. Daniel won. I think he's going back to Nationals next year with his team, and it'll be nice to see Daniel on the team back with the Nationals. Will allow new drivers to come into the Scottish Championship as well. As we look a little bit further, they are behaving themselves well. We've got to look at the likes of Ben Mason in car number 1, who won race number 1. He's starting at the back. Michael Weddle made a lot of progress as well. The biggest progressor in race number 1, I think, was Murray Scott, who came through from sort of mid-grid and got 4th place. So mid-grid is typically where you kind of want to draw, really. Most of the drivers say, don't want to move back. Mid-grid, get a couple of podiums, bag some points.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Start at the back of any grid, if you've got some good pace as well, it's just making sure you don't make a mistake by braking a bit too late compared to the people who are at the back with you. So it's very good start this. I'm well impressed. They've been very respectful, but I think in the next lap or so we're going to start seeing some pushing and shoving maybe.
We're going to now look at a driver who probably won't get involved in pushing and shoving. It's Ryan McLeish. He's up into 4th place already, McLeish, and he was, he was second in race number 1, so decent enough. What's the replay of here? We'll come back to Ryan McLeish in a minute. Do we have a...
Do you know what? That was the best replay I've ever heard. So the director who's in my ear went, let's just go to this camera at work of a little overtake, mate. There's 15 overtakes in one corner. Just give us a heads up, would you?
Colin Atkinson has a little bit of a moment there. Coming up to play with him is Daniel Clark. So side by side, Atkinson and Clark. Champions are plenty there. Coming up is Mark Beattie as well. The green car at the back of this group. Beat him on having a go down into Duffer's Dip. We'll see whether Mark can make some places. Won the, as I said, the Gerard McCosh Trophy, the very prestigious award in I don't know if you ever met Gerard, the long-term Legends driver. What a great character he was. Used to run off the back of the grid a lot of the time, but raced a Bentley at other times, a vintage Bentley, and then came into Legends racing. Absolutely loved it. Much missed man, and missing a bit of track there is is Rob Wilkinson.
Yeah, that looked like that was a real big overspeed, as if he'd missed the brake pedal.
I think he's missing his rallying days.
This is a little bit tasty, isn't it? Let's see where happens down the hairpin. Oh, for the lead then. This is getting real good now.
So for P2, it's Angus Scrivener away in lead position. Ryan McLeish is there in third place at the moment. So McLeish will probably, if he finishes where he is, he'll finish as top scorer from races 1 and 2, which means he'll have to start the third race of the day right at the back. Now bear in mind, he won yesterday's round by scoring the most points over all 3 races, which is where the trophies go. I'm not saying they're tight and don't give out trophies on all the races, but it's better to do one lot after the 3 races.
Exactly that. Exactly.
Carlos Perez having a look up the inside there as we just drop back a little bit further. 5 of the 8 laps gone already. They'll be grateful that we haven't, touch wood, had a safety car so far in this one. This could be the first safety car free race we've had this weekend.
He's gone and said it.
Well, don't blame me, Andrew Donald, if that's the case.
Really impressive this though, because it's whoever's got the tyre pressures right, because we've got now a proper drying circuit and you've got to get the tyre pressures right. But that was a cracking move that by Marshall, getting down the inside.
Yeah, passing Stuart McAndrew. There is Steve Whiteleg in the sedan, unusual shape. He's getting really used to that car, and Steve Whiteleg's driven a couple of cars this year as well. He's in the 67. Ben Mason, the earlier race winner, multiple champion up here and reigning champion. I think he's got the record for the biggest gap between winning championships, something like 15, 16, 17 years or whatever. From his last championship, came back and was still winning, Ben Mason. Incredible driver.
Reigning champion, as in, like, because it's in Scotland at Knockhill, it's always raining.
I didn't say that. That was Paul O'Neill.
That was not me. This is a bit exciting. Oh, you've got to be careful on that painted stuff because you can come on at a silly rate of knots. They're getting involved now. I like this.
That's Jamie Blake, one of the former front runners in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. That in itself a superb championship over the years, and it's brought some good drivers into Legends and continued to nurture its own pool of driver talent as well. Scrivener still out front, perhaps unsurprisingly, with McLeish in P2. Good to see Stephen Traherne running well, but this is the battle between Colin Atkinson on the inside and around the outside, the Park Lane Cars machine of Mark Beattie. Nice to see his brother Kieran back and hopefully thinking about coming back. Kieran had the brand's hatch lap record, I think, at one stage. But Mark Beattie, another quick peddler and good reliable driver, looks to the outside of Colin Atkinson. And yeah, Beattie gets the move done.
Yeah, right. So the lead is coming down, McLeish and Scrivener. The only thing is the McLeish is actually track limit warned now, so he's got to be careful. So all that pace he's been showing, he's actually run over the back of the curb. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Now anything on green is track limits. You cannot touch that.
Fair enough, he's closing in though, so we might get a battle, and that's what we want to see. Penultimate lap of the race, Stephen Traherne in the 333 car. First time he's driven that one, as I say, he was in the 43 car earlier on in the season, the ex-champion. Quick peddler is Stephen Traherne. I think he can go in the Masters next year as well, if he's not in the Masters already, which is a little bit worrying, because I remember him coming out of mini stocks racing when he was a teenager with his brother Mark. But here we come up the hill as well, and it is still Scrivener there. This is going to be interesting, Paul, because I've not seen Angus involved in a race at the front. I know he'll be up for it because he's a very good ex-karter and a very good Legends racer, but this is a little bit mouth-watering here. McLeish versus Scrivener.
Yeah, so last lap, you've got to be careful because the treble three of Traherne could get involved in the lead, because all it needs is the front two to start making a move, which is happening, and if they're compromised here, we could get the other two involved, but it looks like he's got it done. McLeish, real classy move that was.
And Scrivener read that well too.
He did.
He gave him room on the exit.
McLeish has just gone track limits again. It might be looked at.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Might come back to Angus. Now we've got Stephen Traherne challenging for P2. Daniel Clark having a super race here in the 14. So let's see what Dan Clark can do and get up on the podium. Clark pulls out along Railway Straight, goes to the outside run of Stephen Traherne. Champions all here. McLeish is the leader and is going to take the flag. Stephen Traherne gets defensive. Clark goes up the inside for third place. Side by side as they come out of the light, it's going to be McLeish taking the win as he comes up towards the checkered flag. Scrivener in second place, and third place I think just goes to Stephen Traherne from Dan Clark. Great race from those. It's Mark Beattie next up from Colin Atkinson. Good strong drive from Aki in sixth position. Populous, that's Ross Marshall, who gets very sideways. He won yesterday's third race, did Ross Marshall. Great to see him on the top step of the podium again yesterday. Gets it all back in line. He's going to finish in 11th with Gary Atkinson in 12th.
Ross Marshall freestyling teaching available. That was amazing.
Ross running in the national championship as well this year, so said to me earlier on in the start of the season that he would dearly love to have a home race. The Marshall family, very keen supporters of racing up here. But Ryan McLeish, there's a driver. We've seen him win, with the Nationals, and he wins with the Scots as well, and probably on course to win this weekend overall on points.
That was pretty classy. Oh no, he's got a penalty. Has he? He's got a penalty. Scrivener's the winner.
Now, where's it put him? So well done, Angus.
Told you, didn't I? It was the chicane.
It's only put him down to 5th. He's still going to be top scorer or thereabouts on the 2 races, Paul.
But still, that's back. You want to win on the road, don't you?
Yeah. I think the fans have just been told. So young Angus Scrivener, he likes the televised meetings, doesn't he?
Loves it, like a lot of them do. I've got to say, though, these guys put on a proper show then, because, like you say, when live ITV cameras come on board, we as drivers know that. And we try about 5 or 6% harder, and that 5 or 6% harder sometimes ends in a bit of a kerfuffle.
Yeah.
So every single one of these drivers I thought was exceptional, and that was brilliant.
Yeah, they drove well, really good stuff, and really when it counted, you've got to say, Angus Scrivener, we've had another Scottish Legends round since Alton Park. I'll come back to that in a minute because we're going to have a look at the rundown of the results. So, Scottish Legends Cars Championship, round 6, heat 2. Angus Scrivener takes the win from Stephen Traherne. Daniel Clark up on the podium after all that. Mark Beattie in 4th from Ryan McLeish after his penalty. Colin Atkinson 6th from Max Populishku. Then Murray Scott, Ben Mason and Ewan Robertson in 10th. 11th goes to Ross Marshall from Gary Atkinson and Jamie Blake. Michael Weddell in 14th from Colin Reid. Then Stuart McAndrew and Steve Whiteleg. Nick Bridgman in 18th. Keith Atkinson 19th from Championship leader Matthew Pape. Carlos Perez 21st. Brodie Orr from the very back as a rookie 22nd from Scott Smith and Elby Clark. Then it was Darryl Laws, her teammate from Christopher Wallace and Ron Wilkinson. David Heaton 28th ahead of Richard Dunbar and Alistair Calderwood in 30th. Phew, good stuff from them. And as I say, the Scottish rounds that we had, not ITV-wise, Ben Mason taking a couple of wins, Angus Scrivener did grab one, and we'll have a word with Angus, that man, in just a couple of minutes. Please stay with us.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The action continues after the break.
Ricky, we're going to look at your F4 season. Now, a lot of people should know this, but a certain Lando Norris, and you were in a title contention with him. Talk us through that and how intense that was. Was that your first kind of big title challenge in car racing?
Well, yeah, it was my first full season really in car racing. So yeah, it was it's quite cool when you go through karting racing against like all these people, and then you get the opportunity then to jump in the cars. I had a massive crash in karting and broke 5 ribs, my shoulder, my back, ruptured my lung, had internal bleeding. Shoulder, did I say shoulder? I don't know.
Yeah, but you've got 2, so.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I've broken both of them, but this was in a separate crash, collarbone. And yeah, so I was then like in a life support machine, didn't think I'd ever come back to race. Then came back, done a bit of Formula Ford and then done F4 and come second in the championship to that guy. But apparently I beat him more than anybody else did in cars, so I'll take that.
Did you know at the time, obviously he was a talented lad, but would you have been surprised if you were told at that moment he was going to go on to be F1 world champion?
Not really, man. He was pretty damn good, but I led the season for the majority of the year and then got taken out by another guy.
You can name names.
Yeah, Dan Ticktum just wiped me out behind the safety car, which was really cool.
Oh no!
And yeah,
what's your thoughts on him?
Yeah, just an absolute tool, really, to be honest. But I won't go into too much detail.
I did see that Dan. I think he had 4 disqualifications in that season, which is nice.
Yeah,
I had to find Dan Ticktum once in Macau for a completely separate matter, which we won't talk about. But anyway,
can we talk about this?
No, we can't. We can't. He was late to something, but he had to get fined. I won't go into it.
Where did you find him?
Great lad. We're moving on to you, Dan. I looked out your first. You obviously won Formula Ford, British Formula Ford.
They absolutely dominated it as well because I was the year
Smashed
after. How many race wins? It's like out of the 30 races, I think you won
24.
24. Really? 24 wins.
Mate, how lucky are me and Lando that we weren't up against this guy?
Not so sure about that. Yeah, 24 that year. But I only did 24 races as well, so I actually won every one that year.
I noticed you didn't do brands for, was that commercial reasons or something?
Giving someone else a chance to win.
Yeah, it was just we got to the point where it was like, is this actually helping me anymore? It clearly wasn't. It was better to get out and look to do something different.
And I looked at the first season, you did a scholarship, you won the scholarship class at that point. A certain James Cole won the title. And as we're on Indy 500 week, Joseph Newgarden was second. So it was pretty stacked back then, wasn't it?
It was a good championship. It really was. Yeah, it was a good year, and I had a great year really. When I look back, it's a shame because I had such a good start, and I didn't really get the help and recognition I probably needed at that time to help my career move forward. Which I think is probably why when people talk to me now, sometimes I get a little bit of a chip, and I think that's probably why. Because when I started to do well later on, it was kind of too late. I was already probably aged out a little bit by that point. Back then, I was probably still young enough to have a bit of a chance. But yeah, Joseph Newgarden, I qualified second. My first, I still had a novice cross on the back. And Newgarden was third, and I finished third on the podium. And I was on pole at the next race. So basically, I had pole within my first two races in cars. James Cole went on to win, and Newgarden, I don't know what happened to him. But I think he's doing all right somewhere across the pond these days. So yeah, it was a good year.
Stay with us. More coming up after the break.
And just one thing as well, we were talking before, weren't we, like about Porsches and how they're going to ABS for next year. And I've driven a lot of things with ABS and traction control, and I can tell you it is nowhere near as fun. Driving these cars with a proper sequential box that you're banging down the gears, you're blipping, you're heel and toe in. You got no ABS, you got no traction control. There's not much downforce. It is so raw, and I think that's what makes the racing so good. And I honestly tell people this: like, if you watch Formula One with the hype that's going on at the moment, they've done all the Drive Survive stuff, and it does feel like there's a real aura in Formula One. And I say to people, they think it's amazing. I say to my friends, I'm like, guys, watch touring cars, just watch a couple of races, and it's definitely, I think, what makes this championship so special.
In the Scottish Legends, Ryan McLeish was on course for a win, but 5-second penalty for track limits demoted him, promoting Angus Scrivener for the win for Atkinson Motorsports. Congratulations to him and the team. Let's go down to Louise and hear from the winners.
Yeah, he was leading for much of the race. Obviously fell behind, but slightly surprised when you got that win back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, all in all, really enjoyable race. Just a shame Ryan got the switch back on me and then forced me onto the wet patch, but yeah, still really happy with it, so came away with a win.
It was a very calm, controlled race for Legends, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I thought it might have been the other way around because the track was drying and there was wet lines and dry lines, but yeah, no safety car, so that's always a bonus.
And fun? It's always fun when you end up with the podium, isn't it? But what are your thoughts looking ahead to the next one?
I think I'll be starting quite near the back, obviously, but yeah, just try and we get 2 more laps, so just use those, try and get through as many as I can, and top 5, top 3, that would be good for the finals. So yeah.
Well done on the win. And Steve, great run for you as well, wasn't it? Another man who was slightly surprised to pull in and find himself in P2.
Yeah. I obviously was racing for third. I'm very happy with the podium. It's not my car, but Mick at Murtec Motorsport has got it really going well. And yeah, I'm just pleased to be up there in the fight, really.
What's the car like? Obviously, you're handling it well.
Well, yeah, so we struggled a bit yesterday, but the team were working on it last night, and I think they've got it a lot better today. Yeah, we'll see what it's like for the final, I think.
Good stuff. Well done. And Dan, congratulations to you as well. A race that ends with the podium is always a good race. Just tell us a bit about yours.
It is, yeah. It didn't have the best start. Me and Colin were battling and letting the front get away, but I managed to break free of Colin and catch them back up, but I seen Ryan get the penalty. So I thought, well, technically I'm on the podium, so I'll just not do anything stupid at the end of the race. But yeah, we've been chasing that issue with that car all year, and we've finally found it. So happy to be back up here.
Well, that bodes really well for the final race then, doesn't it?
Definitely. I want to come through from the back. That's all I need to do. So yeah, brilliant.
Good stuff. Well done. We'll see you out there later on. It's the lunch break here at Knockhill now, so we're going to head off for a break. But when we come back, we're going to be looking back at some of the action from earlier on here today.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. We will be right back.
Wow. I feel like Aidan knows ball. He knows ball. Here we go. Oh my word, he's doing it. Oh, it's in. Great play. Oh, wow. We just said he's good up front. He just found space. What great play. Here we go. Oh, yes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right, here we go then.
After Snetterton, how many points covered Ashley Sutton and Tom Ingram at the top of the Drivers' Championship?
After Snetterton?
Too many, that's why
57.
they slowed them down.
Oh my word, what's going on here? This is unreal. This is unreal. Wow.
Which country has won the World Cup the most times, and when was its most recent title?
Brazil?
That is correct.
Recent time would have been... did they win in 96? You've put me off. 2000?
It was 2002.
I need to go back to school. No, go back to school. Scotland, real. Go to school.
Driver or footballer? Fabio Cannavaro?
Footballer.
Correct.
You're shooting. It's unreal right now.
I heard Cannavaro. I thought he played for Real Madrid. You're a racing
Unbelievable.
Driver. You got the point, Aidan.
Oh, right. I thought you said he was right with a racing driver. I'm sure he played for Real Madrid.
Which city is scheduled to open the 2026 FIFA World Cup?
Why did it pass to that? I don't know.
It is Mexico City.
Is it? Oh, come on. You get paid however many millions of pounds a year and you can't run, Mbappe.
Yeah, but he is quite a lazy boy. Where's Mike? Offside. Get the flag up.
Oh, he's tied the game. He's tied the game. He's tied the game. Sorry, Mbappe, I take it all back, my friend. Thank you. We should start doing the celebrations. Right, go on, double backflip. That's what you just did. Yeah.
Oh, for P17.
Stick around. You want to see what's happening next.
Oh!
Red card.
I pressed the wrong button.
Get him off.
I pressed the wrong button. It's a penalty.
I'll be honest, I had more chance of scoring when it wasn't a penalty.
Sorry, I'm just going to watch the control now.
How do you take penalties? Very. Get out of my face. Piss off. I don't even know you take a penalty.
Take it in the red. It's really good in the red.
Messi on a million. Oh shit, I don't know what I've done.
Oh, he's scored!
Take that. Martin Bash, give us something good.
Boom, boom. Falls back. No one's getting to this. That's all. Yeah. Good job.
Wrong way.
Yeah. Oh, it's going badly. This guy shouldn't have given away that penalty. That was the problem. That was where it's gone wrong here. Press the wrong button.
I got past the wrong. Nice. Oh!
He's trying to have a lot of it! He's trying to have a lot of it!
Oh, mate, I fair play. That was 20 seconds to go. Oh, that's stupid.
That's the last kick of the game. Oh my word! Right, we're all squared up. Is extra time?
One bad pass and gave the ball away.
Oh, good pen.
How do you die?
Just right.
Oh, that's bad. That was one hell of a run up here.
Penenka!
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Down the middle. Cooked.
Why is that going so fast? That just means they're really bad at penalties. I went to go that way.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus. 5 point to win it.
He must do it now.
I thought you were the type of guy that would do a Panenka.
Oh, was that it?
That's you one.
That's it.
That's you one.
Fair play.
Dog.
Fair play.
That was a good.
That was a good game. That was a
class.
good game of FIFA.
Hello and welcome back to Knockhill, where it is unusually quiet, which means only one thing. Everyone's disappeared on their lunch break. The good news is we've got plenty of action from this morning. Let's take a look at the highlights from the Porsche Sprint Challenge race with commentator David Addison.
It's round 8 of Porsche Carwow Sprint Challenge. We're at a rather wet Knockhill, and it is Josh Rogers on pole position. He won yesterday's race, the first person to beat the otherwise dominant Joe Marshall, and he lines up second, having won the first 6 races on the bounce. Matt Kyle-Henny, nowadays a local based in Edinburgh, the marine biologist, starts third. Sam Harvey fourth on the grid, ahead of Ethan Hamilton, and Dan Zelos goes from 6th. 7th is Daniel Lewis, ahead of Felix Livesey, and then Max Watt clear of Lydia Walmsley. It's Chris Bingham on row 6 with Matthew Bryers alongside. Next up comes James Seal, then Dean Burden and Amy Watts with Rhys Summerfield, Richard Hosking, and then Gabe Fairbrother rounding out row 9. Row 10 is Mark McKenzie and Giancarlo Romano. Alistair Weston missed yesterday's race, but he should be on the back of the grid for this second of 3 here at Knockhill. There is Alistair Weston, the former motorbike racer who skipped yesterday's race with a problem, but the good news is that the Zentek Motorsport entry in its sort of dragon scaly colours is on the grid for today, and it's going to be a real challenge. This 20 minutes are on the clock then, as the green flag is shown at the back, and you can see just how wet it is becoming as the water falls on the camera lens. Drivers now will look towards the lights, which will go red and pierce the gloom. They do so now. Engine notes rise, and we go racing as the cars launch off the line with a good getaway made by Rogers, and a very good start also by the red and white car of Matt Kyle-Henny there, trying to get up the inside line as they go down towards Duffers Dip for the first time. It's going to be Rogers that leads then. Second is Marshall. Third is Kyle-Henny. Sam Harvey is fourth as they come now down towards McIntyre's for the first time. And Joe Marshall knows that he's got to strike early on. There's problems already though for James Seal, number 55, who's crawling his way down the hill as the leaders flick through the chicane on the top 2, getting away already. That means that Rogers and Marshall are clear of Matt Kyle-Henny. The marine biologist should be at home in these rather aquatic conditions. He's third, and then in 4th place it's Sam Harvey. Ethan Hamilton's blue car is 5th, and Dan Zelos, I would offer you, is 6th, looking through the spray as they come down then towards the hairpin at Taylor's for the first time. Josh Rogers the leader. You brake, you turn in, you climb through the first part of the hairpin, and then you keep on climbing all the way up over the timing line and past the pits. Battles rage on lower down the order as well. You've got the Pro and Am categories within the latest RS Club Sport, and then you've got the Club Sport category for the older models as well. There are the leaders. Joe Marshall pulling out of the spray, not necessarily to have a go for the lead, more really to see where he is and just assess where the corner is. He's trying to work out the grip levels all the time. Josh Rogers has the advantage in one sense of being the driver in clear air and therefore not sitting in spray, but he's also got the handicap of being the pioneer. Every lap, every corner, he's the first driver there. It's up to him to assess the grip and try and combat any lack of grip and keep the car on the road. So he leads from Joe Marshall at the end of lap 1. It was by just 0.2 of a second, and we've had James Seal into the pit lane then after his problems on the first lap of the race. And that car from the Zentek stable being looked at, I can tell you right now, is there. You've got Matt Kyle-Henny, Sam Harvey and Ethan Hamilton going with them, clear of Dan Zelos. There's a challenge being made in the background. Others come diving down into the Taylor's hairpin and over the timing line to put 2 laps in the book. Now, yesterday in the dry, they got 24 laps in. Fastest lap yesterday was a 50.7, and we're doing a 53.8 in the wet right now. There's Rhys Summerfield in the white and orange and green car, the sort of Irish tricolour across the top of it, and he's involved in a big battle with Chris Bingham ahead. Lydia Walmsley is involved in that battle as well as the cars drop now down towards Butchers and then climb up to the chicane. Now this is Rhys Summerfield losing outlook because up the inside dives Dan Lewis. He was a class winner yesterday, a second class winner of the season for Dan. He runs in the AM element of Club Sport, the RS Club Sports that is, and he's now getting himself up the order outright as well. Fights on for third. Matt Kyle-Henny in the red-nosed car, Sam Harvey behind, but look at Ethan Hamilton. He's the third of these 3, and Ethan Hamilton is getting closer all the time now as they come out of the corner. Rhys Summerfield up the inside of Chris Bingham. Lydia Walmsley, number 82, goes wide, and Summerfield here might gain 2 places. He's got track position going up towards Duffers Dip. He's got the inside line. Of course, the trouble is to overtake, you've got to go offline where it's a little bit more slippery. Rhys Summerfield, the former Ginetta star, comes up the inside line. Lydia Walmsley out of mini racing is going to have to give way, and Rhys Summerfield goes through. That puts him 9th overall. Good pass. He's also leading now the AM class ahead of Dan Lewis. So Rhys Summerfield looking as though he might be on for a class win here. He's also got enough of the class opposition between himself and his main rival, Lewis, right now. Reece Summerfield has been a winner. That came at Donington right back at the start of the season. And there you can see Bingham now getting up the inside of Lydia Walmsley's car. They rub, they lean on each other. Chris Bingham goes through. Lydia Walmsley now trying to fend off Dean Burden. And if you think that Dean's car looks a bit odd with white bodywork and a different colour at the front, as he outbrakes Lydia Walmsley, he did have a big accident in testing in the week, and it's been a borrowed car for the weekend. So Dean Burden goes through. I think also now you're going to find Dan Lewis has got past Lydia Walmsley. So have a look at this of a lap ago. Summerfield into the back of Bingham. That was contact. That did definitely open the door. And you can see that up the inside line, there goes Reece Summerfield, and he picks up the pace as they go by. Now, this is where we stand for the race lead. Last time, when they crossed the line, it was exactly 1 second, the margin to the 1,000th. 1.000 between this man, Josh Rogers, whose car almost blends into the tarmac, doesn't it, in these rather grey conditions, and this of Joe Marshall in second place, both coming from the Team Parker Racing Leicester-based team. And they're going to be in and amongst the back markers shortly, because Alistair Weston will be the first one to be negotiated. So now Josh Rogers finally sees another car ahead of him. The Australian driver goes charging by. Not that many Australians have won at Knockhill, but Josh Rogers through then and could be on for the double. He's done the fastest lap of the race as well, a 53.6. There you can see Dean Burden on the inside line getting ahead of Chris Bingham as they come out of the corner. That's for 10th overall. Bingham is in RS Pro, Burden is in RS Am. And as they come over the timing line, 5 minutes of the race now done. Yesterday's winning margin, remember, was a fairly mighty one of 7 seconds in the end between Rogers and Marshall, and it's going in that direction all the time now. Dean Burden comes downhill. Alistair Weston not enjoying these conditions, it is fair to say. Matt Carl-Henny goes past him, so does Sam Harvey. There, Ethan Hamilton getting closer all the time. So this now is your battle pack for third. And it's a good drive by Matt Carl-Henny to fend off Harvey, but in turn he has been reeled in by Ethan Hamilton, experienced driver Ethan, in terms of not only these Porsches, but one-off touring car entrant. He's raced also in one-make saloons, front-wheel drive saloons, as is the man behind him, Dan Seelos, mini champion, and he's right there in the queue. And Felix Libsey in the white car 7th, who had a puncture in yesterday's race, going nicely behind them. There is a mechanical warning flag being prepared for Richard Hosking to say you need to put your rain light on. So Richard in the CCK Motorsport car, the team run by Sean Rainford, dad of touring car racer Charles, who of course himself is a Carrera Cup GB racer. That car may have to head to the pit lane unless it's something that can be done from the cockpit. Matt Carl-Henny in the meantime just getting away ever so slightly from Sam Harvey, partly because he was having to repel the challenge of Ethan Hamilton. Then you've got Seelos behind, making their way up to Clark's. It's a gradual climb all the way into that corner, and the corner itself climbs, and then the road just about flattens a little before you get to the hairpin, where you brake, you turn, and you climb again. There's an awful lot of uphill at Knockhill. There doesn't seem to be that much going downhill. This is the other climb, up past the pits. And they head over the timing line with the leaders having gone by in a second and a half, now the margin. Cars charge past the pits then, down towards Duffers Dip. There, going through, is the car of Max Watt, number 23. That's another out of the Clean Racing stable, teammate Matt Carl-Henny, who is here, look, trying to get away from Sam Harvey. And it looks as though, dare one suggest, Harvey has steadied the ship a little bit now, because he's managed to build that gap over Ethan Hamilton. Then you've got Zelos ahead in turn of Felix Libsey and Max Watt, and a pretty big gap opening up between that leading 8 and then your leading RS Am driver, Reece Summerfield, who is in 9th place. So the race leaders then heading to the end of the lap. This will put 8 in the book, and Rogers goes through 1.3 seconds up on Joe Marshall. A time penalty of 5 seconds being given to Felix Libsey in the white car there for a false start. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he jumped in. It could have just been slightly over his grid markings. But a 5-second penalty is going the way of number 31, Felix Libsey. So Nigel Jones, the clerk of the course, applies the penalty. There's Ethan Hamilton, who's dropped a long way back now from Sam Harvey, and he's keeping Dan Zelos at bay. It's changed for 15th place, with a little bit of hip and shoulder between the two. So this is the Australian driver dominating at Knockhill. Josh Rogers then coming into the hairpin, and he has absolutely come out fighting this weekend. Unstoppable yesterday. He's got 2 pole positions, and he comes then over the timing line. Another lap in the book, that's 9 done, and down towards Duffers Dip. Battle behind here. Look, this is the white car of Dean Burden, the largely white car of Dean Burden. And number 19 looking to try to gain the place is Daniel Lewis. This is 10th overall. Lewis is going for second in AM as well. Reece Summerfield's the class leader, but second in AM there, side by side pretty much. Now down towards Duffers Dip. On the outside line, Dean Burden has the grip actually, and he's able to just about hang on as they drop down the hill once again. They're on lap 10 here at Knockhill. Dan Lewis pulls out, has a look, and then pulls back in again as they drop once more downhill and up the other side, coming towards the chicane now. Avoid that Recticel barrier, avoid the big red sausage curve as well, which launches you in a big, big slide there by Dan Lewis coming out of the chicane. Great to watch. And there we're looking at a gravel bed, and there's a car beached in that somewhere, and that looks like 23, is it, Max Watt? Yes, it is, and he's had quite a moment. He's gone sliding off into the barriers. Safety car is on standby, and this is Hamilton and Zelos who are absolutely overlapping as they come to the line. Dan Zelos is not quite ahead, but it was an absolute dead heat in terms of a lap time as they came across the line. It's going to be Hamilton ahead as they get into Duffers Dip. Zelos has the inside line for the next part, and then the road's going to flow back to Ethan Hamilton with, right there behind them, look, the penalised Felix Livesey. So Ethan Hamilton just hangs on to the place. Now, while all this is going on, we've still got Max Watt off the road, and the safety car now has been deployed. Safety car deployed here at Knockhill with Max Watt not only off the road, but in the barrier. Trying to see where it is that he's gone missing. And there it is at Clark's. So whether he fell or was pushed, we might be able to ascertain. But very definitely that car, as you can see, not only is in the gravel, but it's lodged underneath the Recticel. It's going to take a little bit of time to get that out of the. So the safety car is deployed, and Josh Rogers leads it. Joe Marshall is in second. Matt Kyle Henney is third. Now let's have a look here in the background. Max Watt almost just goes straight on, doesn't he? And then bang into the Recticel, and he sort of toboggans his way underneath it. So he certainly didn't make contact with anything. Nobody hit him from the back and went off. But that, I'm tempted to say, is almost more like a failure than just losing traction on a wet road. So it was a strange line, and the car didn't seem to want to turn nor slow particularly. So we are under the safety car, and the safety car has not quite picked up the race leader. The car ahead of Josh Rogers is the back marking Giancarlo Romano. So although we're under safety car conditions, it's a back marker. There he is behind the safety car. So that would need to be waved by, possibly, once we're out of the incident zone. So 9 minutes are on the clock. Max Watt is off the road, and here at Knockhill in the second of 3 Porsche Carwow Sprint Challenge GB races of the weekend, we're behind the safety car with Josh Rogers there, the race leader. Lights out on top of the safety car. We're going to go racing this time at Knockhill, and there Joe Marshall in second place in the black and green car knows this is his last opportunity to find a way past Josh Rogers. The clock ticks down to 20 minutes, and we've got just over 3 left on the clock. A flying lap around here is 53 seconds in these conditions, and so Josh Rogers now looks for traction. He comes out of the hairpin. Marshall has not only got to go with him, but he's got to launch up the inside, and these two have made a great restart, because behind them there was a slower car ahead of Matt Kyle Henney. You can't overtake until he gets to the timing line, so that back marker has done Matt Kyle Henney no favours at all. Look now, the gap the others have pulled, and Kyle Henney now is able to get past Alistair Weston. But it's a totally different race now for third place. Look at this for the lead. It's Rogers still just ahead of Marshall, but now Joe, the Cheshire driver, is crawling all over the back of the race leader. Through the chicane they come. That's race 1. This is race 2. Reece Summerfield being forced out wide, and a change for lead in the AM class, because now Dean Burden has gone past him. There, look. So Reece Summerfield there in the orange and green roofed car loses his lead in class, and he drops to second as the leaders come up towards the hairpin. 2.5 minutes and counting. Rogers getting away again now. So as Joe Marshall feints to the inside, he's trying to unsettle Rogers. He's closed under braking, but he isn't able to make a move. That's Matt Kyle Henney's red car in third. Sam Harvey fourth. The blue livery of Ethan Hamilton fifth. Mini champion Dan Zelos is sixth. In seventh, it's Felix Livesey. But he's got a penalty for a false start, and that safety car's done him no favours. This is how Summerfield lost his lead. Livesey clattered into him, and that was Burden going by for the class lead. Nicely done. So Felix Livesey now really is dealt a big blow, because everybody bunches up, and he's not got many laps in which to try to stretch the 5-second margin once again. So in other words, he's going to lose a lot of places overall as the field now plunges downhill, including Lydia Walmsley in the two-tone blue car in the background. Lydia up from mini racing to Porsches, adapting nicely. So we've got a minute and a half on the clock. And there's time, I suspect, for 2 more laps at the end of this as you look at the fight for third. Matt Kyle-Henny, Sam Harvey behind him. Matt Kyle-Henny, who in yesterday's race got a 3rd place. Sam Harvey 4th. That's what they are running as right now as well. And as they come now down towards the hairpin, once again, Sam Harvey looking for a way by. The best that he's had as a race result this year has been a 2nd, but it's not quite been the weekend here that he would have wanted. He comes up now towards the line. Through goes Kyle-Henny, still for 2nd. Into Duffer's Dip, spray hanging in the air, the rain still falling here at a wet Knockhill, and there going out of the chicane James Seal, who was delayed early on with the pit stop. So there's the lead battle, and Marshall now, dare one suggest, is staying with the leader Josh Rogers, but he's not near enough to make a move. There's going to be 1 more lap at the end of this. They come now through that uphill right at Clark's, then down towards the hairpin, and Joshua Rogers, the race leader, 8/10 up on Joe Marshall last time around. Joe thinking, yes, I'd like another win. He had 6 at the start of the year, but he also knows that for a championship he just needs to back points. If it's not an easy pass, and in these conditions it won't be an easy pass, why risk it? Just sit there and settle, and if you can force an error out of Rogers for the lead, even better. 1 more lap to go, over the line they come, and the lead margin is down from 8/10 to just over half a second this time. So Joe Marshall is having one last push now as they go through the corner. They go right out of McIntyre's, through Butcher's. This is the climb the other side, through the chicane. Marshall doing everything he can. James Seal is up the road, and this is a bit of a concern for Rogers. He does not want anybody in the way. Now he panics a little bit, perhaps. Has Seal seen him? And the answer is a clear yes, because James moves out of the way. So the heart rate goes back to normal for Josh Rogers. All is well, and Joe Marshall not really close enough anyway to force the issue as they come down to the hairpin. So Josh Rogers then on his Knockhill debut is going to make it 2 out of 2. He accelerates now up towards the line. Checkered flag at the ready. Round 8 of Porsche Carwow Sprint Challenge GB, won by Josh Rogers. Joe Marshall, the championship leader, takes 2nd, and for 3rd it's going to be just Matt Kyle-Henny ahead of Sam Harvey. Behind, Ethan Hamilton has got Dan Zelos crawling all over the back of him, and then the AM class leader, Dean Burton, as well. Through the spray, through the headlights, you can just about pick out who he's where. Felix Livesey tumbles down the order with his penalty to 13th place. And Gabe Fairbrother is going to be your Club Sport winner, as opposed to the RS Club Sport winner. And that, for him, is now going to be a 7th class win of the season. That's 7 out of 8, in other words, for him. But well done to Josh Rogers. A really good drive by the Australian, and a little bit more pressure today, partly because of the rain, partly because of the pace of Joe Marshall, partly because of the safety car procedure, the restart, but he's controlled it well, and Joe Marshall content, I think, with 2nd place. He's more points for the championship. A 2nd win of the weekend for Josh Rogers in round 8 of Porsche Carwow Sprint Challenge GB. Joe Marshall taking 2nd and Matt Kyle-Henny 3rd. 4th going the way of Sam Harvey from Ethan Hamilton and then Dan Zelos. Dean Burton bagged 7th ahead of Reece Summerfield, then Dan Lewis and Lydia Wormsley, and that for Dean Burton, a 1st class win of the season. Amy Watts 11th from Chris Bingham and Felix Livesey with his penalty. Matt Bryers ahead of Richard Hosking, who pitted for his rain light dramas but was still ahead of a class winning Gabe Fairbrother. He fended off Mark McKenzie and Giancarlo Romano. James Seal 19th after a pit stop. Alistair Weston struggling in these wet conditions, and Max Watt off the road, and that was the reason for the safety car. In the pro category, Joe Marshall ahead of Josh Rogers now by 31 points, come down a little bit, and then a further 8 back is Matt Kyle-Henny, Dan Zelos and Sam Harvey are next. Dan Lewis leads in the RS AM category from Dean Burton and Reece Summerfield, with Amy Watts and James Seal offering chase, and in the Club Sport Series it is Gabe Fairbrother ahead of Gracie Mitchell, absent this weekend, and Mark Romano. Chris Bingham is ahead by just 6 points from Lydia Wormsley in the Talent Pool Drivers' Championship for the Young Guns. And in the teams standings, Team Parker Racing has had a really good weekend with 2 1-2 finishes.
Well, there's plenty more action from earlier today coming up after the break with highlights of the Caterham 7 Championship. See you in a few minutes.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. We will be right back.
Wow. I feel like Aidan knows ball. He already knows ball. Here we go. Oh my word, he's doing it. Oh, it's in. Great play. Oh, wow. We just said he's good up front.
Check it. That was, oh.
He just found space. What great play.
Watch
Here we
this,
go.
that one, yeah.
Oh, yes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right, here we go then.
After Snetterton, how many points covered Ashley Sutton and Tom Ingram at the top of the Drivers' Championship?
After Snetterton?
Too many, that's why
57.
they slowed them down.
Oh, my word. What's going on here? This is unreal. This is unreal. Wow.
Which country has won the World Cup the most times, and when was its most recent title?
Brazil?
That is correct.
Recent time would have been... did they win in 96? You put me off. 2000?
It was 2002.
I'm a 2002. I need to go back to school. No, go back to school. Scotland, real, go to school.
Driver or footballer? Fabio Cannavaro?
Footballer.
Correct.
Your shooting is unreal right now.
I heard Carlo. I thought he played for Real Madrid. You're a racing driver.
Unbelievable.
You got the point, Aidan.
Oh, right. I thought you said he was right with a racing driver. I'm sure he played for Real Madrid.
Which city is scheduled to open the 2026 FIFA World Cup?
Why did it pass to that? I don't know.
It is Mexico City.
Is it? Oh, come on. You get paid however many millions of pounds a year and you can't run, Mbappe.
Yeah, but he is quite a lazy boy. Where's Mike? Offside. Get the flag up.
Oh, he's tied the game. He's tied the game. He's tied the game. Sorry, Mbappe, I take it all back, my friend. Thank you. We should start doing the celebrations. Right, go on, double backflip. That's what you just did. Yeah.
Oh, for P17.
Stick around. You want to see what's happening next.
Oh!
Red card.
I pressed the wrong button.
Get him off.
I pressed the wrong button. It's a penalty.
I'll be honest, I had more chance of scoring when it wasn't a penalty. Now,
Sorry, I'm just going to watch the controller now.
How do you take penalties? Very. Get out my face. Press home. I don't even know you take a penalty.
Take it in the red. It's really good in the red.
Messi on a million.
Oh shit, I don't know what I've done.
Oh, he scored!
Take that. Martin Bash, give us something good.
Boom, boom. Falls back. No one's getting through this. Drop him. That's all. Yeah. Good job.
Wrong way.
Yeah. Oh, it's going badly. This guy shouldn't have given away that penalty. That was the problem. That was where it's gone wrong again. Press the wrong button.
I got past the wrong. Nice. Oh!
He's tied it up with a logic! He's tied it up with a logic!
Oh my god! Oh mate, I fair play. That was 20 seconds to go. Oh, that's stupid.
I tied it up when I was kicking the game. Oh my word! Right, we're all squared up. Is extra time.
One bad pass and gave the ball away.
Oh, good pen.
How did he die?
Oh, just right.
Oh, that's bad. That was one hell of a run up there.
Oh! Finenka!
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Down the middle. Cooked. Oh!
Why is that going so fast? That just means they're really bad at penalties. Oh, I went to go that way.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to win it.
He must do it now.
I thought you were the type of guy that would do a Panenka.
Oh, is that it?
That's you one.
That's it.
That's you one.
Fair play.
Dog.
Fair play.
That was a good.
That was a good game. That was a
class.
good game.
Special gentleman, Darren, you've already done a lot of cycling. Just explain what it's about, where you've been, how you've come back. We're like halfway through the year now. What is it all about, mate?
Yes, so I started the year to cycle to all 10 touring car events to raise awareness and money for Andy's Man Club. It's a mental health charity getting men to talk. The hashtag, it's okay to talk. So I've done 6 races now, Started off in Donington, thinking, what the hell am I doing? And but yes, I'm here now. This is the hardest one. It was a bit of a challenge. Got halfway, thinking, ugh, do I want to do this anymore? But massive support from loads of people got me here today. And yeah, another 4 to go.
I've got to say, mate, we spoke early on in the year, just briefly, didn't we?
Yes.
Before this challenge started,
yes.
And I give you a little bit of money, like
yes.
some of the ITV colleagues have done.
Yep.
I've got to say, mate, it's very impressive. I cycle a lot.
Yes.
What I found was amazing is that you're doing it on your own, mate.
I am doing it on my own, just me, yeah. No support, because why not make it more difficult for myself? Yeah, so just me, a backpack and the bike.
How many days did it take you to get here?
I set off last Sunday morning, and so what's that, 5-6 days?
That's unbelievable. How many miles?
460-ish.
That is unreal, mate. I'd sweat in my car doing that.
It was a bit, yes, it was. Yes, when you get up this part of the world, it's the hills are quite steep, yeah.
I was going to say, I've cycled to Knockhill. It's really difficult, isn't it? A fantastic cause that you're doing it for. A lot of people are getting behind you. There's 2 things I want to ask you. One, I don't know how you've done it on this bike. I can see the rear tyre. You need a new rear tyre. Is there anything we need to get you a bike? Can we loan you a bike, or can we help you out?
A loan bike would be amazing, yes, because I mean, like I said, yeah, this is starting to fall apart. I've got no front brake now. That gave up halfway. The tyre is basically like a slick. So yes, that is the key to get finished by the end of the year, I think.
And how have we got on with funding? How are we getting on?
Funding, I'm self-funding,
okay.
Which is starting to be a challenge because hotels, etc., getting really expensive.
Mm-hmm. What can we do to help you? Last question.
Okay, so really to help is a bit of funding just to get me through the last 4 races.
Cool.
And support,
right.
Actually, because coming here I found that the support from people with a few donations, even a £5, it comes up on my phone as I'm riding along, and it just gives you that extra kind of oomph to get up the hills.
I've got to end it here.
Yes.
I'll personally help you out. We'll sort it.
Thank you very much.
Well done to you, mate. Well done to you.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Paul. And a huge well done to Darren on his amazing efforts, and safe travels for the rest of the challenge. Now, there's more action from this morning now, and the Caterham 7 Championship. Let's go to our commentator, Richard John Neal.
Here's how they line up. Round 11 of the Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Motul, and it's the defending champion Matt Armstrong on pole position. Harry Senior alongside from championship leader Taylor O'Flanagan. Justin Armstrong is on row 2 with Steve Nuttall on row 3 next to Charlie Lower. 4th row, first of our AM class drivers, Craig Story with Harrison Cavers alongside Monty Hind and Dale Head on the 5th row, followed by Darren McCormack and Nick Heighton. Mike Evans completes the grid. As the race gets underway, second Caterham 7 UK Championship race of the weekend. Wonderful to have them back. And look at that, Taylor O'Flanagan in yellow up into second position ahead of the reigning champion Matt Armstrong. Key move there, but a very good start from Harry Senior, who got off the line well. Armstrong, I think, up ahead of his dad. Let me see, it is Justin Armstrong in blue and yellow. It is, so we've got the father and son racing. Again, that's a common theme. Very good, strong family ties throughout the Caterham paddock as Harry Senior comes under pressure from Taylor O'Flanagan up front. There in the 21 car is a driver who had problems in testing, brake problems in testing. That's Charlie Lower trying to come through, but Taylor O'Flanagan already up from 3rd place, finding that grip on the outside and goes through. Brilliant move from Taylor O'Flanagan, the championship leader. Only, I say, in inverted commas, finished 3rd yesterday, but good point scoring from Taylor O'Flanagan, who comes through, takes the lead, and now it's Armstrong coming through, past Senior into that second position. Matt Armstrong goes through. Very good move there. The great thing you see about Caterham's is that we've already had more overtaking in lap 1. I think we had the entire race yesterday, and that's, you know, I'm not dissing the guys for yesterday because it was a very, very fast race with the new lap record. but the wet conditions giving us plenty to play with here. Now Armstrong will want to get on the case of O'Flanagan. Championship-wise, Harry Senior's second in the standings at the moment. It is, I think, Justin Armstrong back in 4th place as we get a manoeuvre here. Harry Senior in second at the moment. Armstrong on the inside. Senior will have known what O'Flanagan did to him on the previous lap and tries to do the same. Goes around the outside, maybe a tad more grip for him, and powers his way up the hill, over the start line, back into second place. O'Flanagan, Senior, Armstrong M, Armstrong J, Lower next up. Then it's former champion Knockhill in 46, car in 6th position, and O'Flanagan now starting to come under a bit of pressure. But the fastest flying lap was Matt Armstrong. There he is back in 3rd place, and again, this is the great thing about Caterham racing, is that the cars are so very evenly matched, and frequently the drivers' ability are. Remember, all of these drivers have made their way, or most of the drivers have made their way through the Caterham ladder, from the academy up through the various classes. Road Sports changed for 4th position here, and coming up is the 21, Charlie Lower, the 26-year-old from Seaford in Sussex, and getting ahead of Justin. I was picking out yesterday, Justin Armstrong's been the top AM class driver, but he's had 4 podiums this year, so has been promoted into the Pro AM group, so he's actually the lead group now, and his points will count towards the Pro Am Championship. As Harry Senior starts to put the pressure on. Here comes Senior in the 28. He's going to have a go. The 25-year-old from Ascot looks on the outside line of Taylor O'Flanagan, the 31-year-old from Stevenage, and he's passed. And look at how much effort he put into that. And he had to catch the car as he went down Duffer's Dip. But he's got the lead now, Harry Senior. Brilliant, fantastic Caterham 7 racing as always. And as I say, they've got the ladder that you can come, Academy Road Sports, the 210s, 310Rs we welcomed to Brands Hatch earlier on in the season. Got a spinner a little bit further right. That is, I think, Steve Nuttall, the former champion. Even former champions will get their problems. Quick look there in Nick Hyton in the 78. Back to the leaders. O'Flanagan now has got to try and size up what he can do about Harry Senior out front, and Matt Armstrong. Is Matt Armstrong keeping a watching brief? Here's the replay. You can see how greasy the curbs are, and it's a big gyration for Steve Nuttall, the 2021 champion. He's on the grass. Hopefully we'll do a recovery. The DPR racing car, that wonderful black and gold livery. Nice to see my old friend Jack West, who we used to know from the Ginetta paddock, engineering some of the DPR cars this weekend, as the battle for the lead hots up. Taylor O'Flanagan learnt his car craft in sort of drifting and car displays with several companies that do that, and then he was persuaded by, I think it was Tom Roche, his mum said yesterday, the production sports car driver, to have a go, and came into Caterham's and worked his way up. Taylor O'Flanagan has won the Caterham Championship at 3 levels, and he's looking to try and get a 4th championship. Here he is, the championship leader, but he's not leading the race, and is he going to hold on to 2nd place? Armstrong has a look, goes wide into the hairpin, cuts up the inside, finds the gap on the inside, side by side, as they come up across the line, and we've still got 15 minutes of this glorious racing to look forward to. Charlie Lower next up. He's sort of been lost by this group despite their squabbling, and O'Flanagan comes back through. I think he said to me yesterday that he has won here before in the, I don't like calling it the lower ranks, but the ascending ranks of Caterham racing, let's say. And he's a quick pedal. Well, I think we're hearing full start for car number 23, Justin Armstrong, which is father of the man in 3rd place. Harry Senior will look in his mirrors. He'll see a lot of spray, but he'll also see the black and yellow of Taylor O'Flanagan. As I say, decent championship lead he had yesterday. There are 3 drop scores for this one, and now he tees up the inside. It's a classic Knockhill pass. There's very often a lot of standing water on the inside, but I think Taylor had managed to sort that out, but they're still right next to each other as they come out of the hairpin. Now they go under the Beatson's Bridge, over the brow, still side by side. Wonderful racing in very difficult conditions here. And as you say, this is the top level of Caterham Motorsport, and they're giving us an absolute ding-dong of a race here, with Matt Armstrong, the reigning champion, back in 3rd, and Taylor O'Flanagan, who has, getting it all sideways collected. As I say, he learnt his craft in that. Taylor O'Flanagan, championship leader, has the most wins. 4 wins for him, 4 for Senior, 4 for Matt Armstrong in car number 1, has been the way they've gone so far. And It is O'Flanagan there at the moment, but if you've watched Caterham racing before, and you'll disagree with this if you watched yesterday's race here at the circuit, is that normally you probably don't want to be leading on the penultimate lap as you go on to the last lap, because you can tend to get mugs on the last couple of corners, and it is a tactical race. Yesterday's wasn't. There were very few changes yesterday, and it was in many ways refreshing to see that. And how refreshing is it to see this huge group of cars all together as well. Craig Story in yellow, the leading AM yesterday. O'Flanagan, though, the race leader, he's got the fastest lap as well. Lap record holder Harry Senior right behind him as well, right the way back in the order as well. Actually, the top amateur class driver at the moment is the number 6. That's David Head, brother of former 4-time champion Aaron Head. So plenty of advice available in that camp, as Justin Armstrong with the time penalty heads this group. Oh, big sideways moment there from the number 76. That's Monty Hind, relative newcomer into Caterham 7 racing, but has been on the ladder for a while. The leaders, of course, are still at it with 12 minutes to go on the clock, and it's Taylor O'Flanagan. Let's just drop back a little bit more as well. Again, you can see the quality of the racing is absolutely superb, and it's the same at the front as Harry Senior starts to mount a challenge again. But it's O'Flanagan still there at the moment, using all his skill. He knows he's got the championship lead, and he wants to win in front of the big crowd, the cameras as well. I tell you what, you can't discount Matt Armstrong. Remember, the number 1 car has the number 1 for a reason. Defending champion, knows all about racecraft, knows all about car control in all conditions, Matt Armstrong. And now he starts to get on the case of Harry Senior, so he's having a look at that turnkey livery on the back of the 2nd position car. These 3 clear of Charlie Lauer, who is back in 4th position at the moment. Charlie coming right from the back of the grid yesterday, so good progress for him. Hopefully for race 3 we'll be dancing for a podium as well, and it is a big gap. How amazing is it that these 3 have just pulled that gap away from the 4th position driver? To be fair, he's come up through the grid as well, but Senior breaks ranks again, goes to the outside. Which way will Armstrong go? My guess is he'll probably try and go with whoever is going to make the corner first, and it is Taylor O'Flanagan again in yellow. The yellow, incidentally, in deference, I think it was to one of the Lamborghinis that he used to throw around on the customer track days that he entertained people on. So he's had plenty of experience of performance cars, and what a great move it was to bring him into the racing world from that. There is Charlie Lauer in 4th position, and the big group headed... big spin there. 56 goes around. Craig Story, I think, was top amateur driver yesterday. The AM class for the new guys that haven't had podium, still side by side, and that outside run is used again by Harry Senior. He's got his nose in front as they come up towards the line here. This is going to be crucial. This is all about exploring the tactics for the end of the race. You need to know where you can get the grip, where you can make the move to get your nose in front as you get across the line. It's so difficult to judge in these Caterhams. I said the same thing to the drivers at Brands, and they said you've just got to do what you can do. There is tactics in it. Oh, Flanagan goes a little bit wide, loses some momentum there as he grabs the curve. Up through the chicane they go, these 3 so evenly matched. Look at the little corrections there by O'Flanagan as he just got a little bit too much more power. Senior, though, is still chasing him, and in doing so leaves the door open. Here comes Matt Armstrong, has a go, but Senior manages to get back across. Going back to the end of that last lap, it was Harry Senior, the 2nd place car, was in the lead as they cross the line, and that's going to be crucial when they get onto the last lap. 10 more glorious minutes of Caterham racing to go here at Knockhill. This is superb stuff from these 3 drivers. Armstrong in the mix as well, and it doesn't matter what happens. You get 2nd challenging for first getting sideways. Here is the repeat of the spin. Craig Story again just biting onto the curb, and Monty Hind involved as well. Oh dear, okay. What a shame for Harry Senior as we came out of the replay there. Harry Senior, he's going to be gutted about that, the lap record holder. He's still in a podium position, but this opens. Look at Matt Armstrong throwing it around the track here, even more sideways than we saw Taylor O'Flanagan on a couple of occasions. But now we've got this kind of class. This is what I yearn for in so many championships. You want the front runners to be having a race and getting stuck in with each other. And here you've got the case of the defending champion with the new championship leader. And for Matt Armstrong, how good was it for him to have a driver like Taylor O'Flanagan coming in? Here's a replay. Oh, a little knock from Taylor O'Flanagan. Will that go to the Clark? Well, it was down to close racing. You know, for me, a racing incident. I think the feeling from the Caterham paddock that I get is that, just that maybe not room, and they'll just take that on the chin. Harry Senior will take it on the chin and come back. But again, going back to this classic battle, championship leader versus defending champion. So we've got the new kid on the block, as it were. He's still got his previous car, which there was talk about him letting me have a go in at some point, which would be absolutely fantastic. And I've not driven is a Caterham, so it's something I need to tick off over the winter, although David Anderson was telling me otherwise. But we won't go into that story, but yeah, something that I would love to do. Caterham joined the BARC a few seasons ago, and what a success story it has been over the many, many years that they have run. This battle has calmed down a little bit at the moment. I don't know if they look at clocks and timing. They'll certainly get pit boards estimating how long they've got to go. Harry Senior's trying to close in as well. Still Charlie Lower is next up, then Justin Armstrong. Aaron Head is back. I beg your pardon, David Head. Aaron, of course, the former champion's brother that we refer to, is there. From Harrison Cavers on for an AM-class podium. Harrison Cavers, if we get a chance to see him, which would be good, the 51 car, which is the son of Carl Cavers, who you'll know from Carrera Cup, and again a race winner in Caterham's. There is Harry Senior having a little bit of a sideways moment. 51 car currently in 7th place. Sideways moment there from David. There he is. So Harrison Cavers. Is he quicker than his dad? It'd be interesting to see the pair of them racing Caterham's, isn't it? Maybe that's something that Carl Cavers wouldn't necessarily want to do. He's got Nick Hyton recovering behind him, but Harrison Cavers doing a good job here with an AM-class podium. Oh no, and that's a shame. That is Mike Evans that we spoke to I spoke to yesterday at length. As I say, good character. Down goes the visor. Back to business for Mike Evans, the 32-year-old from Birmingham. The amount of racing experience that he was articulating to me yesterday, you'd think he was a lot older. He certainly doesn't look 32 years of age. I'll gladly accept the bribe for saying that on camera, Mike. As we go back to the leaders, Taylor O'Flanagan now has got a level of control over this one. He's got 3 or 4 lengths and has managed to pull away. It's almost as if, here is yet again, you know, out on the curbs. That's why we have track limits, isn't it, really? But Mike Evans in the LFP team will rejoin. He's made up 1 place in this one so far. He's ahead of Monty Hind, so he'll be doing well there. Race leaders with 5 minutes to go, so a quarter of the race to go. Through go the leaders then in the spray. I stood and watched the race yesterday, part of the race on the pit wall, and it is blindingly quick how these cars flash past. If you ever get the chance to watch from a pit wall, it is a glorious thing to do, particularly when you've got legends this weekend or the Caterham 7 Championship. And I think Taylor O'Flanagan now, this hopes Kirst, the commentator, has got the circuit sussed, he's got his opposition sussed, and really, I think you've got to say, it's Harry Senior departing this battle that has kind of nullified it a little bit. He's trying to get back on terms with them from 3rd place, with Charlie Lower back in 4th, but I think we're going to have a very good podium here with these 3 drivers, 1, 2 and 3 in the championship. Round into the hairpin they go once again, and there is Harrison Cavers still getting stuck in and trying to dice with Nick Hyton. Nick running with the Team Parker Racing, who of course a big part of Porsche Racing as well, and indeed the Caterham Championship. Sam Parker was racing in the 310Rs with us at Brands Hatch, remember, and did a super job as well. Now Matt Armstrong has had a little bit of a renaissance here. We're getting towards that time where he's thinking, yeah, I probably need to be in a position as we're getting towards the end of the race to have a little go. What are the lap times that we've had in this one? Around about a minute. So we're saying we've got 4 laps to go. He's very clearly got the opportunity to have a go, and he's worrying Taylor O'Flanagan here. Whether he wants to get into the lead and be there as they come onto the last lap remains to be seen. Is that a half-hearted one? Was that just showing Taylor that he's there, that he's got the pace, he's keeping up with him, or caught him up again? Taylor O'Flanagan still with the fastest lap. Here comes Matt Armstrong again. He's looking at the outside run. I wonder if he'll be mindful of the contact that Harry Senior had at the same place on the circuit a few laps ago. Senior still further back. Also, it'll be interesting if these two do dice, if they slow each other up, will that allow Senior, these three battling or otherwise quicker than the rest of the field in these conditions, but wondering whether Harry Senior can get closer to them and trouble them in the last 3 minutes. I suspect not. No, he's a fair way down the track at the moment, but O'Flanagan here, when I met him yesterday, looks like the kind of driver who's not going to be flapped by anybody putting him under pressure. And that's what you expect, isn't it, at this very top level of Caterham sport. We've got more Caterham action here at Knockhill next week, and the rest of the Caterham ladder are here next weekend. I guess some of the drivers might be staying up, enjoying a bit of a holiday, whilst the rest of the country swelters. We've got rain here today, which is I was going to say it's a pity, but it's not, because it's given us a really interesting race to see. I'm sure the drivers won't thank me for that. They were very late going up to the holding area because of the wet. They want to put have the drivers sitting in the wet. You tend to forget about it when you're racing. Craig Story gets it all sideways, loses momentum. Coming up here is Steve Nuttall, and multi-champion here, about to show why he has won so many championships with Caterham as well. Looks to the outside. I was going to go into driver coach mode there, but I'm not really in any place to teach any Caterham driver anything at all, especially not criticising lines and things. But Steve Nuttall busy challenging and trying to have a go. Looks down the inside. I think he's got the job done here, or has he? No, he hasn't. That wide line. DPR car just hangs on to it, but grabs the curb again. Great car control from Story, and hangs on at the moment. But Nuttall's going to pop the car at the inside. Can't quite do it. Really good respect being shown from these drivers. I love the colour-coded crash helmet as well. In time with the car, and he gets a wheel on the dirt. I hope he's going to hang on to it. We've got to look at the leaders really close here. 1 minute 32. I'm guessing this is the penultimate lap of the race, as Taylor O'Flanagan under pressure. Matt Armstrong has hounded him all the way, and he's really got his nose right on the rear of the 11 car, but goes a little bit drifty, drops away. Oh, here's the battle. Nuttall very nearly goes into the side of Craig Story, and Story is past. But as I say, remember that even though these drivers are at the rear end of the field, this is the top level of Caterham racing in the UK. Story's coming back. Here's Matt Armstrong down the inside, goes for the throw, down the inside run, and gets the lead from Taylor O'Flanagan. 50 seconds on the clock, and has he timed that right, or has he done it incorrectly? Because they go on to the last lap. Fascinating racing here at Knockhill, and it's O'Flanagan now who will very much be not the man under pressure points-wise, but he wants to win the race. Matt Armstrong is there, rides the curbs. O'Flanagan right with him, chasing him hard. He'll have seen the move. He might have his own move very much in mind as they come through the chicane for the last time. Up to Clark Corner, O'Flanagan drifts a little bit wide, keeping it largely tidy. Is he just dropping back a shade at the moment to try and grab a line through Clark Corner here? Closes up on the rear of the number 1 car again. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to dive for the inside? That's being covered by Armstrong at the moment. Armstrong will drift over to the centre of the track. O'Flanagan's going to commit to the outside, as he did with moves earlier on. They're side by side as they come into the hairpin, and O'Flanagan looking for the run, chips back to the inside, run up towards the flag. Is he going to be a photo finish? No, it's going to be Matt Armstrong who takes the win here with a very well-timed, as it turned out, move from Taylor O'Flanagan. Harry Senior closing up in the closing stages, completes the podium. It's Charlie Lower in 4th place, with David Head next up. And again, this battle and fair play to Craig Story, who's got back in front of former champion Steve Nuttall. Brilliant racing from those two. As I say, they're a little bit further down the order, but terrific racing. And really, you could look at the field, and I'd say every driver in their class capable of taking wins or podiums in their class here. And you know, very often you say that, and perhaps sometimes it's not the case, but it is here. They've driven superbly, and Craig Story goes across the line just ahead of him. Driver we didn't see too much of, but really good stuff. Matt Armstrong, very well timed. You can see why we said earlier on in the race that the defending champion, he's got the knowledge, knows what he's doing. O'Flanagan dominated the race in the early stages with Harry Senior, but Matt Armstrong's timing absolutely superb. Getting that move done, saw half a gap going down into Taylor's hairpin, and that got him the lead, which he retained to the flag. Round 11 of the Caterham 7 UK Championship here at Knockhill, and it's a win for Matt Armstrong with Taylor O'Flanagan second, Harry Senior third ahead of Charlie Lower. Dale Head was next up. He wins the AM class from Nick Heighton. Second in AM was Harrison Cavers, then Justin Armstrong in 8th. The AM podium being completed by Darren McCormack ahead of Craig Story. 11th was Steve Nuttall, Monty Hind in 12th place, and Mike Evans completing our runners.
Well, if you're looking for more action, there's plenty to come with the Caterham 7s at 5 minutes past 4 later this afternoon. Now, though, the touring cars are preparing to take to the track for the second time today as the teams get ready to do battle in round 17. We'll be out on the grid after the break, speaking to drivers next.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll be right back.
Joe got the same team as me.
Sorry? Oh. You're going to change the formation?
How's it go? Tactics? What is going on?
I'll just change mine. Trouble is, I don't know what's good and what isn't. That looks quite aggressive, the lineup I've got, because I've only got 2 at the back. And I've got...
Mate, I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, he doesn't tell you anything about the players.
I just realised I was looking at my team upside down. I was thinking I've got 5 at the front, but one of them's actually the goalkeeper. Did he get the... Oh, finally. I'm not even going to say what I think of that celebration. It won't be able to be aired. Looked like a celebration you and Josh Cook would have when you had a 1-2 in a race.
You would never know. That's never happened.
Using the BTCC all-time wins table, how many more race wins does Jason Plato have than Matt Neal?
24.
I'm going to say that Matt has had about 57 wins, maybe, I'm going to say. So if you take that, Jason's had 97, I'm going to guess at 40.
It is 34.
Okay, got that one wrong.
At Brands Hatch Indy qualifying in 2026, who set the fastest time and what was it?
This is a roasting.
Nobody even cares because that goal was beautiful.
I curled it round the... It was Tom Ingram and the time was a 47.369.
Very close, it was 47.310.
Oh, look at you go. It's like a big ball of knowledge up there, isn't it?
Well, after this game, I'm going to go back and brush up on my BTCC trivia because I've got a couple wrong.
Stick around, you won't want to miss what's next.
Which driver won back-to-back BTCC titles in 1986 and 1987, both in a Toyota Corolla GT?
Let's take a wild guess at Andy Rouse.
Oh, was that not in?
Oh, Jeff Allen.
No, it's that bloody...
You sound like you know this one, Aidan.
I can't remember the name of it.
It was Chris Hodgetts.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I'm so focused on FIFA, I can't remember someone's name. That's the only BTCC trivia question I knew as well.
At which World Cup was VAR first used?
Don't know, hopefully it's never used again.
I'm going to say it was...
Has it been used at World Cup before?
2018 World Cup.
That is correct.
You know, I don't actually watch much football, you know. I just like it.
No, God. Can you let me have one?
I've never even played FIFA before.
After Snetterton, which team sat 5th in the BTCC team standings on 140 points?
I have a feeling that was... Is that Plato Racing? Is it us? LKQ?
It was Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsport.
Oh. God, here we go. He's in. Getting cheeky now.
What was the original World Cup trophy later renamed?
The Cup World Trophy.
Think of the Three Lions song.
2 lions on a trophy. I don't know.
It was the Jules Rimet Trophy.
Oh, we were going to guess. I can't even say that. How can I guess that?
Oh, look at that. Come on.
Why am I keeping it? I didn't even press that.
This is an exhibition, so both sides should really have a goal.
I've got another one for you in the meantime. Oh, no.
Which driver sits 4th on the BTCC all-time drivers wins table with 60 wins?
We know it's not Jason, we know it's not Matt Neal, we know it's not Ash Sutton, because I'm sure he got his 50th win earlier in the year.
Paul O'Neill.
It was Andy Rouse.
Yeah, close.
Hold on, I'm in here. Forget the BTCC. Oh, look, the keeper's out of his box.
I'm thinking, bring him out. Just shoot, please shoot. Oh, what a tackle, by the way. I thought it was a good tackle. How do you take a free kick? Who's got a right foot? Ah, he'll do. What the hell is going on?
Little boy from Rosario, Argentina. No.
Oh, that was good.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Keeper saves the day again.
Some game for the keeper.
That's man of the match right there.
Hello and welcome back to Knockhill as we prepare to go racing for a second time today. The weather is slightly clearing. We can see a few dry spots on the track, and this is how the drivers are going to line up. So it's Adam Morgan and Dan Robos and the teammates after a bit of a historic 1-2 win earlier today, with Gordon Shedden, the home hero, just behind, starting in third. Ash Sutton for Napa Racing, our current championship leader, in fourth, with his protagonist Tom Ingram just behind for Team Virtue. Ricky Collard also alongside him on the third row of the grid, followed by another home hero, Dexter Patterson, with Mikey Doble, Aidan Moffat and Sam Osborne closing out the top 10. And Jade, I mean, we were in for an absolute treat this morning. I'm sure we're going to be in for another one this afternoon. All eyes are going to be on the two boys at the front after a very special win for both of them this morning. Can they do it again?
Yes, we've got different conditions. I've changed my coat because we got absolutely soaked this morning, but we've now got what seems to be a drying track, or pretty much dry track, but it'll be wet offline, so that'll be tricky. And the first three cars have to run the medium tyre. Most of the cars around them are going to be on a soft. I think there's a couple dotted at the back on a medium as well, but these top three have to run a medium, and I think, well, I know Ash Sutton's on a soft, so, you know, if I'm going to put my £1.50 somewhere else in this race, definitely not on Gordon, because he lost me that in the first one, but yeah, Ash will be
So
strong.
you've got to make your money back.
Yes.
All right, okay, so the bets are on Ashton, who's going to be starting from P4. And then, I mean, if we look further down the order, I mean, Aidan Moffat starting in P9. What can he do from there?
Well, Aidan in that first race, that is what we know Aidan for. You know, he's a feisty driver. He was so annoyed after yesterday, and he just drove brilliantly in that race, especially the conditions. We saw some of the onboards. You cannot see anything in the car when you're that far back, and he just consistently moved forward, had a great start, and I think he'll just carry on that momentum. He loves this place. He loves the home circuit. It's got a load of guests here, and that's how we know Aidan Moffat can drive, and yeah, I hope he'll move forward in this one as well.
All right, well, let's get the thoughts of some of the drivers live on the grid and go down to Louise.
Thank you, Nikki. I am down by Ash Sutton's car. I just want to show you, though, before I go and have a chat with Ash, just look at the track here. There's this line between the wet mark and the dry mark on the inside of the circuit here. So Ash and a lot of the other drivers have pulled quite a way away from their grid boxes, I guess, because they can get a cleaner start off when they do the formation laps to the grid. Ash, I'm just talking about the fact that everybody's pulled away from that wet patch over there. Just talk us through the thinking.
I think a lot of the teams and drivers have sort of requested if we can, left side of the left row essentially can park 1.5 meters to the right to avoid the wet patch. Yeah. So and Alan's approved it. So hence why we've all lined up slightly out of place.
So technically speaking, everybody's starting out of their grid boxes, but authorised to do so.
Exactly that, yeah. It's come from Lord Gal, so.
What Lord Gal says we can do. Right, that does make sense. So just tell us a bit about race one. I mean, you were looking pretty racy. Started P11, finished P4. Good stuff.
Yeah, really good. You saw yesterday, all day Saturday, how the boost really had its sort of effect, how it hurt me, Dan Cam and Tom Ingram. That rain sort of undone all that. It allowed us to knuckle down. We had a really good car underneath us. I like the wet weather. I like Knockhill. We were able to make some great progress. The boost is sort of negated in them conditions. Allows us to make that progress. So now it's a bit more of a level playing field. I'm the first car on a soft tyre, which is quite nice to be. So yeah, let's see if we can do anything from here.
I mean, you say it's a level playing field, but it's not really, is it? Because as you say, you've got the soft boots on, you've got three cars up ahead who are going to be what, 3/10, 4/10 a lap slower than you?
Yeah, initially out the box we should be quite a bit quicker, but when I was referring to the level playing field, it was more the boost. It's it's hard when you only had the one lap or 4 laps essentially. But yeah, in that terms it's a level playing field, but the tyre option that they're forced to use, it allows us to have that small advantage.
Sitting pretty. Have fun out there. Right, let's go to Paul. I think he's down at the back with Charles Rainford.
Yes, thanks, Lou. I am. My favourite colour scheme, this is. New colour scheme for you, Charles. The colour scheme needs to be going as well as your driving a few rounds ago, but it seems to just either be amazing or a nightmare.
Yeah, I haven't been able to catch a bit of a break these last two events, have I? So find myself at the back again from someone else turning me around, which is really frustrating. But you know what? We've got a fantastic race car. The car's in a much better window than when we were at Thruxton. So yeah, we'll see how many places we can make up in this one.
Just going back to that incident, I don't want to harp on about it, but Chris Smiley was involved. What happened about it? And there was a little bit of chat in the pit lane afterwards. It didn't look aggressive, but it's high stakes, isn't it?
Of course it is. Well, you know exactly what it's like. You know, we worked so hard during this time of the year and over the winter to be on the grid. So to have it taken away from someone, of course, is frustrating. Chris and I get on very well, so I just went to have a chat with him and say, mate, what happened? And he said, to be fair, I couldn't see out my windscreen. So I think firstly that needs to be addressed. But he was given a verbal warning. So yeah, he's obviously starting a bit ahead. At some point I catch him, but we'll race just as fair, just as hard as we did before.
You look quite chipper, mate, and I think I know the reason why, and that's because you're in a BMW at Knockhill and it's dry. You've had some golden weekends around here, haven't you?
I have. I love this car. I love the circuit. I love it up here. It's fantastic. The fans are amazing, and it's always a pleasure, of course, of being one of Dick Bennett's WSR BMW. So hopefully I'll do it proud in this race. We've changed a few things in the setup from qualifying yesterday. A few bits we just weren't exactly happy. Well, of course we were near the window because we did well, but weren't necessarily perfectly happy. But racing drivers never are they?
Top man. Listen, I'll have to go back to Lou, but have a good one, mate. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to find out if I've got a happy racing driver here, because literally just as you came to me, the engine or the bonnet on Tom Ingram's car has gone down. The guys have been working on it here on the grid. Tom, I know you had a little engine problem in race 1. Is what I've just seen guys with spanners under your bonnet suggest that there's something awry still?
I think it's just preventative more from where we were, because we had the issue in the first race. Obviously that's been the first time we've been able to run it since that first race, so I think it's more just belt and braces and preventative more than anything else. Good. Checks, because obviously what the things that we had to change, wastegate and bits and pieces like that, it's not seated correct, it's not a flush fit, you can end up with some dramas. So it's more just checking it's all okay, which by the signs of it all is.
Good stuff. Pleased to hear that. So how are you looking for this race, do you think? I was just talking to Ash about the fact that obviously he's the first man on the soft tyre, you're the second man. So I guess getting past him as fast as possible is going to be your aim here.
Yeah, obviously the left side, well, both the left and the right side of the grid aren't completely dry. The left side certainly isn't fully dry, but by the sounds of it, everyone on the left-hand side is being allowed to start outside of their grid box. Which is interesting, but yeah, fine. So we're gonna have to just try our best and get a good launch, see how the race opens out over the first couple of laps. I've a lap of boost over Ash. Obviously he'll have 7, I'll have 8. But a chunk of the cars behind us are all in a similar sort of oh yeah, going down by the way. Everyone behind us is in a similar situation as well in terms of decent amount of boots and a soft tyre. We contemplated the medium tyre in this race, and actually looking around, I'm glad we didn't. So yeah, let's see what goes on in this. I don't think we've got any rain, but it could. We shall see.
Well, I hope not for your sake and for mine as well. As Tom says, let's see what goes on in this.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
I remember turning up to my first driver's briefing in 2014 and sitting there and going, "Oh my God, why am I?"
Did you get your autograph book out?
I wasn't quite.
We weren't quite there.
Wasn't quite that far, but
just to go over frame.
Yeah, I think that was the first time and only time I've ever seen that.
Can I have a couple of minutes of your time when we finish this?
And actually, you spent that time in the driver's briefing, and you go, "Oh my God, you sat next to so and so, and you sat next to so and so, and then you're on the grid," and that for me was one of those that took a while to sort of get used to, because at the time. I was driving for Speedworks, one car. So I didn't have anyone else to be able to go, what do I do here? Like, how do you do, what do you do here? And all the silly little bits and pieces that take up energy, like what do you do before pit lane walkabout? Where should I go? What should I do? All the little bits and pieces that you actually forget about, but adds a bit of stress to you as a driver. So I had to learn it all on the fly. So I had to, didn't have any bank of data. You spend you spend your first year self-learning how to do everything, how to get the best out of the car, how to get the best out of you, and stuff like that. And it probably took that first season of just going, it felt like such a whirlwind. I remember my very, very first race weekend, I got to just before race 3, and I was sat in the garage and I'm thinking, I'm absolutely broken. I'm absolutely exhausted. Not because from the fitness perspective, because they're physical cars, but it's more just the emotion of the day. It's more the emotion of the situation. It's more being stopped there that's never happened before. And I was knackered. And that took quite a while to sort of get used to that level in terms of like energy consumption over the course of the day and make sure you're right. So that 2014 season disappeared in a blur. And I came into that 2015 season suddenly with a little bit more of a, oh, okay, right. I know what to do here. From last year, I did this, and this. And you just get, it is probably a little bit of just confidence that you know what to do, where to go, who to speak to, who not to speak. All those little bits and pieces that you just get used to it over time. And because I was doing it on my own, it just feels like it takes longer to get there.
And they say it about every sport. Experience, it does count massively, as you say, because you have that first battle with a Jason Plato, then a podium, then a win, and then you've kind of had those seasons where you were challenging for titles but it didn't quite happen, and they all stand you in good stead, presumably, for that first title.
Yes. I think that classic thing of you learn more from your defeats than you do your victories, I think it was fairly evident with that. And that Jason race was case in point of that up until that race, I'd gone from, and a bit like and Ash would have been from a similar experience as well, that sometimes coming from the support series isn't that great. And now the reason I say that is because you get a little bit of a false sense, because you're coming in every weekend and you're winning in a support series, or if you left a weekend and you hadn't had a victory, it felt like a disappointment. To have gone from that of 3-4 years of Ginetta racing and getting closer and closer and closer to it, to then join the BTCC and go, what a mate, you finished 12th. You go, oh God, this is horrible. And it takes quite a while to get that confidence back, that you start to go into this like circle of self-doubt, and you go, I was winning in Ginettas, I was winning this, and I'm coming into here and I'm like 7th, 8th. Maybe I'm not quite as good as I thought I was. And it does take a while. And it's not until you actually get an opportunity or a moment to shine in terms of a good reverse grid or a good qualifying or a good one of these that you can all of a sudden be at the front. You go, oh, no. I remember what to do. I remember how to do this. I remember how to race. I remember how to lead a race. I remember how to do a safety car restart, because I'd had a year and a half, nearly 2 years of just not doing it. So that race with Jason was really, really important, just to give you that little bit of a kick of, I remember what to do, actually. I remember how to be at the front of a pack. I remember how to have a battle. I remember how to do all those sort of things. And case in point, I think next round, I was straight back on the podium again. That then becomes the thing you think about over winter, and the 2016 season comes and you're a completely different driver, a completely different human altogether. You're going into that thinking, I can be at the front. There's no reason why I can't. And that 2016 season, we went straight in, qualified pole, won the first round of the season. And it was, since then, it's kind of got better and better. But a lot of it is all the mental side of it. A lot of it is all the sort of the self-confidence side that I've found over years.
On the fringes of Edinburgh, racing in Fife is about to get going once again. It's round 17 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship here in Knockhill, and guiding you through 24 laps of non-stop action are your commentators Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nikki, thanks very much. Cars released behind us on this formation lap, and we're looking forward to the second race of the day, our first dry race. Pretty much dry, Tim, at least.
Yeah, dry online, a little bit tricky offline, which could make overtaking a little bit difficult, but I think we're in for a cracking race, with the first three being forced, as always, to start on the hardest tyre available. In this case, it's the medium, but immediately behind them, Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram on the soft.
And Ash was saying to me just before the cars went to the grid that he was very content to be fourth in that first race and not have to worry about the medium tyre in this. So he's now got more boost than he had for the first race. We could well be looking at him as a race winner.
Yeah, very much so. You'd have to put. It's just that little element of the edges of the track being a bit damp and him getting through, and clearly Morgan and Rowbottom are going to put up a stern fight, but they're on the harder tyre and they've got less boost, so it's not going to be an easy fight for them with the two fastest guys in the championship behind them. Here's your grid.
Adam Morgan as race 1 winner starts on pole position, now on the medium tyre, as his teammate Dan Rowbottom, and Gordon Shedden is going to start third. They are all by regulation on the medium harder and therefore slower tyre. Ash Sutton then goes from 4th on the grid. Tom Ingram shares the third row with Ricky Collard, and on row 4, Dexter Patterson and Mikey Doble. Then Aidan Moffat and Sam Osborne are on row 5, ahead of Darryl DeLeon and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Josh Cook starts 13th. He's opted for the medium tyre. Lewis Selby is alongside, ahead of James Dorlin and his teammate Chris Smiley. On the 9th row, Tom Chilton, medium tyre, and Dan Camish trying to regroup after that full start penalty in race 1. Then you've got Ryan Bensley. He's also gone on the medium tyre. Nick Halstead is next, ahead of Charles Rainford with a lot of work to do. Then you've got Nick Hamilton, and Lewis Gilbert rounds out the grid. 2 formation laps then to get a bit of warmth into the tyres. It's the regulation at the shorter circuits. In terms of the tyre, mention who's on the medium, everybody else on that soft. But in terms of the number of laps of boost, then 4 for Adam Morgan, 5 for Dan Rowbottom, 6 for Gordon Shedden. Ash Sutton has 7. There are 8 laps of boost for Tom Ingram, 10 for Ricky Collard, 12 for Dexter Patterson, everybody else on 14. But remember, having said that you've got all of these laps of boost, it's a short lap, and Tim, you were making the point earlier that you can't really use all of it on a lap because it's so short.
Yeah, and the other issue is the sort of deployment speed as well. That plays a part in it. So we reckon the maximum you could use is about 15 to 17 seconds if you had it early deployment and used it in every place. Ricky Collard working really hard to get temperature in those tyres, look. Remember, they've crossed them on the grid, but that's only after only 1 lap of out of the pits onto the grid, and then they get 2 laps now to get more heat into them.
There's Aidan Moffat on his second formation lap, and again, just to make that point from the grid, the drivers that would have been on the outside line, in other words, Rowbottom, Sutton, Collard and all those behind, they are being allowed to move to their right so that they don't have the wheels on the wetter part of the road. It is dry in, but it's certainly not dry all the way across, so they don't lose traction off the start. They've been allowed to just move across to the right. There's Dan Camish.
Dan Camish, who had that full start in race 1, he said his finger just slipped on the brake hold button on the steering wheel. That was enough to let the car lurch forward just fractionally early, but it's cost him a heavy penalty in terms of points and in terms of where he starts this second race.
It does indeed. So there you've got the 2 Mercedes making their way up to the front of the grid. The yellow stripe on the windscreen for Adam Morgan, the pink one for Dan Rowbottom. And after all that Dan has done to try to build this team, it almost seems unfair in the sense that it wasn't him that got that maiden victory in a championship round, but he might yet get one more by the end of the day. You never know, because they were really, really quick. Somebody did suggest that they could be on for a win in this, even with that medium tyre. That might be asking a lot, but we'll see. They certainly know how to defend, and there Lewis Gilbert getting the BMW sideways as he tries to encourage a bit of warmth into the tyres heading up to the grid. Then the BMW looking at, as it should after its trip into the gravel in race 1. So the last couple of cars, Lewis Gilbert and just ahead of him Nicholas Hamilton's Hyundai slot into position. We are therefore ready to go. It is round 17 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. 24 laps are ahead of us. Adam Morgan is on pole position. The lights in a moment will go red. It was a long hole in race 1. Lights out, a good getaway by Morgan. Good start by Sutton as well. Rowbottom, though, has made a better getaway than Morgan this time, and it's game on between the 2 teammates. Robo on the outside line, trying to go round the outside for the lead, and he's done it, going into Duffers Dip. Rowbottom leads the way, but Sutton's already third. Made that second, he's nearly in the lead. He's on the outside line. Look, great start by Sutton. He splits the Mercedes as the car backwards coming down out of Duffers Dip. Sutton gets railroaded back to third, up towards the chicane. It's Rowbottom in the lead. It's Morgan second. It's Sutton third. Ingram is sideways, being pushed along by Collard. There's a stranded car, though, on the inside of McIntyre's turn 2.
And there's damage on the side of Ingram's car. And the puncture potentially with damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. And it's Moffat that's off.
Safety car deployed. So if Ingram does need to effect repairs, he can maybe do this under the safety car and stay on the lead lap, even though he'll jump places. But that now looks like a very damaged car, doesn't it? Lots of damage at the front. Moffat's okay, frustrated, but it's just not his weekend.
No, after a good first race as well. Ingram to the pit lane straight away. They'll try and get some damage repair done without him going a lap down, if it's just taping the bonnet or something like that. But he'll try not to lose a lap. That's the most important thing.
Our 10th appearance of the safety car within the championship rounds this year, and it's not necessarily the bodywork, it's what it might have done under the body that they're
looking
worried
at
about.
that inlet pipe, there's too much damage there, unfortunately.
So who did he get into the back of to do that? It could well be we're looking at retirement here for Tom Ingram, which is going to be significant for the championship.
Well, we've got Moffat's start. Here we go from further back on the grid. He makes a decent start. He was actually fairly well back. He's getting overtaken by that Osborne and into turn one. Oh, he runs a little bit parallel. Does he get? He gets a touch there onto the grass. And the front of the car digs in, pops the bonnet open, and obviously shuts the engine down, I think, on the grass. The grass very soft in that point, and it just dug in.
And Aidan Moffat goes through the process of disconnecting all the cables and will jump out of the car. So that's one incident on the first few corners. Here it is from the outside. He gets sideways, look, he's on the grass, and there, digs in, as you say, pitches him round. Further round the lap, though, Ingram is about to have dramas.
Yeah, so far it was okay for Ingram, wasn't it? I think it was towards the chicane. Ash Sutton on those soft tyres had a huge grip advantage through turn one and down into turn two. But he was left out to dry, but decided discretion was the better part of valour and didn't fight row bottom into the chicane. I'm sure he'll attack once the restarts. This is on board with Collard, and you can see Ingram to the right. So if we stay with this, we may get an idea of what happened. Up to turn one, fairly equal. Ingram's on the inside. Collard attacks a bit round the outside and does get round the outside. That's Shedden in front. Now Ingram's on his right on the inside. That's the point ahead where Sutton gets hung out to dry and slots in by Robot. There was a touch there.
That was Ingram into the back of Shedden,
it didn't look too much, but it was enough to dislodge the bonnet and the intake pipe. It was Ingram just fighting to stay in front, really, of Collard, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But he ran into the back of Shedden.
And he's out of the car, which means he's out of the race. So Tom Ingram is out, and that is a massive blow for the championship, because it means he's going to start race 3 at the back of the grid, misses out on the reverse grid draw altogether.
And of course, the Alliance Racing, Napa Racing team would have told Sutton immediately that Ingram is out of it. But we can go to Louise and get reaction immediately from the pit lane.
Just talk us through it.
So the start had exactly the same problem I had in the first race, unfortunately. So just absolutely no power. We got going, and then we've come out to the chicane on that first lap, and I think Flash has checked up because it's checked up ahead of him, and I've obviously run into the back of him, and it's done radiator. And
It looked fairly innocuous. It looked like a gentle tap. Are you surprised at the amount of damage that it's done?
I think there must be a fairly significant crash structure in the rear of that Toyota, because it wasn't that big of a bit. Like I say, because it's checked up coming up to the chicane, everyone's stopped, and I can't go anywhere at all, so I'm into the back of it. But unfortunately that's us out.
Bad luck.
Thank you.
So, bad day for Tom Ingram. As we say, he's going to make life really tough in race 3. Yeah, you're right, Tim. The team will have told Ash Sutton all about that, but equally, Ash is the best placed on the soft tyre. So Tom's day could get worse here, because if we are right in predicting Ash as a race winner, it's yet more points lost.
Yeah, well, there's a long way to go in this race. He's got two very feisty Mercedes cars to overtake first, but they are on the slower medium tyre. So we'll see what happens. This is on board with... He gets a good roll coming. That's good drive. Not wheel spin, just a little bit of clutch slip. Up behind the two restart Hyundais in the right. He goes to the outside. Does he manage to... It's a risky move, this, but sometimes it pays off. If you say, there goes Aidan Moffat on the right. He's still on the outside. Does doesn't get pushed out onto the gravel, and now he is able to slot into position, and in fact he completes the lap in 13th place.
So the safety car is bringing the field around the hairpin. We could be good to go this time. Let us see. The safety car, I think, has peeled right, and so the lights go to green. We are ready to go racing. It is up now to Dan Rowbottom to control the pace to the go board. We are ready to go racing once more here at Knockhill. The green flag's fine. We're back racing. As Rowbottom leads Morgan, leads Sutton, leads Shen, the top four over the timing line, and straight away Morgan thinks about making a move on his teammate. Sutton's trying to work out, as he did at the original start, where he could join the party.
Yeah, we didn't give enough credit to Rowbottom at turn one, did we, at the start of the race, where he went round the outside of his teammate. He went to do that, if you remember, in race one, and Shen gave him a little tap. That's the points as it stands at the moment. It would be a 77-point gap to Tom Ingram from Ash Sutton.
So the leaders come up towards the hairpin there. This is lap 6 out of 27, elongated with that safety car period. And Gordon Shen now coming under attack from Ricky Collard, and Sutton's having a go at the Mercedes. Look, remember, he's on that quicker tyre as they come through the hairpin. Rowbottom leads, but as yet he's not getting away. Sutton tries to get up the inside of Morgan. He tries to stay on the inside all the way up towards the timing line, and he's going to have a go surely under braking for Duffer's Dip. Let's see. No, strangely, slots back in behind as they come then down to the corner, and all of this, as Morgan defends, is enabling Rowbottom to build a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, but Sutton slings it up the inside of McIntyre. Will he hold the position? Yes, he does. That soft tyre advantage enabling to use the grip. Oh, very quick through the chicane as well. He just didn't have the legs up the straight, probably not using boost, but that's a great overtake into McIntyre's up the inside and caught Adam Morgan napping a little bit.
So now he can set off in pursuit of Dan Rowbottom. He has more boost available than does the Mercedes driver. Morgan is still fighting back, look, but Sutton is going to be able to hang on to second place as they now come through the hairpin. So Robo leads at the end of this 7th lap of the race. The fastest lap thus far has been done by Charles Rainford, who has got himself now into 15th place, and that is Nick Halstead, who's had a moment on the straight between the chicane and Clark's. There, Collard to the inside of Shen, goes through. Gordon had to give him the room there. Now Sutton, look, he's dropping Morgan. He's setting off in pursuit of Rowbottom.
Yeah, so it's Sutton and Collard who are really on a charge in this race, isn't it? You're right that Sutton has already dropped Morgan behind.
Whoa. Osborne way up onto two wheels. He's not the only one, as the cars accelerate now up towards Clark's. They're the Restart Racing Hyundais trying to go toe-to-toe. So to the hairpin they come, and that being forced a little bit wide. I think it was Chris Smiley in the background. To the hairpin then. Rowbottom still leads the way. Sutton chasing after his former teammate. Gordon Shen under attack from Dexter Patterson, who's having a great race in the best of the Powermax Audis at the moment. And on board here, this is the run down towards Duffer's Dip. This is Taylor Smith rather losing out to Camish.
Yeah, Camish gets up the inside. Does he get another place here? He looks down the inside of Cook. Oh, a lot of contact. Well saved by Cook. But yeah, that could be discussed afterwards, I'm sure. Poor old Josh Cook's having a nightmare weekend.
He is indeed. And Ricky Collard there skimming that Recticel barrier, closing onto the back of Adam Morgan. So that's another soft shot car closing on a medium. Nick Halstead, after his spin, has had a pit stop but rejoined. And the lead gap, Robo to Sutton, was 9/10 of a second last time over the line. This is Collard. He's up towards the hairpin then. That is Adam Morgan ahead of him. That's what it looks like externally. Absolutely together, Mercedes and Hyundai. And up the road, Mercedes versus Ford. Sutton going after Rowbottom for the lead, for the win. The gap last time was 9/10. It's now half a second. It's come down. Sutton does the fastest lap of the race.
On that lap, he was about 3/10 quicker. So Sutton definitely has the pace, which you'd expect with the tyres and more boost available. So I think it's only a matter of time.
Let's see how well Rowbottom can defend as Collard biffs that Recticel barrier out of the way, and that opens up the chicane for everybody else for the remainder of the race, unless there's an intervention to put it back. It depends what the race director, the clerk of the course, Ian Watson, feels about people taking liberties through the chicane. But at the hairpin, the lead gap will continue to come down. Here they are, Rowbottom in the Mercedes, Sutton in the Ford. It's Caterham Plato Racing versus Napa Racing, and Robo is still ahead just of Sutton. 6 times a winner this season. Robo has had that race to pole win, but not a championship race win this year. Over the brow they can, and the gap 4/10 of a second. That's all. Look, they're dropping the Morgan Collard battle. Ricky again on the lights, and look behind that, the Scottish fight is developing. Shedden versus Patterson.
Well, I thought Collard might throw it up the inside there. He saw the move that Sutton made, and it's definitely a good overtaking place because it enables you to gap the car behind through these next sequence of corners when you've got a softer tyre, a quicker tyre on board.
So for the race lead, Rowbottom versus Sutton. Through they come, nose to tail. Is this going to be a lap on which Ash potentially makes that move to the inside line? He thinks about it, he commits to the inside, he's going to brake late. Ash Sutton leads into the hairpin.
Yeah, it doesn't lock up. You saw the rear wheels just pop off the ground as he goes over that bump, which is a bit more exaggerated in the braking area, and using some boost. You saw the light flashing. This is to enable him to stay ahead up the straight, and then he'll have a bit more grip round the rest of the lap and should be able to gap Rowbottom for the end of the lap.
Gapping him already, isn't he, as they come out of Duffer Stick. Then it was 2/10 of a second over the line. It's more than that now as they go to the chicane. There you've got the Shedden Patterson battle. This is how the lead was taken by Sutton up the inside to the hairpin.
Yeah, nice and late, but stops the car well. Look, hooks up the apex, gets a little bit of an assist actually from Rowbottom on the apex. That gets him going quite nicely off the corner actually.
Now Collard is finding it harder, isn't it, to get past Adam Morgan. He's been staring at the back of the other Mercedes for a number of laps now. He brakes hard into the hairpin, and Morgan again able to cover that off. So the race 1 winner fending off Collard, who's yet to score a touring car victory. He's come so close already this season with 3 second places. Collard a winner here in Formula 4 single-seaters, comes over the timing line. He goes now down to Duffer's Dip. Shedden is still fending off Patterson behind, but again, look, because Gordon's going defensive, see what the gap is that he's dropped from the top 4.
Yeah, driving very defensive lines, as we know Gordon Shedden can do around this circuit. Is fine doing it as he did in race 1, sort of on the end of the race at the end of the lap, but when you've got this many laps to go, you drop away, you lose track position very quickly and end up with a big gaggle of cars behind you.
Comes out of Clark's just slightly in advance. Charles Rainford's had a good run, hasn't he? Up into the top 11 in the BMW, and he's not done yet either. Waiting for the BMW to come into shot with its new green stripy livery. There he is, Charles Rainford in the back of the group, and he's up the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith. This is for 10th place, and Rainford goes through. ATS gets hung out to dry, and that means now that the others are going to come past him, like Osborne and Selby and Smiley are there.
Yeah, good BMW traction off the hairpin. Remember, this is a good track for BMWs. They won 2 races here in the dry last year, so we're now back into BMW territory, if you like.
Meanwhile, Ash Sutton leads. Their second is Dan Rowbottom. Third is Adam Morgan. The Mercedes, in fairness, despite the fact they're on much slower tyre, doing a really good job of staying second and third. And even if Collard were to get past Morgan, it doesn't exactly open the floodgates because Shedden and the rest of the pack are so far behind.
Absolutely, on board with Camish, who is in this battle. He's got the 2 battling Audis right in front of him. He's trying to follow Dexter Patterson through on the inside, and it looks like he's going to get it. Now it'll be a drag race up the straight. Side by side, back on board again with Camish. He'll give a little push to Patterson to help him. This is like bump drafting NASCAR style.
So Patterson to the inside. On the outside is Mikey Doble, who's going to go through. They touch. That spits Doble all over the curve. He's going to get back on. He takes the place. Camish is right there behind them. Rainford's trying to get around the outside of his teammate De Leon. And waiting for it all to end in tears is Sam Osborne. And now Rainford has got past De Leon as they flick through the chicane. Charles Rainford's having a great drive here. Although De Leon fights back, look, the 2 BMWs absolutely side by side. Darryl De Leon back on the inside. Does he go through? Well, he levels, but he hasn't done it, and Rainford stays ahead. Great racing.
Yeah, good racing between the 2. Rainford's a little bit wide on the exit of the chicane, and look how the positions, how quickly they change. This is good touring car racing.
Absolutely, it's good racing. So the BMWs together. The next one in the queue is Chris Smiley, who is rebuilding from 16th on the grid up to 12th place. So good drive this by Chris. James Dorlin, oddly, a little bit anonymous today, struggling for whatever reason. We're just not seeing the best out of the other restart car, number 132. This, though, is Dan Camish. A good drive by Dan up to 8th place now. He started 18th, don't forget.
Yeah, this is redressing some of the points he lost to Ingram in race 1, isn't it, actually? Remember, he came into this meeting only 17 points behind Ingram for second in the championship, but this is going to help that battle. I'm surprised Collard still hasn't got past what he has got more laps. He's got 6 laps of boost left to 3 of Morgan, so at some point he's going to have an advantage, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's still 2.7 seconds up the road from Gordon Shedden, who's now trying to fend off Mikey Doval. Then it's Patterson just ahead of Osborne. You've got Camish. Then you've got Rainford and De Leon together. So over the timing line they go. Rainford 9th, up from 21st. Mega drive this by Charles Rainford that may well put him on that shortlist for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. It's one of the best drives we've had thus far. Aidan Moffat in race 1, another candidate.
Well, he's Rainford just past Camish up the start-finish line, and I think he was putting his nose down the inside of Patterson as well. Let's see if he's got through. He has.
So
absolutely storming. 2 in 2 corners.
Fantastic effort. All of this from 21st on the grid. The other BMW, by the way, of Lewis Gilbert, has just come into the pit lane. This is Dan Camish's run heading into the hairpin. There, side by side. Look, Gordon Shedden versus Mikey Doval, and Doval is another one making good progress, isn't he? This is the 5th place now. Up towards the line they come. Mikey Doval started 8th. He's chipping his way up the order. Maybe not as dramatically as Rainford, but it's a place gain for Doval, and Rainford is bearing down on that Toyota.
Yeah, he's coming fast, isn't he? Definitely. That BMW is hooked up beautifully.
We're on lap 18 of 27, so there are plenty of laps yet in which this 3rd place fight could resolve itself. Collard again tries to feint to the inside line, but he can't do it because Adam Morgan is able to fend him off. They just rub there as well. It's oh so close. In terms of boost, 3 laps for Morgan, 6 laps for Collard. He's using it now, look, in a straight line, but it's not really doing him that much good. He's not really closing demonstrably on that Mercedes as they now break for the hairpin.
Yeah, let's see what happens coming off this hairpin and up the hill. The Mercedes is the lowest drag car. It has the lowest coefficient of drag, but it also has good downforce. And now Rainford is alongside Shedden.
Charles Rainford is having an absolutely outstanding drive. Through he goes. The Toyota, don't forget, he's on the medium tyres, on that slower tyre, but it is losing places and pace in a way the Mercedes aren't.
Yeah, if you look at the track position of Rainford, he's actually going forward. It's not that the others are coming back. He is really marching forward.
But equally, Doval has cleared Shedden, hasn't he, as well? So Gordon started 3rd, and he's now down to 7th spot. There, in the meantime, is Collard, and he's finally done it. He's got past Morgan. So the next targets for Doval is going to be that 4th place. This is how Collard did it, up the inside.
Yeah, well, he's been keeping his powder dry. Oh, and De Leon's off. That looks like Clark, and he's burying the car. And he might get going. He has got going. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Well done. Yeah. Now don't drive it back into the ground and get stuck again.
And that's not a place you want to be reversing towards the traffic, so a scary moment for Darryl De Leon. Now I suppose the question in race control is whether they're content for the barrier to remain as it is, but Collard up to 3rd now, sets off in pursuit of Rowbottom. 1.9 seconds the margin. Ricky's last lap was a 52.7, Rowbottom a 52.8, so the gap's coming down.
Yeah, we'll watch that gap, but that was a great pass by, as Camish gets, they were side by side and had contact. That was just one of those things, the way they came off the corner, but yeah, it was a great pass by Collard into McIntyre's. Hadn't been showing his hand for several laps, so it meant that Rowbottom didn't defend it and opened the gap for a surprise attack. Great pass.
Dexter Patterson in the meantime all over the back of Gordon Shedden as they come up towards the line. 20 laps are in the book, and Rowbottom is still 1.9 seconds up the road from Ricky Collard. That gap hasn't come down anything like you might have expected, whereas this, Shedden and Patterson, they're nose to tail.
Absolutely, Shedden's car hasn't really had the pace, but he had started on the medium tyre against so many people on the soft and with less boost, so not surprising. It just shows that the boost handicap system really does work.
So Doval now going after Morgan. I reckon that's going to change by the end. It's only 0.7 of a second between them. Shedden doing his usual defensive masterclass. There's the Morgan Doble situation. So Mikey Doble in the Audi, ready to make a lunge to the inside, coming to the hairpin. Morgan fends him off for now. Doble conscious, but Rainford there, he's closing up all the time. Remember, Charles Rainford started 21st. He's in 6th place, and he's not done yet as they come across the line. Doble now eyeing up a move on the inside. He's not quite near enough, though.
Gap between Rowbottom and Collard, 1.8 seconds, so that's stabilised, I think.
Yeah, it was 1.9 down a fraction, but it's not coming down anything like it needs to for Collard to jump into second place, whereas Morgan is having a real struggle now to keep Doble at bay. Through the chicane they come, the Audi looking quick, but remember what a good job Morgan did of keeping Collard at bay, but Doble absolutely dives to the inside. Job done.
And he manages to slow the car down on the apex and avoid any undercut. Oh no, we've got Smiley stuck in the gravel.
And he has also a lot of grass in the front, so he's had a moment, and that car does not look as though it's going to be able to rejoin. If this is a safety car period, then it's going to bunch everybody up and offers a few more question marks before the end. Sutton to Rowbottom is now 3.5 seconds. There you can see broken left front corner, isn't there, on that car?
Yeah, that wheel sticking out and the front end is buried in the gravel, so that's not going to be a quick recovery if we need the safety car.
It's in the last sector of the lap, so here Gordon Shedden versus Dexter Patterson, still in the, oh there it is, in fact it's not the last sector, it's sector 1 just going down the hill. Chris Smiley, still the Toyota is ahead, and we wait to see if the safety car is about to be deployed. It is, safety car again, there it is.
Well, that's going to really, as you say, close everything up. Some will love this. Charles Rainford will love this. Ricky Collard will love this. Ash Sutton, maybe not so much.
Rather depends, though, how long it takes to move Chris Smiley's car, because we've had one intervention. He can only add on 3 laps.
True.
We're on lap 24 now, out of 27. We could be ending this behind the safety car.
Yeah, good possibility of that. Oh, that was Smiley going through there. And that definitely was contact, wasn't there, as he went through. And then he's going to get to turn 1 and find that the left front suspension is going to fail. Watch carefully, watch carefully. Yes, there we go. As soon as he goes on the brakes, the left front fails. And he's lucky not to hit the barriers there.
Scary moment, that. Chris Smiley is okay, but not happy. Resigned to it, but not happy.
It's strange, you know, you can have a fairly innocuous bump, a bit like Ingram did behind Shedden on lap 1 or that one, and cause a catastrophic failure, or you can have a huge hit and keep going. Sometimes it's the luck of how the contact takes place.
So we are on lap 24 and we're behind the safety car once again, but we may now, depending on how long it takes to move Chris Smiley's car, be looking at the order. And Ash Sutton, well, we were saying pre-race, he looked very well positioned for a 7th win of the season, and he's not let us down.
No, extraordinary. His run of wins and second places and podiums is extraordinary so far this year. Now looks like a masterstroke to finish 4th in race 1, didn't it? Really, I mean, he's going to have a huge points lead now with poor Tom Ingram not finishing any race, and it's an absolute maximum as well at the moment for Sutton, because he has the point for leading and the point for fastest lap as well as the race win.
Chris Smiley, incidentally, has just been given a warning for track limits at turn 2, which seems a little bit mean, seeing the car would turn and he was way off the road. But anyway, he was exceeding track limits, that is true enough, but it doesn't really seem to matter anymore, does it? There is Ash Sutton then, race leader, and following the safety car dutifully. He'd be quite content for it to end under the safety car rather than with a racing lap. Even if we do get to the situation, I suspect the safety car at best would only pull off just to let them sprint to the line, and then it's like a ceremonial finish for the checkered flag. But the lights are still on top of the safety car, which is going slowly to try to give the marshals a bit more time to work.
Yeah, well, which is why they're trying so hard to keep the temperature in the tyres. You've got to work harder when you're going slower to keep the temperature, so a bit more weaving. Well, they've got the car lifted very quickly.
They have, and so it's uphill that bit. It depends where they're going to be able to put the car out of harm's way. That now puts us on to lap 26. We've got 2 laps to go. Sutton the leader, Rowbottom, Collard, Doble, and then Morgan down to 5th place. There is Chris Smiley's car cradled out of the way. And as far as the race leaders are concerned. Ash Sutton, Dan Rowbottom, Ricky Collard, their top three. Charles Rainford, though, got to say, one of the best drivers of the race to go from 21st on the grid to 6th. And we are being told there is the possibility that we can go racing this time and get one more lap in at least. And we'll wait and see if race control are feeling benevolent in any extra laps.
Safety car just speeding up a little, which leads me to suggest it might be pulling off. It would have to indicate that now. Yes, the lights are off. The lights are off. So we will be going back, I think, for a final lap.
So here they come down towards the hairpin. The safety car will go round the hairpin and then turn right and drop to the tri-oval. And it's going to be Sutton, Rowbottom and Collard and Doble to fight it out for the podium.
Yep, we haven't had a new race distance, so this looks like the last lap.
Here they come then. The cars accelerate up towards the timing line and the green flags fly, so Ash Sutton now floors the throttle. Rowbottom is the vulnerable one, isn't he, now with a big queue of cars behind him who are on that quicker softer tyre. Down they go then into Duffer's Dip. Rainford is under attack, but it's Sutton who leads the way. The car's dancing through Duffer's Dip. It dances towards McIntyre's now. Look at Rowbottom with Collard all over the back of him, and then Doble, and Collard tries to get up the inside, but he can't do it. Sutton just storming away from the rest of them.
Yeah, clever driving by Rowbottom. He just blocked off enough on the apex to stop Collard getting underneath him. He's just got 2 more corners to survive.
And Nick Hamilton has ground to a halt coming out of the hairpin, and that means it's going to be a yellow flag zone. So anybody that's thinking about one final lunge into the hairpin is going to be denied the opportunity. Sutton doesn't care, he's going to win, but he's going to be the status quo behind in the yellow flag zone as they come out of the corner up towards the line. Ash Sutton, he's going to win for the 7th time this season. Checkered flag for Ash Sutton, a magnificent 7 for Ash. Dan Rowbottom 2nd, Ricky Collard 3rd from Mikey Doble, Adam Morgan and Charles Rainford 21st to 6th. A great effort that ahead of, in turn, Gordon Shedden 7th, Dexter Patterson 8th, Dan Camish 9th, a good drive from 18th, and Sam Osborne in the top 10. But Ash Sutton has done it again. He's won a race. He's extended his advantage over the non-scoring Tom Ingram. He also takes the lap leader point and the fastest lap point. And he's practicing his champion's speech already for the end of the year.
Well, we hate to sort of say that because we love touring cars. How many years has it gone down to the very last race of the year? Certainly the last meeting, but my goodness, is this man on a roll so far this year.
So Ash Sutton it is who wins race 2 at Knockhill. A 7th victory of the season, and that is a 54th career win. That puts him level with Gordon Shedden. Yeah. They now have the most wins of the people on the grid, not in the history of the championship, but of those on the grid, most wins. And Ash Sutton taking that margin of 1.2 seconds, but that doesn't really tell you the whole story, given that they'd all bunched up behind under the safety car.
But let's give a handout to Dan Rowbottom as well. First of the medium shod tyres, started 2nd and finished 2nd with only 5 laps of boost. That's a fine performance. So we've now seen the Mercedes really powerful both in the wet and the dry. Here's your result.
Ash Sutton wins round 17 from Dan Rowbottom and Ricky Collard, with Mikey Doble 4th to win the independent battle. Adam Morgan 5th ahead of Charles Rainford. Great drive up the order ahead of Gordon Shedden and Dexter Patterson. Dan Camish 9th and Sam Osborne rounds out the top 10. 11th, Lewis Selby ahead of Tom Chilton and then Aaron Taylor-Smith. And the last 2 to score points, James Dorlin and Josh Cook. Ryan Bensley 16th ahead of Darryl DeLeon, who got out of the gravel to rejoin. Nick Halstead 18th after a pit stop, and we lost Nick Hamilton at the end. We lost Chris Smiley. We also, of course, lost Lewis Gilbert, Tom Ingram and Aidan Moffat. So as far as the championship is concerned, Ash Sutton 83 points ahead of Tom Ingram. Dan Camish is still 3rd, but Ricky Collard 4th ahead of Mikey Doble and Charles Rainford. You've got Josh Cook 7th. Dan Rowbottom's up to 8th ahead of Gordon Shedden. And Adam Morgan is in the top 10. So the Ford Focus Titanium goes through the technical checks of the ride height, of the weight, and then he's going to be released round to Park Fairmay. The TOCA technical team looking after that process. The car then will be released. Ash Sutton and Dan Rowbottom, as Tim rightly said, on the medium tyre, being able to hang on to that 2nd place. Ricky Collard coming through for 3rd. Yet another podium that he's had. still looking for the win, but he's been a regular front runner this year, and in that, upholding Team Virtue honour. There is Ash Sutton then as he makes his way around the back of the race control buildings, heads towards the Parc Fermé area. There is Ricky Collard, British GT champion, coming back to touring cars, and Ash Sutton heading for the stop board. The process of disconnecting everything will be underway, and then Ash will jump out of the car. No doubt he got the message early on about Tom Ingram's demise, and a happy man indeed. Another race win, the 54th of his career, and that's an 8th Knockhill win alone. Goes to see Tony Carosa, his engineer, and Ash Sutton continuing to rewrite touring car history the way that he's going this year. Do not bet against him being a champion. Just an amazing season, and he'll be able to reflect on yet another win after the break.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
Mickey Doble is there in 4th place, and more drama involving Mercedes and Gordon Shedden as well as they pick their way through the chicane. Shedden is back on the racetrack, and I think towards Lodge Corner, and Aaron Taylor-Smith, the race leader, and then contact between Ingram and Sutton. And Sutton gets fired wide. Ingram is going to go through. Doble is going to go through as well. And Ash Sutton is in danger of tumbling back down the field if he's not careful. He's trying to regroup as best he can. I wonder whether Ingram is trying to let him have the place back.
He is. Ingram's trying to let him have the place back, but in doing so, he's backing himself into Doble. But yeah, I mean, Ingram knew he couldn't keep that place after the contact.
Did the right thing, didn't he? And now there's more drama. That's Osborne, isn't it? Tobogganing his way across the grass. Is he going to miss everybody? Yes, he is, somehow. What a save that was.
Oh, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment. Never like to see a car go on the grass on the inside and returning across the track.
The lights are red, the lights are out. We go racing, and a good start is made by Sutton. Not really a great start by Josh Cook, I want to say, but it's going to be Dan Cavish that leads down to Old Hall. Sutton gets out his elbows and says to Josh Cook, "I'd like some room, please," and he gets it on the inside. Ingram is 4th, Taylor-Smith is 5th. The car's round Old Hall for the first time with Adam Morgan up alongside Mikey Doble. He said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line, and contact between him and Cook, and Sutton gets turned completely sideways. Well, he said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line, and contact between him and Cook, and Sutton gets turned completely sideways.
So it was the second race here in Knockhill, and it wasn't long before action got underway with Aidan Moffat coming off and retiring from the race. A battle between Shedden and Ingram later saw Ingram going to the back of him and also retiring prematurely. But it was an unbelievable win for Ash Sutton once again, his 7th career win. Moving up the order into the top spot. Let's hear from him now. He's down there with Lou.
Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, as you say, 7th win of the season, plus you get the point for fastest lap and the point for leading a race. This season just keeps on getting better and better for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it does. I can't complain at all. Obviously, we're delivering when we need to, and we're just on the right side of luck, it seems. Poor old Tom, obviously getting his DNF there. I don't want it to go down like that. I want it clean, fair racing on track, but we've got to take it while it comes. We never know. We could have all our bad luck in the next few rounds. So fingers crossed we don't, and it keeps going as smoothly as it does. But yeah, another race in the UK, just keep over-delivering with this car and allow me to do what I love.
Well, I was going to say, as do you keep delivering as well, because that's win number 54, which means you're now equal with Gordon Shedden as the most successful driver currently on this grid. I've got a feeling you might get that record all for your own by the end of the season.
I mean, yeah, it's we're not chasing outright victories. They're there, we're going to take them. We're just maximising points where we can. Today's been fantastic, turning it around from obviously P11 at the start of the day to getting a race win in the second race. So yeah, if it means we can go on to getting more throughout the rest of the season, then we'll keep doing that.
Well, you're going to be picking out where you're starting the final one. Any thoughts? What are you going for? P6, obviously, but...
Yeah, lovely if it was P6. I need Dan come around. He called it at Thruxton. I need him to call it again. So, yeah, let's see what I can do. Hopefully it's a low number and a single number.
I'll let you go see Nicky now. And I will go and have a word with our second place finisher, Dan Rowbottom. I have to say, I probably wasn't expecting to see you here, given you were starting on the slower tyre. Good race, good result for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we expected that either. You know, the race just came to us. There were a few gaps, and you know, Gordon, I think in the mirror was doing a great job of keeping the guys on softs at bay. Adam had to go as well, but you know, Adam and I decided before the race, whoever gets to turn one with the nose ahead gets the corner, and we're just going to get our head down. So I just got my head down, and you know, Adam held on for a while. Ash was always going to come through on a soft tyre. There was no keeping that behind. But I'm really proud of what they've delivered for the car. You know, on a medium. Oh, it's great. You know, we've not had a car before. Or I've not had a car before where we can fight when we're on the offset tyre, and we may have just got one.
Well, and once again, I mean, after the safety car, you did a fantastic defensive thinking there to back everybody up. Again, how confident were you that you could keep that position, because you got a lot of soft shut guys behind you at that point?
Well, I got this man Ricky behind me, who's no sure feet to keep behind. You know, we didn't have the pace to challenge Ash. I got a little thing in my mirror in my ear saying, "Should we try and win this?" And I was like, "No, it's not going to happen." So I knew I had to go defensive. We're fortunate at Knockhill. There's some real stop-start corners, so I was able just to put the Caterham in place, a racing car where I needed it, and yeah, P2.
Well played. Another P2. Congratulations, Ricky. Come on in. The man. I'd love to know how many stalks you get through during the course of the season, because as always, on the lights throughout that one.
Yeah.
You can't help yourself, can you?
No, I can't help myself. That was a pleasure to be in. And I just like to say, the fans at home, my car's a little bit battle scarred after that one. I think Rowbottom braked a little bit early, as the wise word of Jason Plato would have been, but it's a credit to them boys. It's so nice to see Plato racing at the front and competitive, because they deserve to be there. But look, another podium. I'm racing race by race. I appreciate all the support and the sponsors I've got. That was old school. I loved it.
These results are so important for you if you're going to stay on this grid. You know, you've just renewed for this and the next two races, but there's a couple more after that. You want to stay here full time, don't you?
I know, Louise. It's just I'm racing every race as it comes. So, like we spoke about before the show, like I'm under so much pressure to perform, but I thrive in the pressure. I love the pressure. It's a pressure cooker when you're inside it, and yeah. I think the fans enjoyed that one.
I certainly did too. Well done. Right, Nicky, over to you now.
Lovely stuff, thank you, Lou. Right, okay. 7-time winner this season. Quite remarkable. Come on then, Ash. It is time for the reverse grid draw. What number are you going to pick? I think last time you picked the lucky number 6, which was quite impressive. Do you want to go for it?
Hopefully it's 6. Fingers crossed, but we'll see.
Go on then.
Thruxton was good to us. Let's see what it is this time.
Oh!
Couldn't have been any worse. Couldn't have been any worse.
Well, luck was on your side in Thruxton. It's not so much on your side today.
I'll buy you a beer.
Painful. So Tom is in pole position there and absolutely delighted with that result. So he's going to buy you a beer.
Yeah, I believe my teammate is as well. So I'm assuming he's benefited from that as well. But yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, yeah, exactly. So Tom's on pole. We've got Lewis Selby just behind, Sam Osborne, Dan Camish, Dexter Patterson, Gordon Shedden, Charles Rainford. We'll keep going, shall we? Morgan Doble, Collard, Rowbottom, and then you'll be in 12th.
Fantastic.
Wonderful. Yeah, but you know what? We like seeing you battle away up the field.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be a tough race. Obviously, a lot of the grid's going to be on the medium tyre now. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Well, get a bit of R&R because it's not long before we go racing again.
No, exactly. Right.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Ash. Paul, come on in. I mean, he's just absolutely on cloud 9 right now. I mean, I know it's a little bit annoying to start on 12th, but when you've just taken your 7th win and you have an 83 points gap between him and his biggest protagonist, Tom Ingram, I mean, he's going to sleep easy, surely.
Yeah, of course, you know. And listen, I've got a lot of friends on this grid. Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram, they're two of many. But I've got to say, as a fan, I'm disappointed because I want to see this title battle carry on. I think now it's starting to sway massively towards Ash. But Tom Ingram won't give up. The team won't give up. But you know what the great thing is for me is that they are generational talents. We use that word freely sometimes, but there's some unbelievable talents in British touring cars now, and I don't think I can remember seeing such a talent as Ash Sutton. It's unbelievable what this lad's doing.
I mean, to have 54 career wins, matching Gordon Shedden there, as you mentioned, it is truly astounding.
Yeah, truly astounding. You can see he's just driving. Look at that. Not many people get away with moves like that. I know it was a tyre delta. Sutton was on the soft. You can see Morgan there was on the medium, and also for the lead, a difference in tyre delta, but car's looking fantastic. Alliance Racing doing an amazing job, but Ash Sutton has got the package. He's the best driver on the grid at the minute. The guy deserves all the plaudits he gets, and do you know what? He's a funny, lovely lad as well, and that makes the difference.
It really does. No, we absolutely love to see him to do well. The same for Tom Ingram, though. I mean, a bit of heartbreak for him. Clearly pushing hard. Just a racing incident going into the back of Gordon Shedden earlier, but catastrophic consequences. We can take a look at the moment now. Yeah. I mean, the damage to that car that saw him retire early from the race, it's not necessarily what you would expect, or is it just, a bigger shunt than it looks?
Listen, I think it was for all to see. Look at that. That is not a big hit. They're probably in third gear there. That's probably a I don't know, a 10, 12 mile an hour hit, maybe a bit more, but I think it was maybe the angle which really, distorted the front of the car, but it was catastrophic. But I've got to say, there was no damage on the back of that Corolla, and if you listen to Tom's interview, he was like, the back of that car's pretty hard. There's regulations, and I'm sure no one's doing anything they shouldn't be, but I was so surprised. Either it's a very soft front Hyundai, or it's a very hard back of that Corolla.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we will take a little look at the back of his car later, won't we? You can do a bit of analysis for us.
I'm not doing that.
Lovely stuff. And then we've got to talk about Charles Rainford. A legendary race there. Back down in 21st, worked his way all the way up to 6th.
Yeah, listen, I interviewed him on the grid, and I looked at his back tyre, seeing it was a soft, there were a lot of soft runners, obviously, but he was so chipper. I said, you're in the right car here, BMW, it's dry, perfect storm. Did I expect him to get that high up? Maybe not, but I expected him to pass a lot of cars. I tell you what, he did it in style. I didn't see any skullduggery. He got the job done. That car worked so well in a window, and that's exactly what it did in that race then. So, yeah, he'll be made up, and the team needed that. They're racers, all of them team, the WSR guys, so it was great to see.
Yeah, good little confidence boost, that's for sure. Let's look ahead. Third and final race of the weekend, the reverse grid race. What can we expect? I mean, I've got the grid here. Looking at it, who's your money on?
There's a few drivers there in the fast ones. I mean, Camish down there in 4th, but he is in 4th, isn't he? Sam Osborne's a winner. Lewis Selby will want a result. Tom Chilton needs a result, in my opinion. You've seen how happy he was with pole position. Listen, Rainford's there as well, but obviously as you go down the order, it's a bit more difficult to win this race. Chilton is super fast around here. I've driven against Tom a lot. I know that when he gets a sniff, he'll be in there. Lewis Selby, for me, will be the one who'll want to be on the podium or just finish up as high as he can. But Chilton and Camish will see an opportunity here.
And Ash Sutton, what's a realistic finish for him?
He's starting in 12th, isn't he? I'll probably say if he gets into the top 3, he'll be made up. He'll probably win it now by a lap. I said that. But joking apart, I think he'll be fine. Top 6 will be good for him.
So you're not putting your £1.50 on him winning, like Jane?
No.
Right, okay, let's go to our commentators now, because we've got the second instalment of the Porsche Sprint Challenge this weekend. Let's go to Jane Edwards and David Addison.
Cars on track for the third race of the weekend, the second today. It is round 9 of Porsche Carwow Sprint Challenge Great Britain. In other words, it is the Caymans rather than the 911 GT3 Cups that are with us this weekend. Josh Rogers is the man on pole position. Jade, he's had quite a weekend, winner of both the previous races.
Yeah, absolutely. What a strong weekend from Rogers we've seen so far, because obviously Joe Marshall's had such a strong start to the season that we wondered whether that would continue into this weekend, but no, Rogers has really shown what he's capable of this weekend.
Yeah, Joe Marshall, championship leader, has won the previous 6 races prior to Knockhill, so 6 on the bounce. In fact, he could make that 9 on the bounce because he won the last 3 of last year. So it's been a little bit of a shock to the system losing this weekend with Josh Rogers, who's come into real world racing from esports. And it is going to be Josh Rogers who starts this 3rd race of the weekend on pole position. Joe Marshall with him at the front. 2 wins to Josh, 6 to Joe. Matt Kyle Henney is going to be 3rd on the grid, with Sam Harvey starting 4th. Ethan Hamilton goes from 5th, and Dan Zelos is 6th. Felix Livesey, 7th. His false start penalty from race 2 rescinded, so he kept 7th place ahead of class-winning Dean Burden. Rhys Summerfield's had a class win this year, he's next, and Dan Lewis has had a pair of wins. Then it's Lydia Walmsley and Amy Watts on the 6th row ahead of Chris Bingham and Max Watt, who was in the gravel in the earlier race today. Matthew Bryars is next alongside Richard Hosking, who had to pit because his rain light wasn't on. Then you've got James Seal, who also had mechanical dramas early on and had to pit from race 2. Gabe Fairbrother starting 18th. He's had 7 wins in the club sport class for the older cars. Then it's Mark McKenzie, Giancarlo Romano and Alistair Weston to round out the grid. So, this weekend it has been a 1-2 finish in both of the previous races for Team Parker Racing, and TPR has also won 2 Caterham races, so 4 out of 4. Not bad for Stuart Parker's team. Let's see what they can do in this. But Josh Rogers was quick at Alton Park, but here, that first win, indeed that first pole position yesterday, has unlocked something, it seems.
Yeah, we've always seen that he's had the pace and he's sort of slowly moved forward and chipped away at it, but somewhere like here, it's almost like when you dial into it, you're really competitive from start to finish. If he's done the testing in the week leading up to this weekend, there's often quite a bit of testing. So if he's felt strong there, you just carry it into the weekend. And like we've said many times before, when a driver gets their first win or their first podium, you kind of get into that rhythm. Much like we've seen with Joe Marshall, it's almost unstoppable because you're just so used to that feeling and that momentum. But yeah, he's definitely put Joe Marshall, stopped him in his tracks as such. And we did wonder whether he'd hold the lead from yesterday. But yes, he held strong and he carried it on this morning as well.
Yeah, yesterday it was a pretty big margin, wasn't it? 7 seconds plus. This morning, I know we had an interruption with a safety car, but Joe Marshall was, to use the time-honoured phrase, keeping Josh Rogers honest. He didn't fall back too much.
Yeah, and this is, again, comparing the two, is normally the actions of Joe Marshall, where he gets away and he sort of manages the gap. But yeah, he's definitely got some competition now with Josh Rogers, especially around here. It'll be interesting to see how they go from this round.
Absolutely. So there is Josh Rogers in the silver car on pole position. The black and green colours are those of Joe Marshall. The red and white livery is Matt Kyle Henney, who has recently moved up to Edinburgh, so this is notionally now his home circuit, the marine biologist, and there's quite a lot of marine around here. There's a lot of it falling from the sky this morning. And then 4th on the grid, Sam Harvey. 5-second board shown, 20 minutes rather than a set number of laps on the clock. Lights go red, engine notes rise, lights out, good getaway by Rogers, good start also by Marshall, who knows he's going to do a lot of the hard yards on the run to the first corner, but Rogers has done it again. He converts pole into the lead. Marshall goes 2nd, Kyle Henney 3rd, 4th is Sam Harvey, 5th is Ethan Hamilton, Dan Zelos is 6th, Joe Marshall to the outside, he's brave, and he's going to run out of road.
Yeah, we've seen all the cars cleanly through turn 1, turn 2. Look like there's a bit of congestion at turn 3, but again, through the chicane nice and quickly. Joe Marshall right on the back of Josh Rogers here, and he's gone to the inside. Can he hold it? A little bit of contact maybe, but no, he drops in behind.
He knows he's got to try and do this on the opening lap before any gaps open up. So Joe Marshall then has had a red hot go going up towards Clark's. It didn't work, and he's actually lost a fraction of time, hasn't he? So Matt Kyle Henney is right with him as they break late for the hairpin. Josh Rogers in the lead, Kyle Henney round the outside. He's got Sam Harvey nibbling away on the inside, and this is the last thing Marshall needs. He wants to be attacking, and he's got to defend. And look, Rogers is getting away as they come across the line. He's already 0.3 of a second to the good.
Exactly as you said, he wanted to try and make that move on the first lap because he knows he is able to bridge a gap straight away, but he almost just did it too quickly. It was a bit of a rush move. We've got outside on the car 70 there trying to make a move, Harvey, but not able to do so as they go through the chicane.
Absolutely right. Sam Harvey then ahead of Ethan Hamilton, then Felix Lindsay, who's got himself up past Dan Zelos. Now the good news here is with Harvey attacking Kyle Henney, that suddenly takes a whole load of pressure off the second place man Joe Marshall, so he can now concentrate again on the lead.
Yeah, as I was saying, it almost like he made the move just a little bit rushed into Clark's on that first lap, and it didn't pay off, which set him into the back cars behind him. But now he's right back with Rogers going onto the straight start-finish line into turn 1.
Over the hairpin they come then, over the line. So Josh Rogers the leader. Second is Joe Marshall, half a second between them. Rogers has done the fastest lap of the race. He's edging away slightly. Kyle Henny is third. Fourth is Harvey, then it's Hamilton. That number 31, the white car, is Felix Livesey ahead of Dan Zelos, the multiple mini champion and race winner, but he's all over the back of Livesey. Felix only came into the championship at Alton Park and has looked really impressive from day one.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of drivers jump into this championship, which is very close and very competitive, and actually show their worth straight away. Which
absolutely. There is James Seal, number 55, who had a drama in the earlier race. He's all over the back of Richard Hosking as they come now down to the hairpin, out of which the leaders have come. And as they cross the line, the lead gap is still hovering around the half a second mark. So Joe Marshall here sort of having to up his game a little bit, isn't he, to go with Josh Rogers. But Josh looking for 3 out of 3 at Knockhill. There is Max Watt round the outside in the red and white car, and just about gets away with that as they come down now. Sorry, Amy Watts, I should say, in number 7 has made that move and gets ahead of Lydia Walmsley. Max Watt in a similarly liveried car, a bit further back, getting himself up the order after being in the gravel and the tyres in the earlier race. So Amy Watt then goes through.
Bingham got through as well past Lydia, so whether she's got a little bit of an issue or she's not got the heat in the tyres that she needs, because even though we've got a dry circuit now, obviously the temperature is still low, so if you've not done that tyre prep early on, you may be struggling in these opening laps. But obviously with Watts and Lydia, although their liveries are different, they are teammates, so there's a little bit of, you know, niceness between them, but by doing so, Lydia then lost out to Bingham.
Yeah, both in that clean racing stable, the Kyle Henny's team. And right now, the lead gap, Rogers to Marshall, just extending a little bit, only by a tenth, but it's all in the right direction. And of course, as soon as psychologically your opponent is broken, then it's even harder for them ever to come back. There, Alistair Weston being lapped. He missed yesterday's race with a mechanical problem. He was slow this morning, and there's something still not quite right about that car. He's been lapped very early on, and he's going at a very reduced pace.
Yeah, it looks like he's got an issue, so no doubt he'll be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, but thankfully most of the cars are going to get past him down this long straight, so not too much damage done. But no doubt the two leaders' eyes were slightly wider when they saw that slow car ahead.
Bit of contact there, Ethan Hamilton and Felix Livesey. Livesey went to the inside, Ethan chopped across the front, and there was contact. And Alistair Weston, he's carrying on. He's not coming into the pit lane, he's limping on, and that's going to go down like a broken lift as far as race control is concerned, because that's a bit dangerous.
Yeah, unless what he was doing was purposely going slow to allow the field to go past him so he can then crack on again, maybe being overly polite with the field, but you just never know. It looked like he had an issue with the car.
Yeah, he didn't seem to want to pick up pace at all, did it? So Alistair Weston, the other thing is he's dropped a lot of time in the opening 5 minutes of the race. It makes you think there's something not quite right. Anyway, as far as these two are concerned, everything is okay. Their cars are behaving. They are the Team Parker Racing entries of Josh Rogers ahead of Joe Marshall in second place. That's 5 minutes done. They come through the hairpin. Matt Kyle Henny is still there in third spot, ahead of Sam Harvey, ahead of Ethan Hamilton. And Dan Zelos now back ahead of the cars, not only of Felix Livesey, but Dean Burden as well, who had a first-class win in the AM category earlier on in the day. And this is how contact was there between James Seal and Matthew Bryars came about. No, nice clean move that, up the inside.
Yeah, a little bit of oversteer on the exit, but managed to keep it within the track limits and carry on as normal. But yeah, what I find interesting about the two leaders is they're obviously in the same team, so it's not like one driver's thinking, what setup have they got and what have they found that I haven't got. They're in the same team, they'll have shared data, no doubt, shared driver coach, whatever it is. So it's really interesting to see how Joshua Rogers has found his pace this weekend, and seemingly Marshall doesn't quite have a response for it yet. Oh, bit of contact there through Clark. So Clark's drops away on the exit, so it creates oversteer, and a little bit of contact did well to gather that up there.
Reece Summerfield was the one being pushed, and Dan Lewis, you saw, checked right up, didn't force the issue, didn't take the place, realising he was going to get a penalty for that. So that's effectively holding up your hands saying, my fault.
Yeah, absolutely. And with these being rear-wheel drive cars, you obviously don't want contact on that rear quarter, because it's very hard then to gather that back up. But yeah, great driving by the two of them to continue both on.
Over the line they go then. So Reece Summerfield, who's had a class win already this year, and Dan Lewis winner yesterday, he's had a couple of victories. There up the inside, Chris Pinkham goes ahead of Amy Watts, but there's a little bit of a rub, and that opens the door for Lydia Walmsley and Max Watt as well. The Watt and Watts cars rub. Amy Watts keeps Max Watt at bay. What's a consonant between friends? And Amy just ahead, although Lydia Walmsley has now gone into the lead of that unofficial Coupe des Dames.
Yeah, so Bingham seems to have good pace. He's sort of gently coming through the field. A little bit of contact there, so it'd be interesting to see how that plays out after the race. But yeah, I imagine the team owner there watching 3 of its cars very close together, thinking, please don't hit each other off. But no, all through nice and cleanly.
See how the cars squirm, can't you, as drivers accelerate out of the hairpin. If you're just a little bit eager with the loud pedal, the back snakes away these mid-engine cars, and there Max Watt on the inside, number 23, Amy Watts, number 7, just able to fend off Max. Again, clean racing teammates. They come now down towards McIntyre, nose to tail.
Yeah, excellent driving there from Amy. She's actually really come on as a driver. Started quite late on in life, but has really got her head down, works hard. And she was frustrated by qualifying. She said that on her social media platforms, but seemingly making up for it now and having a great race today.
Dad Patrick, of course, a former one-make saloon champion and also regular British Touring Car Championship racing. Never a race winner, but perennial on the grid for many, many seasons. Rhys Summerfield under attack here from Dan Lewis, who tries to go the long way round. He's just going to run out of real estate, though.
Absolutely, and this then brings in that pack with Bingham and Walmsley and the Watt and Watts. It's not confusing at all to say, is it? Especially when their cars look exactly the same. But we could have a good battle on our hands here. Bingham looks very quick. He looks on the front foot and he wants to move forward. So it'll be interesting to see how he manages the 2 cars ahead who have already been battling throughout this race.
Through they come out of the tight right of McIntyre's, then drop down to Butcher's, the climb up towards the chicane, and then it carries on climbing, doesn't it? This straight towards Clark's, and that right-hander they're going to get to next. You're turning and climbing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a quick corner, but not a lot of exit. And obviously, as you can see here, track limits, they're not allowed to go beyond the curb. So that'll be interesting. We've got Weston in the pit lane and a lot of fire extinguisher going off as well. So he's had a torrid weekend, bless him.
Yeah, it's like a possible rear brake fire. There he is in the pit lane. Alistair Weston, I think, is out of the car. But yes, as you can see, it is decidedly smoky, the Zentek Motorsport entry. We saw it going slowly and thought there was a problem. Well, there is now.
Yeah, you know, something like that, maybe a brake binding that he's not realised, and it's just got hotter and hotter and hotter. And by the time he stopped, it's maybe set itself alight. So yeah, not great.
No, indeed, a weekend to forget, sadly, for Alistair Weston. Meanwhile, this is a great queue of cars, isn't it? Rhys Summerfield is 9th and Max Watt is 14th, and they're all pretty much nose to tail. Chris Bingham trying to make progress there in the sort of pseudo-works livery car of years past. There's Alistair Weston explaining to Sarah Jane McKenna from Zentek exactly what's been going on. Whereas Josh Rogers thinks, oh, this is quite a nice place to come and race. Nobody in front of me, lots of people watching. I'm on for another win. Behind him, though, of course, is Joe Marshall. But that gap is now over a second, so it's very much advantage Rogers. He's just got to bring it home.
Yeah, it's 1.2 now, and then Marshall's actually got a fairly big gap between him and P3. So not much action going on up front, but although the leader will be very happy at that. But what we're watching here is the Summerfield battle, and it looks like Jack Seal is also coming to play at the back of that as well. So yeah, interesting battle throughout.
76 there is Matthew Briers, and he's got Richard Hosking behind him. Richard, who we've seen in Carrera Cup GB, we saw in Formula Renault about 20 odd years ago, but he's also, of course, a big sponsor, big investor in WSR in the British Touring Car Championship. He drives for the CCK team, the squad of Sean Rainford, who's Charles Rainford's father. The CCK team back onto a Porsche grid. Right there to the outside is Chris Bingham, who brakes very, very, very late. Nearly had to pay to get back in there. It was so wide, and he's in danger of losing places. Lydia Walmsley gets through, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been done before. You go a bit deep, you go around the outside, you try and hold off around the outside of the hairpin, and you then get a run. However, he just went far too deep, which meant he couldn't get the cutback and lost a place to Lydia, but who was right there, ready to pounce as soon as he saw the car go deep. But yeah, it was an opportunistic move, but didn't quite pay off that time.
Yeah, it was worth a go, wasn't it? So this is Josh Rogers' view. Bit of traffic up the road ahead. He's about to come out of the hairpin. Jay, just talk us around Knockhill.
Yeah, so you obviously go up the hill here. Obviously, start-finish line is part of a hill. Lots of bumps and lumps throughout here. You then flat up the gears into turn 1. You're onto your brakes somewhere normally around where the white car is in front of us here. Chop it into turn 1. Downhill, you don't want to run too wide because you get track limits at turn 2. Heavy onto the brakes. You try and move left as best you can into turn 3. Carry the speed through, and now here's the commitment part. Blind up through the chicane, as you can see. So you want to go nicely on the left, not too much on the right, because there's a great big curve there, and equally not running wide on the exit. Clark's fast, carry the speed in, want to pick up the throttle as best you can. Again, tight exit, and with these rear-wheel drive cars prone to a bit of oversteer on the exit there, and then we head back down to this chicane where it's firm on the brakes, down the gears, nice and patient. You do a bit of a late apex, go deep, cut back, pick up the throttle as best you can, as early as you can, and drive away.
And then up towards the timing line, and over the line goes Josh Rogers. That puts 14 laps in the book, and that was 52.4 seconds, that lap, which wasn't his quickest, but there's a lot going on in 52 seconds. And on that lap, of course, he had a bit of traffic to contend with.
Absolutely, and probably the longest time I've consistently spoken for on commentary to date. So we've all had wins there today. But yeah, great battles throughout. We're loving seeing the onboard footage and seeing how Josh Rogers handles his car in such a great weekend where he's been fast from start to finish.
Do we put that down as a lap record for Jade Edwards then?
I mean, it's probably quicker than I could drive.
Now, we are getting some penalties for track limits. Matthew Bryars has got 5 seconds worth of extra time for exceeding the track limits, which is a perennial problem at Knockhill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we had the weather this morning, you know, yes, track limits still play a part, but obviously conditions also play a part, so they manage that. We've got some moves coming here on Bingham. Is that Watt, I think, is going to the inside at Clark's.
Yeah.
Albeit a contact, but they both back out of it and get going again. Now got Amy Watts into play. She'll be on the outside going into the hairpin. So this is obviously not necessarily where you want to be, but like we saw before, if you go deep, carry the speed through and cut back, and your teammate's kind to you on the exit, you can get a nice run. So we'll see how both cars head towards turn 1 here.
And you can see how much the road has dried in the last hour. We've had a touring car race that was dry on line but damp offline. This is now virtually a bone dry circuit, and that's giving people the confidence to push and more opportunities in terms of the track width to push.
Absolutely, because what would happen is the drying line would appear, but the curbs and anything that's not the tarmac would still be fairly slippery, whereas now, as you've just said, there's grip everywhere, so they're starting to use it. The only thing you don't want to do is push too hard, because that grass will still be very, very wet.
Very true indeed. Ethan Hamilton there in the largely blue car, having a go at Sam Harvey, looking to switch to the inside, and he's done it, coming off the hairpin now. Ethan Hamilton needs to try to stand his ground all the way to Duffer's Dip. This is the fight for 4th place. Ethan Hamilton on the inside line, number 70, Sam Harvey on the outside. Ethan Hamilton needs to brake as late as he dares, going into the corner. Nicely done.
Nicely done. A little clip of the curb on the inside there, but not too much. He then gets over to the left for turn 3, and it's moved nicely done, and he's already got a tiny little bit of a gap, but no doubt Harvey will fight back as best he can.
Now, we are into the last 6 minutes. Time has flown, and Josh Rogers has the advantage, with Joe Marshall chasing after him in that 2nd spot. Matt Kyle-Henny still 3rd, and now 4th, Ethan Hamilton. 5th then is Sam Harvey, and Dan Zelos in 6th place as they go towards the hairpin. Meanwhile, Rhys Summerfield is doing a manful job of keeping this entire queue behind him. Dan Lewis, then Lydia Walmsley. Lydia having a good race here. Chris Bingham behind. And then the Watts fight, and James Seal has joined the party as well. This takes you all the way down from 9th to 15th.
Yeah, absolutely. Lewis just showing his nose on the outside there, but again, that's not really the position you want to do. But what you try and do is get the cutback, so you've then got the inside for turn 1. But Lydia, who initially at the start of this race lost a couple of positions, looks really racy towards the end of this 5 minutes now. It's be interesting to see how she gets on, but she's moving to the outside, showing her nose now. Lewis is thinking, I'm desperately trying to get through Summerfield, or past Summerfield. The last thing I need is another car to deal with behind me.
And Rhys Summerfield just can't get away, so busy defending. If anything, Chris Bingham's dropped back just a little bit, hasn't he, this time, with Max Watt looking to try to get past him. And Daniel Lewis again goes to the inside line, can't find a way through that race car consultant's entry all over the back of the Breckle racing car of Rhys Summerfield. And now down to the hairpin. You would say that Lewis has got the speed, but Summerfield knows exactly how to position the car to defend, and Lewis only has the opportunity on the outside, and it's not going to happen for him.
Yeah, there's only a couple of places here that you can overtake, and Summerfield just knows exactly where to place his car and when to place his car in that position. So, like you said, Lewis looks faster. So does Lydia, actually. She looks pretty quick in that 3rd car in this row here. But yeah, Summerfield's a wily old fox, and he had a little moment there. But again, like I've said, there's not easy access to just overtake, even when a car ahead makes a little bit of a mistake.
Chris Bingham, when he came over the line, was on the lights as well, having been to the Ricky Collard School of Headlight Flashing. We're getting the 5-second track limit penalty now applied to Chris Bingham as we talk about him, so that's going to drop him a long way down in corrected time, isn't it? Because look, there's no gap at all and 3 cars right behind him.
Yeah, that's not what you want to hear. You know, to have 5 seconds here, like you say, drop him right back down the field. It'd be interesting to know if the cars behind him know that and know whether to battle him or actually sit behind him and just make sure that they can stay fairly close. But yeah, it's the gaps are changing every lap, aren't they? Which is exactly what we want to see here. It's consistent, fun, door-to-door racing.
Over the timing line, then they go once again down through Duffer's Dip. Reece Summerfield is also doing a great job of defending, isn't he? Because as Daniel Lewis has been looking for a way past, they lapped Giancarlo Romano's car. Summerfield now has got away.
Absolutely, and this is the worst case scenario for Lydia and the cars behind her. It's exactly what I was saying. You just can't get over you can't overtake nice and easy. So she's been caught up behind that back marker there, which means now she's dropped massively back from Lewis. It'll be interesting to see how now Lewis acts towards Summerfield. Has he got the space behind him to just focus on the overtake? But so frustrating for Lydia, who was looking fast up until that point.
So the cars now then make that run once again down to the end of the lap, and Summerfield goes through, still chasing after him is Dan Lewis, then Walmsley goes by. Rogers to Marshall for the lead, by the way, 2.1 seconds, and just a couple more minutes of the race to go. Getting a replay here of the hairpin. That's James Seal at the inside in the black and white car, and a bit of a rub. Giancarlo Romano just fighting with Amy Watts coming off the corner. That was to lap him.
It's so hard just to sort of get out of the way. There's so many cars around you. He would have done himself a favour maybe just to stay on the outside there and just let everyone to pile through on the inside. But hey-ho, they're all through, and it looks like, as we said, Lewis now right on the back of Summerfield. Summerfield knows it, so he's gone to the inside towards the hairpin. He's thinking, if you're going to go around me, you're going to have to go around the outside. If he tries to hold it around the outside, he's going deep, as I've said, to try and hold it on the outside. Will he give him room? Yes, he does, but he hasn't quite got the run to overlap into turn one. However, he is staying on the outside to maybe give it a go.
Over the line they come then. Reece Summerfield hanging on to that place, so it's been a good drive this by Reece, but he knows that it's not easy, and Dan Lewis again, look, on an ever-drying circuit, tries to attack as they drop down the hill. If anything though, Lewis now needs to look to his laurels. Lydia Walmsley getting closer.
Classic one-make racing. As soon as you try and make a move on the car ahead, it then hinders you. If you don't get the move done, you're then fall victim to the cars behind you. And whoa, spin there for Amy Watts, just oversteered on the chicane there. So frustrating for her. Like I said, when you get these rear-wheel drive cars sideways, it's so hard to bring them back. So frustrating. Good to see a replay of how that happened, but yeah, on her own by the looks of things into the gravel. So it'd be interesting to see if a safety car comes out with 40 seconds to go. It looks unlikely.
Yeah, I suspect they are going to be able to just cover that under a yellow flag. The leader is Josh Rogers, as ever this weekend, having been the dominant driver. He's gone through there, well clear. There he is. He might squeeze another lap out of this though.
Yeah, I think he will, because he obviously won't know the timings as such.
Unless race control decide to put the checkered flag out early, which would be the safe option if there's a car in an awkward place. Let's see. Looking out of our window, there's Amy Watts running away. Up to the line comes then Josh Rogers. No checkered flag.
No checkered flag, so it'll be waved yellows at the chicane, I'd imagine, is the final lap now. So, yeah, I'd imagine they'll give a nice big section of yellow flags through that area to make sure everyone's aware. But as you see, she comes through the chicane, just offline ever so slightly, oversteer on exit, and there's no runoff there. You can see her come through, oversteer, back into the gravel, and, yeah, no way of getting out of there, especially with rear-wheel drive power.
Big launch, wasn't it, that, over the curb? So Amy Watts then out of the race. Josh Rogers, in the meantime, making the run now down towards the hairpin. And Joe Marshall's had a bit of a culture shock this weekend, having won 9 races back-to-back, 6 this season, and he's been beaten in all 3 by this man. Josh Rogers accelerates out of the hairpin. He's on target for 3 out of 3 at Knockhill, his debut at the circuit. Josh Rogers wins all 3 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge GB this weekend. That's a 5th win of the weekend for Team Parker Racing, taking Porsche and Caterham together. 2nd goes the way of Joe Marshall. Matt Kyle Henney comes home for 3rd. For 4th place, it's going to be Ethan Hamilton, ahead of then Matt Harvey and Dan Zelos. And Reece Summerfield, in the world's widest Cayman, is going to be able to fend off Dan Lewis, it seems, on the run to the line. Lewis tries to go for the inside. Reece Summerfield just gets the drive off the corner. And this is for 2nd behind Dean Burden in RSM, and it's been the best battle of the race.
Absolutely, really good. He tried outside, inside, but just couldn't quite do it. And yeah, great drive by Summerfield. Pure defensive from start to finish. Yeah, really, really good.
Now, Josh Rogers has had a massive confidence boost, hasn't he? Not only a boost in terms of points for the championship, but to win all 3 races of a weekend is quite something. And to do that over the dominant championship leader just adds to the confidence boost he's got.
Yeah, and if you look back at his, starting career, he's come from e-racing, and that is just sensational to see that he's then brought that talent straight into actual physical racing and kept his cool. Like we say, he hadn't been in this position necessarily before this weekend, and not only has he had a win, he's had 3 out of 3.
Josh Rogers, the winner from Joe Marshall and Matt Kyle-Henny in third. Ethan Hamilton, fourth from Sam Harvey and Dan Zelos, with Felix Livesey in seventh. Dean Burden takes a second class win of the season and indeed the day in the AM category. Behind him, Rhys Summerfield and Dan Lewis, with Lydia Wormsley 11th. Then James Seal from Max Watt. Chris Bingham with a penalty down to 14th. With Matthew Bryars, Richard Hosking next. Then Gabe Fairbrother, that's an 8th win in class for him, ahead of Mark McKenzie. Then Giancarlo Romano. We lost Amy Watts, and we also lost Alistair Weston. So 1 or 2 hard luck stories for drivers in that. As far as the championship is concerned, it's still a 28-point cushion that Joe Marshall has over Josh Rogers. Matt Kyle-Henny third in pro. In AM, it's Dan Lewis 9 ahead of Dean Burden. He's had a good bank raid this weekend. Rhys Summerfield third in that class. And Gabe Fairbrother is very much the dominant driver within the club sport category. Mark McKenzie 43 back, then Gracie Mitchell, who's absent this weekend. And Chris Bingham is being hunted down by Felix Livesey within the talent pool drivers championship for the young guns. Right, Josh Rogers then does it again. 3 out of 3 is excellent work. Helps him in the championship as well. And the Australian driver clambers out of the car. There aren't many Australians that have won at Knockhill, but Josh has done it 3 times this weekend. You can tell he's relatively new to real world racing with a boring white crash helmet, not a bit of livery on it.
Absolutely, that's fresh off the shelf, that one, isn't it?
Exactly. Well done. Josh Rogers then is a race winner. Helmet off, big smile. 3 out of 3 for Josh Rogers, and he'll tell us all about it after the break.
In the Porsche Carwow Sprint Challenge GB, it's been 3 wins from 3 for Josh Rogers, who is now looking to extend his trophy cabinet. He's down with Louise, reflecting on what a weekend it's been.
Like you say, Nikki, what a weekend it's been. 3 out of 3. I think it's fair to say you've clicked with this track, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's my first time here. We first drove here on Wednesday. I was struggling a bit on Friday, to be honest. In FP2, though, we were able to make some good positive steps. And yeah, then it all clicked in qualifying. Managed to start from the front, and from there I could just kind of control the races. But yeah, massive credit to the team. They did a fantastic job getting me back on track. And yeah, this performance is so much down to them.
When you say it's clicked, what has made the difference?
Honestly, it's adapting and getting used to how the car wants to be driven and building that muscle memory up. You see, I come from sim racing, so my full-time job is that, so I'm driving all day, every day, but different cars in different environments. So adapting to something that is then different again and having to adjust my muscle memory, it can be a challenge sometimes. It's like if you're playing football and the weight of the ball changes consistently, you know, everything, all your references, nothing is always consistent. So I think that was where I struggled for sure in the beginning, but it all came together. I managed to figure that out with the help of the team, and yeah, that's why we're here.
Well done, fantastic result for you. Let's bring in Joe. Handshake, unfamiliar territory for you though, this, isn't it?
Well, Josh has been fast all the way through testing, to be fair. So he was a bit unlucky at Alton Park and a little bit unlucky at Donington as well. So he's been fast ever since he stepped foot in the car. I tried somewhere in the first 4 or 5 laps there, because otherwise I know it's so hard to overtake around here. I used a lot of the tyre at the start and it didn't quite work or pay off, but I'm happy. I think 3 second place is still a really good point for the championship. The team's been fantastic all weekend, so yeah, I think when you have a few wins, second place doesn't quite cut it, but when you think about it, it's decent points for the championship.
Well, from a championship perspective, I mean, actually for us watching, it's quite nice having 2 guys going head to head. Maybe not how you want it, but...
I prefer just to win every race, to be honest with you. But obviously it's not going to be like that. Josh is a great driver and we work well together as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
Good stuff. So are we. And let's bring in Matthew for a quick word on his P3. I mean, you were nudging Joe at the start there, but thereafter I think it was more keeping a case in your rearview mirror, wasn't it?
Yeah, far too many mistakes at the start. Yeah, it was really good. I mean, the car felt great at the start and then it naturally dropped off. And we caught some club sports in some quite tricky positions. So yeah, just trying to keep a cool head with the cars behind, and credit to Sam and Ethan as well. They were keeping me really honest all the way up to the last lap as well. I was having to push really hard. So yeah, but credit to the team at Clean Racing. They put together another good car, and GSF and all our partners that came over this weekend. It really helps to get us on the grid, let alone as high up as we are. So yeah, 3 podiums in 3 races over a weekend. I personally can't ask for any more.
Well, it's been well worth the trip and a fantastic place to get those podiums as well. It's a great fun circuit, isn't it?
It's an amazing circuit, and it's slightly more special for me because I moved to Edinburgh at the start of the summer, so it's now naturally a second home from home. So yeah, really pleased to come for my first ever weekend here, because I missed last year, and put it on the podium and just enjoy it. I've had a great weekend.
Well done, you're going to be home a lot faster than I am tonight. Congratulations. Right, I can hear the minis lining up behind me, so let's go back to Paul and Richard for that one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are looking forward to our third and final race of the weekend for the minis, the JCW minis, back with us. They've got a long break after this weekend as well, which is going to be maybe frustrating for them. Some of them might need a break, like Charlie Hand, who's had 2 DNFs so far this year. He's never had a weekend like it, apparently. So difficult for him. Conditions different to they were in their second race of the weekend, which was the first race for them today. And I'm guessing, with it being dry, it should be business as usual. We need to take a look at how they line up. So, the grid looks like this for the final race of the weekend. Harry Hickton on pole position, Alex Solly alongside, then Nathan Edwards and Max Edmondson, Tom Ovenden with Olivier Algieri on row 3. Josh Porter and Charlie Hand on row 4, followed by Sam Gornall and Harry Campy. Joe Tanner with Ned Anthony on the 6th row. Immediately behind them, we've got Will Crooks and Cameron Richardson, followed by Semel Sieper and Archie Johnson. Anthony Sullivan and Jerry Hendry, followed by our sport runners Alfie Garford and Murray Richardson. So it's been a real mixed bag this weekend. As we mentioned in earlier coverage, Harry Hickton switching teams to the Accelerate driver development programme. Essentially, I think prepares his own car away from the workshop and then brings it in, but he's been very pleased with the pace that he's had. It's worth remembering that he had pole position earlier on in the season, but it was a double pole today, so that plus his first race win yesterday sort of adding to the canon of Harry Higton. I was surprised, like Solly, I didn't realise Alex Solly hadn't had a podium in JCW. You look back, and of course he's had so many in Coopers, which is what I was probably thinking of, race wins in Coopers. But maiden podium for him, maiden rookie win for this man, Will Crooks, yesterday, and a solid race in race 2 as well.
Yeah, so Will Crooks on board. It was a great onboard, wasn't it, from the wet race earlier on. But like you say, that was a funny old podium, that was, because I just assumed most people had been on it and hardly anyone had been. So it was a good thing to see. I love a little bit of new blood on the podium, and yeah, it's really, really nice to see. But looking forward to seeing what Will Crooks can do in that car. That was the onboard that you've just seen. Do you know, he's 29 as well. That's my old race number.
It is, isn't it? Have you got copyright on that?
Yeah, so
he's going to get an invoice as well, not a setup one.
Yeah, exactly. Like half of these have had invoices off me. But yeah, good to see. Do you know what really makes me laugh about this? I got a really good friend back at home, a guy called Danny Doherty, and he come to watch me race years ago, and he said, "Oh, when you're doing that wiggling thing," he said, he was a lad I used to go from school. He said, "When you do that wiggling thing, is that just showing off to the crowd?" And I went, "No, that's warming the tyres up." So I just love the fact that people who don't know anything about racing probably think that we're just going, "Hi crowd, we're going to give you a nice little race in a bit."
It's fair enough. You don't know, do you?
Yeah, exactly.
There we go. So Harry Higton looking to try and make it a double of fastest off the front, but he is going to have for company Max Edmondson, who'll be keen to take the battle to him. There's Murray Richardson in the sport category. I hope we do get some more sport drivers in at some point. It's been tough for Alfie Garford and Murray Richardson, but fair play to them for upholding the honours in that starter class, if we want to call it that, to be able to allow drivers to step up from Coopers if they can't afford to make the main jump to JCWs. Very nearly ready for the start here then at Knockhill of the final race of the weekend. The drivers will be getting ready for the long, for most of them, trip home, and away we go. Harry Higton, I think, has made a good start again, having his maiden win yesterday, looking to try and make it another good win here. Solly has got up into P2. What's happened to third place? The answer is he's been clouted as they come down through Duff's Dip.
Wow, that was a big slide. It didn't look that big, but I'll tell you, Max Edmondson would have been hanging on for that as you come down Duff's Dip. Brilliant stuff. Can they get through the chicane? 2x2 is never usually the thing to do. That wasn't supposed to rhyme, but it looks like we've all got through. Oh, and there's already a move on. This is going to look very tasty going into Clark. And it's another good move. I did hear some gravel getting rattled about then in my ears, so people going wide, and Charlie Hand's side by side as well.
Yeah, Charlie wants to. He was saying that, yeah, most frustrating weekend that he's had racing, apparently all the way through JSCC. He's never had 2 DNFs on a weekend. But I said, well, you better get used to it, because racing going forward, you're probably going to get a few.
Absolutely, yeah.
But he's okay. He's out there and he's going to go and enjoy it. I think he's made up some positions already, so good stuff for him. He's dicing with local hero Joe Tanner. Joe's workshop for helmet painting is just over the back of the pit lane complex here. Charlie Hand gets the position done. He's just come back off holiday, Charlie Hand. He was away in Nice.
Tanner?
He was in Nice.
Was he?
Yeah, I said, that's nice. He said, no, Nice.
No,
but he apparently spent the day down in Monaco handing out Charlie Hand leaflets to try and get sponsorship.
Well, he's lit it. I tell you what, he needs to be careful of doing that through the chicane, because Tanner is looking feisty. Oh, he's given a right headbutt there, hasn't he? Can't be careful doing that. Who's that on 2 wheels? Getting down the inside, it's Campy.
Harry Campy's going to be determined. He took the win on the road in the race that we saw earlier on, but there are appeals and judicials going on, and we won't dwell too much on that one, because he did take the win. Algieri is keen as well. This is a potential championship battle here between Algieri and Tom Ovenden, the defending champion.
Yeah, Algieri, quite an interesting move that is. Got it all locked up, but didn't jump into him and got away with it. But the leader has got a 5-second penalty. Harry Higton for a jump start. Interesting. He's going to see that next time. Let's have a look. Does he jump?
It's too far
forward.
He's
not in the box, Proc. He's not in the box at all. Wow.
That means we've got to put the results in pencil, doesn't it?
Oh, no!
No, Jerry Hendry. I'm so sorry, Jerry.
That's going to be a safety car, definitely, because that car can't go forward and it can't go backwards. So Higton in the lead will see a flag that's being put out for him saying 5-second penalty. I can actually see it out of the comms box window. So the leader, if he knows his race number, which I hope he does, he's going to know he's going to have to pull out a 5-second lead to get this one.
After a safety car, potentially.
Yes.
Which is going to be a little bit tough, isn't it? Yep, there we go. Harry Hickton won't be happy.
No, definitely not. It's the worst thing that can be put out when you're leading a race. It's just, your heart just sinks. But you have to refocus as a professional and try and get that 5-second penalty dealt with and get up the road by 5 seconds. That's turn 2 or turn 3, Miss McIntyre's. That's going to be a nightmare. They're going to have to pull that because it's dug in now because he's wheel spun quite a lot. Yeah. The marshals today, I mean, it's not that warm here. It's better now. It's 17 degrees. Got to shout them out again. I was telling you this morning, I come in at just before 8 o'clock to have a little talk with the marshals. I always get a message off one of the chief guys here, Alan. Always asked me to come and speak to the guys. And they're always full of the joys of Springs. And I've got to say, just the weather, that never dampens the spirit. So, yeah, I think he's tried to reverse out of there, isn't he? And it's pulled the front splitter off.
Jerry Hendry.
Oh, he's going to get out?
He's going to get out. Well done, Marshall. Super job. Double Fiesta champion in Scotland and going for a hat-trick this year. A great driver, Jerry Hendry.
Can you hear the crowd clapping?
I can't.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they appreciate that. A lot of people will regularly watch him racing and winning, as I say, in the Fiestas. A big move up from the Scottish Fiestas into this, and he's a good peddler, is Jerry Hendry. The CTS Motorsport team, I said the car's for hire, probably not the view you want to see if we were saying, you want to hire the car, but it's pristine when it arrives at the track, and the team do a good job.
If he goes any faster, that thing's going to take off.
It looks that way, isn't it? I thought waiting for the comment about nostril hairs or something.
No, I'm not that nasty. Looks like your ear hairs.
Not anymore, ear hairs. Thanks very much. Here's the start again.
He's not jumped, so he's out of the box.
Where is the box though? 'Cause there's no line behind the line, is there?
Well, there is a box there. I just don't know whether he was too far ahead of it. I think he's too far ahead of the line.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just horrible, isn't it? But rules are rules. I just like to see them consistently in place. On board with Will Crooks.
He likes going to have a chat with Luke Caudle anyway, just Harry, doesn't he? So.
Yeah. Luke Caudle scares me, the driver standards man.
Does he?
Yeah, he scares me a bit. I like him, but he scares me.
Yeah, I like him too. Here we go, about to go racing again. Harry Hickton has got to build a 5-second lead. Not an easy thing to do. And you've got Alex Solly and Max Edmondson and Nathan Edwards and Algeria and everyone else behind you. It's going to be a real tough ask for him. But we'll see what he can do. So he's away. So it's the two teammates that are battling it out at the moment. Max Edmondson, who started in second position, a good qualifying for him, but wants to be further up. And of course, with teammates, I'm guessing the racing is going to be challenging, but you've got to be a little bit more considerate when it's your teammate up front as well. You've got to go back to the order.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it? I do worry about this job for Hickton because he's got some fast people behind him. I don't know, if he can pull out this 5-second lead, but the other thing I'm concerned about is if there's a safety car, which there may be, because there's so many cars and it's such a tight, bunched up circuit, he might just have that 5-second lead if he gets it destroyed.
Yeah, could go again, couldn't it?
Got to get on with it, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. We've only got 13 minutes left for this one, but of course many of the spectators here and our viewers will see him on tarmac, and it wasn't a huge advantage gained, was it? So people will know his worth. We all knew Harry Hickton's worth anyway, getting off the line and taking this a little bit.
Yeah, but he's back in the pits now, that's good.
Yeah. There's Jerry with his back to us out of the car. I'm really sad, as I said in race one, he was saying, I haven't finished the televised race yet, so he was saying, I've got 2 tomorrow, so I should do. He hasn't. I feel like I jinxed that for him, so apologies, Jerry.
Yeah, it's not nice, but it's one of those things. These cars are not the easiest things to drive. Like I've said to you many times, I've driven them, and they're one of the most difficult front-wheel drive cars to drive. Oh, Charlie Handwide. Has he got a problem?
Yeah, he might well have. He had a steering issue in race 2, so he was coming through the field. Remember, you were rightly picked him up as being the driver on slicks to follow, which we did. And he had a clatter. I can't remember who he had the clatter with, but it damaged the steering. So steering failed, which way he retired from the race.
O'Connell over the curb for a position with Algeria. That was brave, that was, especially on Algeria, who I rate as one of the best drivers in this championship. Some of the things he's pulled off in the last couple of years, in minis in particular, have been pretty special. Ovenden's now got momentum on him, and there's a bit of attack and defend going on here for Algeria in that black and white car. Oh, the understeer. the understeer there. Something's broken on his car, that's why he understeered,
That's gone. Another disappointing race for him. But I was about to say the quality of the drivers that we've got here, Paul, in the 5th, 6th and 7th place. You know, when you've got like Algieri, Edwards, Tom Ovenden, and they're back at the lower reaches of the top 6. That is how strong the Mini Championship is at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. It's a great race. It's a great race just to watch in any circuit we go to. There's such depth. Good driving that is from Gornall, because to get across there and just wait and have the perseverance to do that and look in your mirror. There's some people, like some of the track days I drive on and coach on, some of the driving is just unbelievable. So it's good to see people are actually looking at what's going on. That's good.
Back on board with Will Crooks, and that's the shot we were looking at going up through the chicane up towards Clark Curve. And fair play to Will for taking the camera as well.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like the camera, they think it's a jinx, but you can see that's Clark Curve coming through. The green on the left you can't run on too many times or you're in a bit of trouble. Up to 5th. Watch this now as we go down to the hairpin. It's so bumpy up into 6th gear, so it's brakes and down 3, is it? Isn't he into 2nd? Yeah, very bumpy. Oh, and a lock up there on the position in front of him, and job done. Will Crooks gets the job done. I think he's on his left-hand side though. And yeah, I think he's done him.
Good stuff from Will then, as we go back to the battle between Tom Ovenden and Olivier Algieri. Algieri actually lost the lead of the rookie championship to the man we were on board with earlier on, so he's behind him in the championship now, which I think has fired up Olivier here. So top 5 at the moment. They're a little bit shy of Nathan Edwards all the way up front at the moment. Nice to see Nathan starting to put a little bit of form together after second season of having a disappointing segment at the beginning. Pity for him. But Ovenden still with that good championship lead. He'll keep banging in the points for 6th place. A little bit of a lock-up from Algieri. Ovenden starts to have a look, closes in again. These two are going to be very mindful of each other here. Let's see what Ovenden can do to try and close in. Really good to see Harry Campy in dry conditions as well. He's done so well in the wet, but he's up behind them as well and looking equal on pace to them.
Yeah, this will probably start to bunch up in a minute, and there'll be something that's got to give. Back on board with Will Crooks. Watch this for a drop off into turn 1. Duffer's dip down 1, aim for the red, bounce off the curb, and you can see the hopping and skipping of this car. It should be down 3, is it? No, he's 4th gear for that turn. That's unbelievable. Wow, that's got some minimum speed in that car. I always thought that was 3rd gear in a mini challenge. Look at that oversteering over the top. You'll see great pictures through that chicane of front-wheel drive cars, all 4 wheels off sometimes. But these mini challenge cars really on the edge. Look at the bouncing and the damping and the spring. It's a real difficult car to get round. Algieri is really struggling here to keep up, and behind that's going to be an overlap, and that could actually give an incentive to Campy, who's behind and pushing.
Yeah, Harry Campy trying to close up. He's tasted that podium for the first time. He tasted the top step after the winning race number 1. But here comes Ovenden. Can he quite get it done? No, he can't. Algieri has enough pace to make it the wide way round down into Duffer's Dip. Maintains the lead. Ovenden leading this battle. Ovenden behind him. Campy tags himself back on. Josh Porter's been a little bit off form. It's the car that will come into shot just behind this group, with Charlie Hand having dropped 1 place on his starting position. In fact, make it another one, because Tanner's gone up ahead of him now. So Charlie Hand down into 10th and running into problems. Tanner, we heard, just got a 5-second penalty as well for track limits on his home track.
Yeah, he's not having a great weekend, is he? Not a great weekend.
It's a shame. He couldn't. They tried some setup changes. He was saying in qualifying, didn't work. Race 1, can't remember what happened. Race 2, race 1, he had some fuel issues, which they were trying to get to the bottom of. It just hasn't been the weekend for Tanner, who's double podium at Alton Park, and it really has changed the complexion of the results we're getting. Alton Park, totally different to what we're seeing here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. So bumpy into turn 1 on the brakes. The rear of these cars bounces around, but really dick. So Charlie Hand front left. That looks like the splitter. No, it's not the splitter, it's the engine. That could be fluid down as well. But yeah, down at Clark Curve, which is a naturally understeering corner anyway. As you go over the crest, the wheels go light, and yeah, it's hard work. But looks like there's not too much fluid round, because they're all getting through.
They are. Harry Campy now up ahead of Tom Ovenden. So good move by Campy up into 6th place. Ovenden down into 7th position, and Campy chasing. Oh, there we go.
That's very hot. and that is a very unhappy Charlie Hand. He's had some damage bills to deal with, isn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, I said to him, I didn't think it was going to get worse than 2 DNFs, and now he's had 3, so he can give me a slap if he sees me in the paddock a little bit later on for that. Long trip back to Sussex for him.
Yeah, it's a long old way, that is, isn't it? Cam Richardson.
Semmel Sieper.
Yeah.
Nice to see Semmel on camera. I haven't seen a great deal of him this year, but a Turkish friend who's really starting to get to grips with the car now. It'd be good if he can come back for another season and have a go. Sieper running as a rookie, first year driver with us in JCWs, and also in the directors category. Joe Tanner in the pits.
Yeah, so what's going on there? He's got some issue with the front left of the car. They've got a tyre there with something written on it. Yeah, they're changing something. He might have a vibration or some sort. No, he's out the race now, isn't he? Oh no, Algeri's got a penalty now.
So that's going to put Campi up into 5th position, isn't it? So yeah, lots of penalties being doshed out here. And timing-wise, you've only got 5 minutes to go, so a quarter of the race going. Solly leading on the clock, Hickton leading on the tarmac at the moment. The gap is only 0.7 of a second. So it's going to be Solly that takes it. Front row Joe is out. Such an entertaining and talented driver over the years, Joe Tanner.
Such a shame, such a shame. If you're given the choice, you just want to do well at your home venue, and the rest of your season is a bonus. Yeah. And when it goes wrong, when you're on home tarmac, it's just horrible.
Archie Johnson, what a stunning drive he did in the first race of the day. So interesting to see him. But we're back with Crooks looking at Semmel Sieper. Let's see whether Will can pull off a recovery move here.
Well, Semmel Sieper is actually defending hard, and look at that. Got some waft in that, haven't you, Semmel? Right, this will be interesting. He's going to try and undercut him, so will he get back underneath him? That is a good idea, but I've got a feeling he's going to pull away up the straight here. He can stay in his toe. See, that car's just edging away, isn't it? It's just got better traction.
Yeah, I think it has, yeah. Semmel Sieper, good defensive line as he went down into Taylor's hairpin there. Really good stuff, almost like he'd been racing here for a lot more times than he has done. First visit here. Semmel back with Crooks though.
Just ran wide on that apex. Watch this now. Let's see if we can get a run on him. If he can just get a better turn in for this chicane. No, Semmel's fast through there. Better play. He hit the curve just an inch wrong. That tube bounced into oblivion. And he just needs to turn in a bit later. Semmel does, because. And watch again. Is he gonna get in the toe? He's in the toe. That car's got good power in front of him. You know.
Yeah, it's looking pretty handy, isn't it? That one pulls away actually as they come down towards the braking zone, past the massive crowds that we've got here. This is a very popular place on the circuit to watch. Crooks can't do anything about Semmel at the moment. Up the hill they go. Yeah, powers away.
Wow. It's got a bit of front damage there on the front of Semmel's car as well. They must do good money in the parts department for these minis, because there's only little bits that fall off. I bet they're about 9 million quid.
I'm sure they're not. Oh, thank you for that.
I'm joking. They're about a fiver. Hey. Or just come and pluck one of your nose hairs out and stick it on the side of the car.
That would probably work, and it would be more durable, but it would cost you a lot more. There we go. Alex Solly busy chasing Harry Hickton, but Solly the leader on the clock at the moment, and that is going to be, well, he talked about his first JCW podium in race 2, potentially first win. He'd much rather win it on the tarmac, but he will take whatever is given to him if it was out of position or otherwise. So good. 10-second penalty for Algeri now we're hearing.
No.
Is it? 40. That's what we're hearing from our directors.
Is it a 10-second penalty? So it's a 5-second penalty for 48.
Right.
Which is track limits, and that is Sullivan, but I haven't seen him.
Sieper's gone wide again.
Oh, has he got him? I think he's done him, has he?
Yeah, I think he has. Went very wide there, Semmel Sieper, and Crooks is through, so it makes up the position, and it is Semmel Sieper.
Oh wow, he must have gone really wide at at turn 1. Wow.
Yeah, while we were on board, it was the onboard battle that we were looking at. So Will Crooks now busy chasing Cam Richardson. Ned Anthony is well ahead of those, so I think maybe one more place to be made for Will Crooks, or to attempted to be made.
Oh, so that's Algeri. Yeah. All right, okay, so it's going to whip around now on camera. We're going to see the back end of this.
I think it was further back on track. Okay, yep, same camera.
Oh, Oh, so he went off at actually the top of the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and it is right. So I apologise to the director. It is a 10-second penalty for Algieri. That's going to put him well out of the point. He's going to be like 15th, 16th.
Yeah, it's been an interesting weekend points-wise for all of these guys. All the results provisional until the clerking is done, and it's more painful here because a lot of them have got very long journeys. Archie Johnson rubs the curb and goes up momentarily on 2 wheels. It's not going to be a podium in this one for Archie, but a super run as Harry Campy now tries to hunt down. Harry Campy has got the pace of Algieri here, which is great, and also coming back into his Tom Ovenden. So Ovenden's had a little bit of a renaissance coming back into this with Josh Porter behind him. Again, 4 good quality drivers here.
Yeah, Porter's joined that party, isn't he? We'll be looking forward to that. That's Semel Sieper. He just understeers wide, and then he must bounce off the, Oh, that's it. He's a lucky boy there that didn't carry on and take someone out.
Yeah.
They must have seen that in the mirrors. That was really good evasive action by a couple of the runners and riders down the hill. Harry Hickton then, he takes an interesting line through there. It's like the car, it's got power understeer that lights the front wheels up and it really hooks across the track, but he keeps it all in tow. But he's going to be not liking that 5-second penalty, but still he could appeal it when he's finished.
Yeah, that's always a thing, and it's better having the time penalty than a drive-through, which we have it in Clio days, I think, going back. So it can be negotiated. It's not great for the race fans who want to get a result, as it happens, but it's the most sporting thing we can do. Josh Porter putting pressure on Tom Ovenden, the reigning champion. Crooks is putting pressure here though on Cam Richardson, looking for the outside run, taking a wider run there to maybe get a run up the hill. Is that not going to work or not? I don't know. Will Crooks has been one of the best value Comcams we've had, isn't he, in the minis?
I've got to say, every time we've been on him, we've seen some action. That's been good. But, such a good corner this. Anytime I go on board into turn 1, I just want to be in that car because I just know how good this place is. But the leader on the road, Harry Hickton, but it's going to be stripped if he doesn't win it under appeal, if he does appeal it.
Yeah, well, he will get the checker anyway as he comes out of Taylor's hairpin 4th the last time. Will make the run up the hill ahead of Alex Solly, who will pick up his first winner's interview at the end of this. It's Max Edmondson who's taken a quiet 3rd place, but there's the checkered flag for Hickton, but Solly takes the win from Edmondson. Hickton showing his 3rd on the timing screen at the moment. How far back will he end up? It is in 3rd place. Nathan Edwards in 4th. Will Crooks coming down into the hairpin. I say coming down, it's actually an uphill climb, isn't it, now towards the start-finish line, chasing Cam Richardson, and we're on board with Will Crooks in 11th place. Good solid 3 races for Will Crooks. Who's won the rookies? Algieri winning the time penalty, so Crooks gets another rookie win.
Wow, good effort.
Yeah, very good.
He'll have the onboard every weekend.
He's the most successful onboard driver I think we've had in the supports this year. Well done. We'll make him a trophy for that.
Yeah. Top man, he's happy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's a good lad, really nice guy, really nice family too.
He's been, do you know what? I've been really impressed just seeing his onboard. It's been so smooth, and for a rookie, it's been good. It's been good to see. Alex Solly, well, he knows he's won, so that's why you always got to look at the board and see what people are up to and know people's numbers, and the crowd enjoyed that.
Yeah, super stuff from Harry Hickton. It'll be on the podium. It'll be interesting to hear from him. Harry Hickton takes the flag, but for him, Solly seems to be the hardest word. Solly taking the win. Max Edmondson 2nd from Hickton and Nathan Edwards. Harry Campion 5th from Tom Ovenden and Josh Porter. Ned Anthony 8th from Cam Richardson and Will Crooks. 11th was Olivier Algieri. Semel Sieper in 12th at the end from Anthony Sullivan and Alfie Garford. Archie Johnson right behind him in 15th from Murray Richardson and Joe Tanner. Charlie Hand 18th. We're into the drivers that have problems now. 19th Sam Gornall and 20th Jerry Hendry. Long time before we see the JCWs again. I think the next one is Silverstone, so they've got a little bit of a break. And now the gap is down to 33 points. Tom Ovenden being closed in by Max Edmondson and Hickton, who is joint 3rd now with Alex Solly. Harry Campy in 5th in the championship. Will Crooks leading the rookies from Algieri with Sam Gornall in 3rd. JCW Sport, I think this is again the directors category at the top there. Will Crooks leading that from Semel Sieper and Joe Tanner with Alex Brandham and Anthony Sullivan 4th and 5th, and the JCW Sports headed by Alfie Garford from Murray Richardson. So down there in pit lane, celebrations for Alex Solly's first podium in race 2 and his first win now in this one, and we will be able to have a word with him in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
In the Power Max Mini Challenge, it was Harry Hickton who started out of the box, which meant he got a 5-second time penalty. So despite crossing the finishing line first, he was demoted to third, which promoted Alex Solly after 21 laps to first position, taking his first win with the team Pro Alloys Racing. Let's hear from him now with Louise.
Thank you. Yeah, we got joy and frustration down here in the podium in Parc Fermé. So let's start with the joy first of all. I mean, you get a podium last time out. Now your first win.
Yeah, I know. I'm speechless, to be fair. I saw how he had a penalty. Team told me that, so thanks to them. I saw I just sort of died down the pace and carried on. Then it hasn't really sunk in yet, but yeah, car was amazing. Yeah, cherry on top of the cake for this weekend.
You're going to remember this weekend for a while, aren't you?
Yeah, we came very, very close last year and had that taken from a penalty. So I can only feel for Harry. I know what he's going through. But yeah, we've got there now.
Well done. Well done, and Max, 8th podium of the season. It was a very steady one for you, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty uneventful, to be fair. I knew that the top 3 were a bit faster than the rest. Obviously, before the safety car, we were slowly pulling away. And I saw that Harry had a 5-second penalty. And I was ahead of Tom, so all I need to do is finish ahead of Tom. I need to chip away at that points gap. I don't know what Harry got 5 seconds of penalty for, but I knew that I just had to stay with him, within 5 seconds of him. Him and Alex were way too fast for me, so I was just trying to stay as close as I possibly could and not make as many mistakes.
Well done. I think it's fair to say Harry's not quite sure we got a 5-second penalty for either. I can tell you're rather frustrated by that one.
Yeah, just a bit bewildered, to be honest. I'm not too sure what it is. In my head, that's my win. Like I said, on the circuit commentary, I think Alex drove really well and he's come on a lot this year, and he deserves a lot more than what he's been getting. And for me and him, this has been a breakthrough weekend. But yeah, I feel like I've been, had a win taken away from me. I've been told it's something to do with the start. I have no idea. I'm 99% sure I didn't jump it. 99% sure I was in position. If I've broken the rule, I've broken the rule. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I did everything I can. Alex was really quick, so he kept me on my toes. But yeah, no, just a bit gutted.
You knew you had early doors that you had that time to make up. I mean, how difficult is it at that point? Because half of your head must be thinking, why have I got this? And the other half is thinking, okay, focus.
Yeah, it's hard. There's a lot that goes into these races because especially a track like this where we're doing sub 1 minute laps and it's a 20-minute race. It feels like it goes on forever. It was a lot to take in. I didn't know, at the time I had no idea what a penalty was for. I mean, typically 5 seconds is for track limits, and I know I had no warnings, and I got it on the first or second lap, the penalty. So I was just trying to figure out what I did basically, but also just in case we can appeal it and we can keep the win, I've got to keep the result and I've got to keep pushing. In an ideal world I would have pulled away 5 seconds, but Alex was so quick in that race, so a bit of a hard ask, but that's it.
Bad luck. I'll let you go away and talk to the officials and find out what the situation is. Right, we're going to head for a break. When we come back, we've got Caterham 7s out on track, so join us for that.
Hi, you're watching the British Touring Car Championship. The action will continue after this ad break.
Round 15 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship is underway.
Here's the results of round 15. The provisional winner of round 15, Tom Ingram from Ash Sutton, second, and Dan Camish, third. Ricky Collard, fourth, ahead of Senna Proctor, and sixth, the winning independent.
Welcome back to Knockhill, where the weather has dried up, but the action certainly hasn't. It is time to get back out to the track for more of the Caterham 7 Championship, and this time Jade is with Richard John Neal. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, a cracking race that we had earlier on today, and hopefully you saw it in the lunch break. Really was one of the best races I've seen so far this year. Conditions completely different, so we've got another set of equations effectively thrown at us. Jade, probably coming back to where we were yesterday, it's a dry circuit. Matt Armstrong qualified on pole. We'll see what he can do with Taylor O'Flanagan, the championship leader, in behind him. It should be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, the difference here is we've had so much rain that it would have made the circuit a little bit greener than maybe when they raced it yesterday. So there are going to be very, very slight changes in conditions. However, because they've been here in the week leading up to the competition weekend, and then obviously racing already today, I'd imagine it's not too different to what they're expecting. But no doubt we're in for a treat, as we always are with these Caterhams.
Yeah, very much hope so. We'll see how it goes. Let's have a look how they line up. Matt Armstrong on pole position from Taylor O'Flanagan, Harry Senior and Charlie Lower on row 2. Then it's Dale Head, the first of the AMs, his first AM class win earlier on today. Nick Hyton on row 3. And then behind them, it's Harrison Cavers and Justin Armstrong with Darren McCormack and Craig Story. Again in the amateurs, followed by Steve Nuttall and Monty Hind on row 6. It's Mike Evans that completes the grid. So cars, because of a change of conditions, getting the extra green flag lap. What does that mean? I can never remember the old adage. Does that mean it's going to rain or it is raining? Or
if you can't see the hill, it's raining. If you can see the hill, it's about to rain. And I think that is no more apparent than it is today, to be honest. We're all stood here thinking we haven't had rain for a while. However, we're nervously waiting for something to happen, because it always can at Knockhill. I'm mostly frustrated that everyone else in the country is having a heat wave still, and we're not. But my mum texted me this morning and said, I've had to take the dog out early because it's so hot already. I said, Mum, read the room. We're not in the sunshine there. However, these weather conditions do create great racing.
Yeah, and as I say, Caterham have given us some good stuff. The great news is for regular viewers, obviously we saw the 310Rs earlier on in the season at Brands Hatch. These guys are going to be with us at Donington and Brands GP. The drivers are so excited. Looking forward to Brands GP. I was talking to Alex Reid, who looks after everything Caterham, and said, probably going to need your help at the Brands Weekend Day to work the points out, because there's 3 drop scores.
Yeah, that is definitely not for me. The maths
You're
mid-race.
opting out of that early doors,
straight
Jane,
away. If I get called up for commentary there, I'm opting out of maths instantly, because it's not
Phil Glue in a previous life. That's what Philip usually does.
I think we went to the same school, to be honest.
Well, maths has never been my because I went to the same one as Jamie Caroline, as I've said many times before. Anyway, let's get onto the grid and have a look. Matt Armstrong with pole position. 2 wins so far. Taylor O'Flanagan is running very, very close, and Harry Senior in the blue car, 3rd on the grid, has been very close as well. But there's a story in the 4th place car. Charlie Lower couldn't really test. He had brake issues all the way through the testing, so didn't get any meaningful laps in the week. That put him on the back foot for qualifying. Race 1, he managed to come from the back, sort of midfield, and he's gone from midfield to P4. And the interest is whether he can engage with the top 3 runners in this race. We'll see whether that happens or not. And we'll talk about championship positions and everything else as we go on. But we're getting ready to race. So the Caterham 7 UK Championship underway. Looks like a decent start by Matt Armstrong from the front. Taylor O'Flanagan's going to drop in. Harry Senior, it's almost like a resumption of this morning's race. A little bit of a challenge there from Dave Head, trying to get up and challenge the front runners as well. O'Flanagan looking around the outside, and they're going to tangle wheels here. And I was expecting a great race, and that is the first mistake I've seen from those two over the course of the racing so far.
Absolutely, that contact there, whether he can continue or not, I'd imagine he's probably got steering out or some sort of damage that won't make the handling of the car very good. But yeah, that turn 3, they always concertinas up and everyone gets stuck in. There's no runoff there, so you go straight into the gravel. But yeah, it's been feisty from the outset.
It really has. Now, we've got the challenge on already from Harry Senior, who qualified 2nd at the start of the meeting. Looking on the outside run, they're 2-3 wide maybe behind, but it's Armstrong coming under pressure from Harry Senior. Senior had a slight tap, a little knock in race 2, which just moved him off the racetrack and dropped him down. He still finished in 3rd place. O'Flanagan's trying to come back, the yellow car on the inside, but Senior coming under pressure now as well from the 21 car, which is Charlie Lower. So we are now seeing Charlie engaging with the top 3, which is good, and this a lot closer than we saw this morning with the top 3. But O'Flanagan's going to be interested to see whether he has got that damage, Jade, and he's got work to do picking people off. And the good thing is, I guess, that these guys are going to squabble, which in theory should slow them up to enable anyone else to catch up.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever watched a Caterham race that spreads out and is just fairly boring. I think, as we can see here, move to the outside for Senior there. Can he go around the outside, try and go deep? What he'll try and do now is either hang around the outside and hope he doesn't get pushed wide, which he has done so, but I don't quite think he's got the run enough to take the lead into turn 1. So he'll either try and hang it around the outside, but no, he drops back into P2.
He knows that he will hopefully have a few chances, but also he knows he doesn't want to do anything rash, because a finish is absolutely key for Harry Senior. Harry's 2nd in the championship. The car in P1 is 3rd in the championship. The 2nd place car is 2nd in the championship to Taylor O'Flanagan, who is the championship leader. We'll have a look at a replay. Talk us through what happened.
So he goes around the outside here, tries to hang around. They have a little bit of contact, but the number 1 car just runs a little bit wide, and their wheels touch, running the 11 car wide. And I'm guarantee there'll be something, not feeling great with that car, because that was fairly firm contact.
He's not looking happy at the moment, Taylor O'Flanagan. As we said, championship leader, and he's away back. And this is all going to be about salvaging points for him. Might not carry them forward. It's possibly going to be one of his 3 drop scores, but he will want to score nonetheless if he can.
Yeah, you can see him here just struggling to get through the corners. A little bit of smoke now coming from one of the cars. I think it is Flanagan, maybe from the contact, or a little bit of wheel arch rubbing. But yeah, he doesn't look like he's comfortable in that car. Although it's not technically broken, it's probably very, very, uneasy to drive.
Goodness me, they're all really getting stuck in. We've got Craig Story in the mix as well in 56, one of the leading amateur class drivers. Craig leading the amateurs, Darren McCormack there as well. Monty Hind is third in the AM class at the moment, so when we get to Brands at the end of the year, we'll crown 2 champions. With the AM drivers, effectively, you've got to be a non-champion in Caterham's coming up through the ranks, the other levels that we've got, or not had a significant number of podiums. Let's have a look at this one again.
Yes, I'm not sure what this replay is unless it's track limits just on the exit of turn 1 into turn 2, running wide.
Launching over the curbs as well, and wouldn't do my back any good, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I'd imagine these cars don't take well to the curbs at all, especially around here. If you hit one at the chicane or somewhere where it's a big sausage curve, it won't really react well to those.
Steve Nuttall in the mix as well. Again, a Caterham former champion coming back to the championship after a few years away. All of these drivers, remember, have come through other Caterham ranks, and the likes of O'Flanagan, who is, I think, one of only 2 drivers who have won in all of the levels coming up, and he wants to complete the set this year if he possibly can. He's not really done the best of luck in this one to do that. There's the 46, Stephen Nuttall, also former champion, with the very distinctive black and gold. For us traditionalists, we always love seeing a car with that livery, and he's driving it well. As we drop it a little bit further back. Oh, sorry, it's up, isn't it? It's Armstrong Senior who is here and engaged with Charlie Lower. So Justin Armstrong, who was promoted from the AM group to getting 4 podiums outright. So much to the relief of the other AM drivers, I'm being told, but he's having a super race here with Charlie Lower. That car, incidentally, if you see it, it's got lots of little scribbles on it. It's actually painted by hand by an artist at the Festival Speed.
That's fantastic, isn't it? I bet, yeah, anyone that sees it in the paddock, go and have a little look at that, because it's very interesting work on the car. But look at these guys, just nose to tail. And imagine the slipstream in these is fantastic. So all you've got to do is try and hang on there. A little bit of oversteer on the exit, but yeah, cars battling throughout. But we can see that the lead gap is still only 4/10 here, so no one's getting away from anyone at the moment.
This might be the old game that we get in Caterham racing of waiting for the right time, and Harry Senior would just perhaps bide his moment. Matt Armstrong in race 2 was for a long time behind Taylor O'Flanagan, who's coming through shot in the yellow and black car, and then made his move going into the hairpin on the penultimate lap, which ultimately seemed to be the right issue as Taylor O'Flanagan goes down past Nick Hyton. So a good move by O'Flanagan. He runs a soap company, Jade. His mum gave me a bar of soap. I don't know if she was trying to tell me something.
A nice clean move there from O'Flanagan.
Oh, very good, very good. Welcome.
But yeah, he seems to be a bit more comfortable with the car. Obviously, with that contact, it might have felt out of sorts. A little nose there from the 21 car Senior, showing his nose, trying to make a move. Oh, a bit of oversteer. Both gather it up. You see a head shake of the leader there, thinking, no, I can't be doing stuff like that when I'm leading this race. But yeah, battles throughout. Flanagan seeming a bit more comfortable with that car, maybe not handling as he'd like, but now what we'd say is used to it as a driver and able to move forward.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, Taylor O'Flanagan here, and yeah, still in the right position championship-wise, because he can afford to drop scores. He has had 4 wins. Him and Matt Armstrong have had 4 wins apiece. 3 seconds, 3 third places, so yeah, probably the worst result of the season as we go back. This has gone really quickly, only 13 minutes left already. And Matt Armstrong potentially here, and I'd say potentially, and they won't thank me if it goes awry, but looking for the first hat-trick of the season.
Absolutely, but yeah, brave to say it if I'm honest. As a driver, I would be nervous to hear that said over the commentary, but as you say, he looks very strong and in control of this race, even though the car right behind him is only sort of 3/10, or they're fairly nose to tail, but yeah, looks confident.
Nick Hyton doing a good job of battling here with Taylor O'Flanagan, and he comes down the run of Railway Straight, outside run into Taylor's the hairpin, nothing doing there. Is this going to be a cutback? He turns in quite early, but no, he can't get the cutback. Goes actually a little bit wider, looks for a gap on the outside. Nothing there, Jade, at the moment.
No, he won't have the run now. He opted to try and go around the outside, didn't go for a cutback, actually run wide, as you said, which puts him on the back foot. But O'Flanagan here just knowing exactly where to place the car and where to defend. It looks like he's fairly steady through Clark's and down into the hairpin, maybe through that contact and damage, but he knows how to then defend into the hairpin to not allow anyone to capitalise on it.
The coverage of this reminds me of race 2, because we were looking at the battle at the front and then we were dipping back to some further back, and again it's typical Caterham racing, as you said, you don't really know where to look, but we stick with our race leaders. Potential hat-trick is the big story at the moment. Who's the spoiler? Is it going to be Harry Senior? He's certainly the man close enough. The thing that amazes me is that these guys are battling, but they're still getting away from the cars behind.
Yeah, they're sort of working together in a way. You know, like I said earlier, there's slipstreaming aspect in these cars, so they're probably creating a tow for each other, which means that they're moving forward and they're not battling too much. They're not making half-hearted moves. Senior behind is sort of sat there waiting for an opportunity to come, not forcing it too much, knowing that there's still 10 minutes to go or 11 minutes to go, and that he doesn't have to rush this move. He's not losing any time to him, so it's almost waiting for that last couple of laps. A bit like karting. You don't want to lead the last lap in karting, and I imagine it's a bit similar to here, where we might see in the last 5 minutes an attack happens from Senior.
He could well do it. He's got the fastest lap of the race, which is, I think, as well, just looking at my notes from yesterday, he got the lap record yesterday here, and I think he's improved on that again, so real super pace on this top level Caterham Championship, and setting us up for a lovely run from these guys towards the end of the season. Remember, Caterham graduates, we'll get a replay before we talk about the Caterham Academy, rather. No, we're not going to get that. OK, up and over the hill they go again. And it's Armstrong still there from Senior. What's happened here? Oh, again, just look at the...
Two real moments. You see it, you know, in the other category we've got, they ride the curbs quite well, but you can really see the raw movement of the car when they hit the curbs in these Caterhams, which is, it's all about hitting them correctly, landing correctly, and not losing any momentum.
Great move there by the 62, Darren McCormack, one of the leaders in the AM class. We've got a penalty for 46, Stephen Nuttall. That's the black and gold traditional Lotus livery car. So Steve Nuttall will be disappointed. They really are bouncing everywhere, aren't they, these cars?
Yeah.
But you learn your craft in these, and we were talking about the levels, and you can come in. One of the points I've never really digested properly before was that the Caterham Academy, you can't have raced, you can't have had a racing licence before, so you aren't going to get loads of young karters in it. So it's a really great place for anybody of any age to start racing.
Absolutely, a move to the outside here. Don't think it'll be getting done unless a good cutback happens, but no, they continue as normal. But yeah, going back to that point, it's brilliant. I've seen so many drivers come through the Caterham ladder and they start from a complete and utter novice, fancy having a go around a racetrack, and then move up and move up and move up. And you've got teams like Team Parker who run cars in all categories. And you see that two-wheel action, that is absolutely fantastic. Trying to get the move done, he has done. Car number 51 takes the position, a frantic move into turn one, but gets the job done. Fantastic.
Harrison Cavers, you'll probably know the name Cavers from Porsche Carrera Cup. His dad, Carl Cavers.
The sausage curve.
Look at that.
You see their head bobble around. That's what's going through the driver there. The car won't like it much either, but the battles continue throughout.
Absolutely brilliant racing going on. So Justin Armstrong, this is why he got moved up from the AM class. He's on the overall podium again here. But Charlie Lower, who's had a frustrating start to the weekend, has got better and better, still trying to get back on that podium as well. So it's the two Armstrongs being chased, father and son, isn't it, at the moment? And we're looking at the father in third place being chased for that by Charlie Lower. We'll see whether the Sussex-based driver can get in. They're a long, long way behind. And actually the gap is probably because they are busy dicing hard as Cavers goes back through. Didn't get to say whether this is Cavers' first meeting in Caterham 7 tonight. He has raced in other divisions of Caterham, other levels of Caterham, and taken race wins, but he seems to be taking to this like a duck to water at the moment.
If you can't say that they're not having fun out there. You know, I love Knockhill circuit. It's a brilliant track. Racing drivers tend to really enjoy it around here, but in a Caterham, doesn't it look fun? It almost makes me want to contact the championship and say, got any guest drives going on? Because it looks absolutely brilliant fun with all the drivers out there. Just, you know, on these weekends when they're on the British Touring Car Package, it's a great way to showcase talent, teams, that kind of stuff. So fantastic to see them throughout the year coming on and being a support category.
I'm sure they'd love to have you working with them and doing stuff with them. That's one we'll set up. We tried to get Owie in a Legends, but he keeps backing out of it. Jade
Can he fit in a Legends?
That's a good point. Yeah, they have a thing called a big boy chassis. It's not to flatter him either. As we get this battle still carrying up. Third and fourth place, Charlie Lower putting pressure on Justin Armstrong. Armstrong Senior leading this one at the moment. Remember, took loads of AM wins earlier on in the season. I meant to ask whether they get negated now, whether he keeps them. Certainly points get transferred to the Pro-Am group, but no matter about that. We'll sort that out by the time we get to Donington. But yeah, really good battle between these two. Lower chasing Armstrong, Senior up front. Seems like score, doesn't it, Lower and Senior and this sort of nonsense. And Caterham is a scoring kind of tool at the lower levels, but this is the very top level, and some very capable and entertaining drivers that we are seeing. O'Flanagan in 5th goes along.
Absolutely, and just seeing the two father-son duo, obviously I come from a motorsport family as well. At some point that's going to switch, isn't it? Junior's going to beat senior, and that's where it's going to get interesting at family Sunday lunch, so it'll be interesting. Doesn't look like it's going to happen today, but no doubt at some point during this season.
Matt is the son here, he's in
so he's leading,
yeah. He's been that already.
Yeah, amazing. So yeah, that's already made Sunday lunch fairly awkward. I always remember I was told I was Jim's daughter, and at some point he signed on, he said, "Are you Jake's dad?" And it switched, and it was one of my proudest moments in my career where the name actually switched, which was good. But yeah, fantastic to see.
I was chatting to Monty Hines' dad earlier on. He's in this one down at the moment in 2nd in the AM class, so Monty's doing a good job. And his dad used to race a TR6, and he was saying, yeah, he's much quicker than me now. And he said it's the only person who ever wanted to beat you is your offspring.
Yeah.
Absolutely, really good observation.
Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely, you're very competitive within families, but you have no better pride than seeing a family member succeed in motorsport. But yeah, it's interesting family debrief, that's for sure.
Monty Hine, by the way, apparently you got a tidy bedroom. Dave said he's come home from college, dumped all his stuff, and away he goes. So there you go, there's a job for Monty Hine. As we go back to Justin Armstrong in 3rd place, he's holding on to this well, but O'Flanagan might get back into this battle and score some more points.
Yeah, as we saw, he's now got a bit of a gap from the cars that he broke from earlier, and it's sort of back in the mix a little bit onto the back of this pack and back of lower there. So yeah, he's got 5 or just under 6 minutes to really make any moves he wants to and salvage back any points from starting on the front row of this sprint.
He's closing in, and yeah, it's all damage limitation exercise. He's not been far away from the podium in any of the races, and you think he's had contact. He's doing the same again here. But this is going to be interesting, and we saw in race 2, the racing dynamic with 3 cars is completely different to 2, and this is going to alter this battle completely.
Yeah, for sure, because Lower initially would be now just thinking about how do I pass, showing his nose there. But now we've got O'Flanagan on the back. He's having to watch his mirrors whilst also trying to capitalise ahead. So yeah, really tricky situation for the middle car. O'Flanagan's just attacking, and the lead car's gone for a lunge to the inside. Can he make it move? No, O'Flanagan's gone to the outside. Everyone defends as properly as they can, and no change. Little switch back there, but he won't get the run into turn 1, unfortunately.
It's a big uphill climb there. We see that on the onboards, don't we? But now he's already back on the attack, still climbing uphill, and goes to the outside run. He's got clear, he's got through. Amazing move.
Yeah, really, really good move. And this is what I said, he's sort of comfortable with whatever handling his car has now, and he's able to move forward from it. But this is what we love about Caterham's. Every shot we go to, there's battles throughout. So we've got another couple of cars here just heading towards turn 1, side by side. Who's going to take it?
Mike Evans coming through. That's his wife's kitchen he's racing, by the way. Apparently he was saying goes on the inside line of McCormack in the AM class, and Mike himself a former Caterham Supersport champion, so he was in the Pro-Am category in this, but hasn't had the run of the green, so he's dropped back down into the AMs for now. Issues there, very sadly, for Harrison. That's a shame, he was running well.
Yeah, he featured a lot in the start of this race with lots of battles, but in the pit lane it looked like the team weren't sort of ready for him, so maybe something unexpected gone wrong with his car, and he's in the pits to get it sorted.
So I was talking about Monty tidying his bedroom. He's got the lead on the battle that we were just looking at in the 76 car, but we flick back to still 3-way battle, and Charlie Lower trying to get back on the case of Taylor O'Flanagan here, and O'Flanagan's now in that position you described, being in the middle.
Yeah, O'Flanagan looks strong actually. He looks like he's found some pace towards the end of this race, and he doesn't look like he's having to worry too much about the car behind him. He's more sort of moving forward to the car ahead. But this is where he struggles a little bit, out of Clark's and down into the run into the hairpin. However, he's got a good run there onto the inside, a perfect run, and he's got the line for the corner, so you'd expect this move to get done. Let's see how it goes. Lock up from the car on the outside there, which means that Lower gets involved. We've now got 2 cars alongside each other, and O'Flanagan's thinking, thank you very much, I'll have some of that.
That was a class move, wasn't it? Beautifully described as well. Superb stuff from Taylor O'Flanagan, who from nowhere has got back onto the podium. Really good points for the championship leader. Superb stuff, but he's got Charlie Lower trying to get back at him as well. It's the 23, that's Justin Armstrong, isn't it? So Justin's lost that. Is Matt going to lose out? That's the problem.
Caver's asking what
yeah.
are we doing? He took his wheel off there, so it looks like that's game over for him, unfortunately.
Showed some good promise this weekend, and I'm sure he'll be back. I think the grids will be bigger with Donington. It's a big Arsenal travel up there. part of the Triple Crown, the overseas, the Three Nations Championship that we do here, as Lower tries to get back into O'Flanagan.
Yeah, he went to the outside, but he knew it wasn't really a move. He's trying to get a bit of a cutback, but he's not quite got the exit pace yet. O'Flanagan looks like he's dialed into that car nicely now, and a great recovery drive from him to get the car back into a podium position.
Looking forward to having a conversation with him, whether it'll be after today, because he might disappear. But just finding out whether he's, adapted to the car and driven round whatever he's picked up.
Yeah, he might say, actually, no, there wasn't anything wrong, but it just, I lost momentum, and therefore it took me a little while to get dialed back in. But it seemingly looks like whatever state his car's in, he's more than capable of dragging it along and getting a good result out of it. We saw him clip the curb there at turn 1, and other cars that clip that sort of lose momentum and lose position, but actually he held it fairly nicely and continues actually building a bit of a gap there by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's starting to get away, but getting closer to Charlie Lower is Nick Hyton in the black car with the light blue cage closing in. So Nick Hyton maybe a little bit too late to do anything about a 4th position, as I think they'll be going on to the anti-penultimate lap. What are they doing? 52-second laps. No, it's still Matt Armstrong out. 5-second gap. Thanks for putting that out, Jane. Yeah.
5.5-second gap in a Caterham race is not to be sniffed at whatsoever, especially around a short circuit like that. So great driving by Armstrong there to lead by such a huge margin.
Yeah, he's done well. I can't remember what the gap was yesterday, but pretty similar to that. There wasn't a huge amount of overtaking yesterday, but it was fascinating to watch the drivers throwing the cars around, getting the absolute most out of them. Tell you what, Hyton's on a mission here, isn't he? We've got another battle on.
Yeah, Lower was fighting for overall podiums there, and now it looks like he's having to watch mirrors to not lose any more positions. With 40 seconds left on the clock, it looks like they'll get another lap after this one, but move to the outside there, and he's done it into the corner, outbraked him. Can he get the car stopped? Oh, he's got the switch back, and then it looks like Lower's just going to keep that position. He made the move stick, but just went long into the corner. What a shame.
This is the thing I say about Caterham's. It is racing by definition. They swap, they trade places. It's absolutely brilliant. Here comes Hyton again. He's got it back. The momentum was there. He's got it, but is he going to go again? Here comes Lower, side by side. Bits of bodywork fly off as they come down Duffus Dip, head up towards the chicane again. And this is bringing Justin Armstrong into the mix as well.
Absolutely. This is exactly what I said about that last lap sprint to the end. No one wants to be leading the tow of cars on that last lap. We saw a wheel arch go flying, but it doesn't seem to have hindered him too much, and he's kept the position. Great racing on this last lap.
Yeah, superb stuff. And meanwhile, half a lap or so away is Matt Armstrong, who takes the checkered flag and will have the most wins in the series, and more significantly gets a hat-trick here at Knockhill. Charlie Lower goes back down the inside again of Nick Hyton, who might come back up the inside, the drag to the flag. Here we come. Is he going to get it? Is it going to be Hyton? Is it going to be Charlie Lower? We look to the clock. We look to it's Lower who just gets it from Hyton. And Justin Armstrong in 6th place from Steve Nuttall in 7th. The AM class honours are going to go to Dave Head from Monty Hyde, with Craig Story next up, completing the amateur class podium. But do you know what, Jade? I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys back with us at Donington Park and Brands Hatch, and they're welcome anytime with us on the BTCC Sports.
Yeah, absolutely. Donington's a fast-flowing circuit. It's going to really create that sort of slipstream train, and exactly what we've just seen here on that sort of last couple of laps of frantic racing. And there's no way these guys are not going to get out of their car with a big smile on their face, are they?
No, for sure. I know there's going to be a big smile on all the faces around the circuit here at Knockhill. Matt Armstrong, the 27-year-old from Hinckley, Pro-Am champion last year, coming back, defending the top-level Caterham Championship. Many drivers stay with Caterham through their careers, and there is the opportunity to move on perhaps to other things, but he's decided to come back, defend his championship from a ever-growing crop of talented drivers coming up through the ranks, the likes of Taylor O'Flanagan, who still has the championship lead. Round 12 of the Caterham 7 Championship UK here at Knockhill, and a hat-trick for Matt Armstrong from Harry Senior and Taylor O'Flanagan. Charlie Lower in 4th, ahead of Nick Hyton and Justin Armstrong. Dale Head next from Monty Hyde, and then Craig Story and Steve Nuttall completing the top 10. 11th goes to Mike Evans. Then it was Darren McCormack and Harrison Cavers, sadly having that somewhat early retirement. So we'll catch up with Caterham racers later on in the year. As I say, really good addition to us in the paddock. Terrific racing, and probably getting out in this shop window, they're going to get a lot of drivers thinking, hey, this is something we can get into in the academy. never done it before. You know, you could spend years building up a business and maybe not have the chance to come and race, but with Caterham you can do that at whatever age you are. There's our winner, just about to extricate himself from the car, taking his time about it. Well, he knows how to do this because he's had 3 wins out of 3 this weekend. Matt Armstrong is your winner in Caterham 7 UK, and we'll catch up with him after this short break. Please stay with us.
You are watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Thruxton, the fastest UK circuit on the calendar, plays host to the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Round 13 is good to go. There'll be a green flag at the back to say that everybody has returned from the formation lap. Then the drivers will look towards the gantry. When the 5 lights have gone red, they'll be extinguished. We will go racing now, and a good getaway by Cook. Lots and lots of wheel spin from Senna Proctor, who bolts down, and that enables Dan Rowbottom to get round the outside. Ingram is on the outside of Cook. Sutton is up the inside of both.
So credit to the team, great car all weekend, so can't complain.
Well, absolutely, you can't. I mean, it is great. We were looking at and talking about the style and the standard of racing in these Caterhams. They are fantastic cars to learn in, aren't they?
Yeah, they're brilliant, and great value for money as well, and yeah, they're brilliant to drive, so yeah, recommend it.
Yeah, well, you're certainly a great advert for the championship. Let's bring in Harry at this point. P2, I mean, as I was just saying to Matt, you're pushing him hard at the beginning of the race, but he just got away from you as the race got underway.
Yeah, I think at the start I knew he had a little pace advantage over me after race 1, so I tried to go aggressive and kind of get in front of him and maybe block him for the race. Didn't work, and then I kind of saw that he was pulling us away from the cars behind, so mellowed out a little bit, and then he just kind of built that gap slowly, ever so slightly. It was very impressive. I did get a track limits warning halfway through, so I really had to be careful at that point, and that's when it really started to get large. So a bit of a boring race for a Caterham race, but yeah, P2, happy days.
P2 won the fastest lap as well, I think.
Fantastic.
Good, well done, congratulations. And where's my P3 for? Here he is. I mean, what a great comeback that was. Just talk us through the issues at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, I just had a really great run through 1 and 2, and I thought I had more than enough right to be there, but yeah, ended up on the gravel, and then yeah, just had to fight my way back, and it was a tough race, really tough race. just gutted. I felt so good yesterday and today. I'm really hopeful for a win in front of the crowds, but still super grateful to be here. It's amazing to be on the Toggle package. So yeah, all in all, we'll go home smiling, but just gutted. I really thought we had the pace today, so hopefully it was entertaining anyway for everybody watching, I'm sure.
It was very entertaining, and you really did seem to have the car underneath you in the closing few laps. You kind of would have liked another 10.
Yeah, exactly that. All day the cars felt so great. We led most of the race too, and I really thought we had that in the bag of pips at the end, and then to end the weekend like that's a shame. But all in all, happy to be here. Thank you for having us. And
not that much of a shame. You're on the podium, mate. So well done for that one. We'll see you next time out at Donington as well. Good stuff. Well done. Right, we have got one more support race before our final touring car race of the day. It is the Scottish Legends again. So Paul and Richard, take it away.
Legends Cars Championship, and it's today's been a better day than yesterday in terms of the accidents. And I said to the guys that run it, you're going to get that. You're going to have damage. When you've got a huge grid, wet conditions, reverse grids, from time to time it's going to happen, and they definitely shouldn't beat themselves up about it.
Yeah, exactly. They've done a great job entertaining us, haven't they? It's really, really nice to see. Yeah, nice little shot of the...
Oh, no!
That's
the worst thing for a youngster, isn't it?
No! That's horrendous.
That's that director Crossie's fault, isn't it, for putting the camera on him?
Oh, no! Somebody buy that child another...
Oh, Crossie needs to do it, but if they can get Crossie's wallet out, they'll be doing well, wouldn't they?
Do you know what's really sad about that? And I'm going to tell the whole public, is that Mark Cross, who works for ITV Sport, is laughing, saying that's the best thing I've ever seen. I hope that kid's crying. He didn't say that.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the final Legends race of the weekend. David Heaton gets his second pole of the day. Christopher Wallace, the university lecturer, is alongside Ron Wilkinson and Elby Clark, with Scott Smith and Keith Atkinson on row 3. Stuart McAndrew and Darrell Laws, followed by David Allen and Jamie Blake. Then it's Gary Atkinson and Matthew Pape on row 6. Phil Rowlands and Carlos Perez next up from Ewan Robertson and Steve Whiteleg. Max Populeshko and Nick Bridgman on row 9. The 10th row, Mark Beattie and Colin Reid, followed by Daniel Clark and Colin Atkinson. Michael Weddle and Stephen Traherne on row 12, getting to the big scorers from the earlier side of the race now. Ross Marshall and Murray Scott from Angus Scrivener and Ben Mason. Top point scorer on the day so far is Ryan McLeish, then Brodie Orr. Alistair Calderwood and Richard Dunbar complete the lineup of 32 cars. There's a little wave. Oh, bless.
Mate, he's crying. That's so bad. Anyway, on with the racing, and any complaints?
This will cheer him up.
This will cheer him. Hopefully this is a great race for him, and if anyone does know him, I'll buy him an ice cream when we go to Upton Park, which we've been to, so no ice cream for you, lad.
Not till next year.
Exactly.
If we're still employed.
And I ain't got a contract, so yeah.
But you could go, it's your local track, so you could go and visit. So, Legends Cars, rolling start. Remember, the guys that haven't had the rub of the green so far today start the front, so the lesser scoring points drivers at the front of the grid. You probably know the score by now as these things go. But it is car number 7, Christopher Wallace on the outside. David Heaton, the former Scottish Sports and Saloons car champion, racing a very powerful Caterham and won in that. And he's enjoying the Legends cars as they go. Look at this, they are 6 or 7 wide as they come down through Double Stick. That is like a mobile car park, isn't it?
Wow, I am very impressed that nobody took to the grass then. That was a great start by everyone. Look at that, 4 and 5 abreast. Wow. This is the pinch point. Oh, there's one goes across the gravel. Pinch point coming up now through the chicane. Hold that shot, please.
Yep.
Yes.
Just don't ask me to pick a car. I think we've all done that as well. Well done, lads. Good stuff. Good stuff. And it should be lads and girls, really, because we need some females coming up into Scottish. Carol Brown, one of the best female drivers the UK has produced, probably the world's produced, double champion in Scottish Legend. I always give her a shout out in these ones. I make no apology for doing that. But to win 2 championships in different teams, in reverse grid racing, that says it all, doesn't it? Carol Brown, there's a name you need to remember.
Exactly that. And the race director has done a brilliant job here and I'm not on about our race director, I'm on about the race director of Scottish Legends, because that is a great first lap for these guys. This looks like they're up for it now.
Yeah, superb stuff, and it's the 13 car Scott Smith that leads them at the moment. David Heaton doing well in second position, so run many races in his Caterham around here, but this is a completely different kettle of fish for him. as we see number 2, David Allen, starting to make up some places. Now the top point scorers that we maybe need to look out for making progress. Ryan McLeish. Oh! Is that one of the Clark Motorsport team? I think that's Phil Rowlands. Well, we spoke too soon.
Yeah, but that was a shame that actually what happened there.
And it's Ben Mason. That's the big story there. Is Ben Mason, one of the front runners in the championship. Ewan Robertson's got some issues as well, which is a shame. Yeah, Ben Mason was running second position on the day, so McLeish is going to get a clean run at maybe taking the second overall honours of the day. He did it yesterday. There's Phil Rowlands, ex-supercarter, has done some good results in Legends, but it's a good hunting ground actually for former kart drivers. And Phil wants to get the car out of the way. Max Populescu is there as well.
They're stuck together, aren't they? Or are they trying to bounce that out the gravel, aren't they? They're trying to bounce that car out the gravel.
Yeah.
If they get that out, I'll be well impressed.
Robertson. Yeah, Robertson's done, which is good.
They're just telling him to stop because I think cars are coming through. Oh, that's a great effort by these marshals here. So what actually happens is a bit of contact. Ah, Robertson there in that Duracell car, isn't it? That is into the back of that
Phil
127 Phil Rowlands, yeah.
And this is the one of the issues there is when you got the quick drivers coming through, and Ben Mason was the one that really got caught out with that, totally outlucked with that one. Shame for Phil Rowlands. Really love to see him getting some decent results. A lovely fella, good driver. Did well at all Park, I think, do you remember?
I'm so impressed that they have got all of them cars out of the gravel like that.
To be fair, the Knockhill team, pretty much every other meeting here has Legends. They know how to deal with them very, very quickly. Well, having said that, we've probably got maybe some different marshals coming up for the touring car meeting, but yeah, very well dealt with.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some. The UK marshals do help out. I was to say this morning I was here, and there's a lot of lads from around my way in the northwest here, so it's good. It's good to see everyone clubbing together, is it? And that's someone in the pits early doors. That's Populescu, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't realise that Max is one of the Cresta racing cars as well, so it's 2 Crestas that have gone out there. With Ben Mason running with that team as well. That's going to be a little dent in his championship. Matthew Pate will be probably reasonably, well, not pleased to see Ben out, but it will alleviate the issues on Matthew Pape's championship. Interesting, Pape 24 car's being shown as a team car, but it's not a team car on the timing screen. His number is his alone to try and take the overall championship. He's in 4th place at the moment in his borrowed car. So it'd be interesting to see Matthew, probably one of the big hitters nearest the front, I would say, at the moment. Just looking down the order, Mark Beattie in 11th has made good progress through. Ryan McLeish is already up to 16th after that, and Michael Weddle in 17th. So Ben Mason rejoined, but quite a way back. Yeah, he's in 29th, is Ben Mason. Problem with this, though, is the safety car eats into the racing laps, and those big scorers from races 1 and 2 can then struggle to make more places up towards the end.
Yeah, very true. They'll be very wary of that. I think the safety car will come in this lap because all the cars are out the way, aren't they? And that looks to... The lights are out, Richie.
Yeah, and nobody's home with me either. Here we go. Let's crack on with the Legends. Right, 4th place car we need to look at. That is the championship leader in the borrowed car, and that is Matthew Pape. And behind Matthew is the only lady in the race, which is LB Clark, Daniel Clark's missus, who's a quick peddler as well, another ex-supercarter, and LB running in 5th place. We'll see how the start goes, but Scott Smith is going to lead them around Taylor's and up the hill, and as I say, they get the chance to rehearse this several times, and away they go up the hill, and it is a massive climb. Let's see them as they go across the line.
I was going to try and do boogity with the Scottish accent, but there's a battle on for the lead.
There is, so David Headon comes through. This is great stuff from David Headon coming back into the lead. I know he was disappointed with the start. They had in race number 1. He got clipped by another car and the starter jammed on the car, so that's why we had the safety car from the first race of the day. But he's really made the most of this pole position, and lovely to see him still leading after the 4th lap. Granted, we had a couple under the safety car, but he's coming back under pressure from Scott Smith. But here comes Matthew Pape, the man who's dominated the championship so far this year, and Pape goes through on the inside up into 2nd position. He's going to hunt down David Headon now.
Yeah, this is game on, isn't it? He might get him before the start of the next lap. This will be brave. Round the outside, he's going to try the switchback, I think. Oh, he's going to go off. Oh, he's lost 4 places. He's going to lose even more. Sorry about that.
Matthew Pape, and to be fair to him, that is an unfamiliar car to him. That is Jonty Norman's car that he's borrowed for the day. We've got another safety car. Need to sort themselves out. now we've got somebody else off, but yeah, unfamiliar car. First day for Matthew in that car, and you know, I know the cars are Legends cars, same build, but every car will feel different.
Oh God, yeah, they definitely will feel different. All of them will. That'll be more of a difficult car to get out of the gravel. I think that's the bottom of turn 2, isn't it? Looks like McIntyre's to me, but look how they rock the car, like you say. It is turn 2, turn 3. Look how they rock the car. They really do know how to get these cars out of the gravel, don't they? Because that's obviously just been wheels spun in there. This is a shame. Like you say, it's getting into the, it's eating into the race distance now, isn't it? But like you say about Pape, it's difficult to do that. They're not all exactly the same. They all have their own little quirky things.
Matthew Pape is a class driver. You know, whether he's been racing in the National Championship in years gone by, he's found it more suitable to him to race here, predominantly at one venue and come back. But he's a class act, and he's really proved that this year. Jamie Blake out of the gravel, so Jamie can get to have another go. Another quality Scottish driver in the Mini Championship. Hopefully, are we going to get going again? Have we got lights out on the safety car?
That's a shame, because the safety car is actually out now, so it can't come back in. So we're going to have a definite lap under the safety car now. Hopefully the safety car, what you might see is the safety car does a proper fast lap now, so we might actually see an airborne Porsche through the chicane, which will be absolutely awesome. I'm all for it. If you're at home and you're all for it, give yourself a clap or a wave or whatever. I won't see it, but
no, just send us a postcard.
Yeah, just send us a postcard. Look at, he's rapid. Look at the size difference in there. It's gas.
It does show it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's yeah, people don't really realise how small the cars are. I was chatting to one of the newcomers, driver of the number 5 car, Richard Dunbar, and he was like at his local garage, which is fairly local garage, Bennett Motorsports team, and he was looking at the car and said, "Oh, could I go on one of them one day?" And Stevie McCall, who runs it, then said no. But then he relented. Steve thinks things over, got him in the car, and he's racing rookie this year.
Oh, that is a
just from being a customer of his garage.
I love that. That's amazing, amazing. Look at the speed though of the safety car. He's so fast. He's trying to get out of the way, but I tell you what, they're gonna have to be careful here, because look at the gaps that everyone have got. Oh, it's a proper race this now.
Here we go. David Heaton, the leader, after the safety car, with Scott Smith in P2. LB Clark now up into 3rd place, ahead of Matthew Pape, trying to recover from that moment. Then it is Keith Atkinson 733, followed by Davey Allen in car number 2. They've all gone off again. Here we come. Mark Beattie making progress through the field. I'm going to have to do some big sums and work out who the overall winner on the day is. Whereas McLeish, she's down in 16th place. I mean, nip and tuck for the overall points honours today for sure. Carlos Perez busy chasing as well, but David Heaton got a queue forming up behind him as well. Who's it going to be? Pape is back out. How's he come back from that issue earlier on? He's already up into 3rd place, challenging for 2nd, but so too is Scott Smith. Pape's going to try and find the line. LB Clark is there as well. LB is chasing. Down behind LB is Keith Atkinson, and LB Clark trying to get up on towards the podium, and they're all playing games with each other here. We'll see whether Matthew Pape can look round the outside. He's going to go on the inside here of Scott Smith and try and get the run up the hill as they go on to the penultimate lap.
Oh, Pape's got the run here though, isn't he? And Smith is going to be looking out of his right-hand window that doesn't exist and think, what am I going to do now? But that's job done. If he can get around the outside of him, we'll be impressed. Pape has been an absolute hero. Front right lock-up. Oh, and he's ran wide.
Yeah, down the escape road. Rejoins in front of the group, and David Heaton gets a little bit of breathing space here. Pape running wide again, that unfamiliar car. I'm not making excuses for him or anything else. He's gunning for championship points.
Are you his manager?
No. He can send me a charge. Should I invoice him then?
You should do. I usually
do that. Anyway, so he's there. He's a 600-point lead coming into this weekend, which was effectively a round clear of the other drivers he was, but that got negated. But he's closed on Heaton already, and here comes the move for the lead.
He is like Houdini, isn't he? I've never seen anything like this. He's got him done already. Then again, he's going to have to. He can't switch back because he's got a car underneath him. So Smith's there, isn't he?
Yeah, here comes Scott Smith back at it as well. Smith's going to have a go for the lead. David Heaton soaking up the pressure from this pole position start. He is a great peddler, is David Heaton. His daughter Mackenzie will be cheering him on for the pit lanes to go on to the last lap. And it's David Heaton that leads. But here comes Matthew Pape. Looks down the inside, has a look, doesn't think any more more of it. Goes back to the outside, trying to get more momentum down through Duffers Dip, and Leslie's to have another stab as they come down into McIntyre's. He's still under pressure himself. Elby Clark in a superb 4th place. It'll be her best finish of the year if she hangs on to that, possibly her career in 4th place. With Beatty-Bond right behind them as well. Pape all over the back of David Eden again, putting pressure on. He's going to make a move now up into Clark.
Oh, he's done it, and it's because Eden is going to lose 2 places here, but Eden actually just got wide going into the chicane, but he's not giving up. He's on the outside, big slide, and Smith goes through, but this is going to be Pape for the win, I think.
Elby Clark's got up onto the podium. I think it's the first time we've seen Elby on the podium, potentially. Beatty's going to close them down. Pape, the championship leader, in a borrowed car is there, and Elby Clark's gone right round the outside to take P2. Elby's going for 2nd place. It's the run up the hill. She gets a wheel on the gravel. Scott Smith back into P2. Beatty-Bond's coming up in green as well. I think Elby's going to be punted off the podium. It's a win for Matthew Pape. 2nd across the line, Scott Smith, and it's Beatty-Bond. Mark Beatty in 3rd place, just pipping Elby Clark. I love Mark Beatty, but I really wanted Elby to get a podium there.
Elby just had to unwind the lock and just got that left-hand side of the car on the gravel and just lost that traction. But what a drive! I'm sure he went from 1st to 30th, back to 1st.
That's why
absolutely brilliant.
That's why he leads the track. Can we lobby for an Elby Clark interview as well? Can we do top 4? Can we break ranks and have a top 4, please?
We should be, because that was a great race. That was brilliant stuff from our race winner, the Pape. That was brilliant. Well done, mate.
Yeah, and that is not paid per view, is it? It's free to air.
That was brilliant. Nearly as good as that joke.
Not quite. Mark Beatty did well there as well. Superb stuff from him. Here's how they finished. Matthew Pape, the championship leader. Rubbish weekend up to this point, but a super end for it. Scott Smith 2nd, Mark Beatty 3rd from Elby Clark. Best ever finish for Elby. David Heaton in 5th. Great result from him too. Keith Atkinson and David Allen next from Darrell Laws. Colin Atkinson 9th. Michael Weddle completing the top 10. Carlos Perez was 11th from Ryan McLeish, then Steve Whiteleg and Angus Scrivener. Stephen Traherne in 15th from Stuart McAndrew and Ross Marshall. Nick Bridgman 18th from Colin Reid, and Daniel Clark, the husband to the wife, on 4th place next up from Brodie Orr and Ron Wilkinson. Gary Atkinson 23rd, then Christopher Wallace, Murray Scott and Richard Dunbar. Alistair Calderwood in 27th from the drivers that had issues, Phil Rowlands and company, as the cars get the grateful plaudits of the fans and the marshals and rescue crews here at Knockhill in a bit of sunshine. So it really has ended nicely, hasn't it, here, going from some dodgy weather this morning to a nice bit of sunshine to round the day off and set up the last race of the weekend, of course, which is the final of the touring cars. Nice end to the weekend, I think, Paul.
Yeah, it's been lovely, isn't it? Sun's come out at the right time, and the fans have stuck with it. Marshals have done an exceptional job getting those cars out of the gravel and letting us have that spectacular end, wasn't it? Really, really nice.
Really good stuff. So heading down into Parc Fermé, a good end for the Scottish Legends Cars Championship. The fans love them. They come and watch them here.
Everyone's going home now. The best race has been on.
I'm not even gonna go.
Well, they've got a cracker of a touring car race to come now. They have got a good
touring car race coming up as well. Yeah, great. The whole package is superb, isn't it? Porsche racing, Caterhams, the Minis, the Legends, the touring cars. I mean, it's just virtually a perfect day out, isn't it?
Yeah, something for everybody. Do you know what? I'm so glad we still come to Knockhill, because I remember we replaced it one time with another circuit in Northampton, and it was a difficult one for me personally, because this place is amazing. Anyway, we're going to go for a break, so we'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah. See you soon.
Stay with us, more coming after the break.
This has all moved on a bit since the last one I played.
Lovely pitch. Imagine the echo in there when no one's in there. Right, here we go then. So you're saying, when was the last time you played EA?
I reckon the last time I played EA, or let's call it what it is, FIFA, was the last time I did this, which is, I think it was 2019.
Really? Wow, a little while ago.
I did win.
Oh, very good.
I did win that event, actually. Well, my friends would absolutely spank me on this. When I told them I'd won, a lot of them were just like, how's that possible?
Oh, that was close. I almost got through in then. Oh, here we go. He's on the counter. He's on the brake. Come on. Yeah, we're back. We're back under control. Is it Rush Keeper today, is it? Or
who won the 1989 BTCC title in a Vauxhall Astra?
1989. Vauxhall Astra. Not a clue. Any ideas on that one?
John Cleland?
It's the only person I can think of, but then I was trying to wonder, was that actually his era? It's the year I was born. I don't remember watching it much, because I was, first year of life and all that. But,
are you sure you were an avid BTCC fan as you came out the womb?
No, I actually don't know. Do you want to have a guess? We're going John?
We'll go. Oh, I would say John.
We're going
would
John.
Be my guess.
That is correct.
Oh, excellent.
Well, it's my first time up the front this year, so I have been studying after
that
each
is
event.
Shocking. Just giving you an opportunity here. Oh, he's in. He's in.
Boom, 1-0, here we go!
That was
So are we going to be toxic and watch the celebrations?
That was terrible for me.
Right, that's it. Park the bus. Done.
This is unbelievable.
Oh, I've messed it up.
I'd messed it up as well. Having got.
2-0!
You can't.
Yes!
You just can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
You
I
can't.
literally bodied you off the ball and then got through on goal.
An absolute shocker at the last minute. Instead of just clearing it,
Of course it's Mbappe.
I've tried to pass it out from the back. I'd just like to state as well that when I walked in, Charles was already practicing.
I was having a little play with the camera crew. Yeah. Well, I was 5 minutes early, so it was free practice 5 minutes.
5 minutes late, so 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Right, I need to make some big moves here. Oh, that's not how it starts.
Well, the Scottish Legends race kept everyone on their toes, including our commentators, but it was Matthew Pape who took the spoils here in Knockhill. A very special win indeed. He's here with me now. I mean, it was a busy old race, but you managed to take advantage of it all.
Yeah, unfortunately we had a couple of safety cars again, which we've been trying to avoid. But at the front, it was I was racing with people. I'm in a different car today, and I'm racing with people I haven't been racing with for a while. It felt like quite a slow race, but the racing itself was brilliant. It was really clean, and having my own car got destroyed yesterday, so I'm driving someone else's today, and to round it off with a win, I can't ask for more. It's been brilliant.
Well, I'm looking forward to you watching the race back, because our commentators were going wild throughout.
I can imagine. It felt I was going a bit wild in the car, but for different reasons. So yeah, I'll watch that back with when I get a chance.
Lovely stuff. Congratulations, Scott. Again, I mean, you managed to stay out of trouble, but you were really putting the pressure on at the end.
Absolutely mega race. I wasn't expecting to see him so soon, but I'm just glad that he wasn't in his own car, and that he would have checked off into the distance. So I'm happy with my result. I've had one of the worst weekends racing ever, so just to finish and top it off on a podium, I'm more than happy. I would have preferred the first step, but I'll settle for second.
Well, exactly, I know. But you can still taste the champagne later, hopefully.
I'm looking forward to that part.
Lovely stuff. And Mark Beattie, congratulations on that third position. I mean, LB was close. It was a really tough battle there at the end.
Yeah, it was. I actually apologised to her as I passed her in my helmet. I was like, I'm really sorry, LB, I'm taking this one. But from starting from 18th to get to where we did, and after a non-start this morning after engine failure, we needed it.
Yeah, I mean, how do you reflect on the whole weekend here at Knockhill? It's been a special one.
It has. Yesterday was a little bit turbulent. We had some good results, and then yesterday's been a little bit hit and miss with the weather, but overall results, happy. Yeah.
Good stuff. Enjoy some celebrations tonight?
Possibly. Get home and have a box of Maltesers with the wife.
Sounds ideal. Hope it's an extra large one. Well, congratulations to the Scottish Legends here. What a race it was indeed. Right, okay, join us off the break as we will be going racing once again in the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. See you in a few minutes.
You're watching the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Don't go anywhere.
I watched race 2 back the other night from Brands Hatch, and my teammate, Nick Hamilton, got the fastest lap of the race until when we were on slicks in the wet. And the guy's driving with all these different assists and stuff like that with his disability, and I thought that was definitely worth a mention.
Oh, no, absolutely, mate.
Thank God he was near the front, because I was definitely doing a good job of holding everybody up. I think that was the...
Since his 6th place at Donington a couple of years ago, it's his best result.
And he didn't do race 1 because he opted for the wets or something. So he actually, that was like, we had a little bit of a practice go in race 1 with slicks in the wet. And yeah, Nick genuinely went out in race 2 with like no sort of background.
Play, I think he's doing. Yeah, fair play indeed. No, he is an absolute
good guy as well.
He is an absolutely outstanding guy. And on the previous podcast, said, not doubts himself, but pinches himself about whether he should be on this grid. But I think we all agree Nick is an absolute valuable member of this paddock and absolutely deserves to be on that grid.
He's so cool to have as a teammate, and I've been with him, and he said like a couple of times, he's like, "Oh, Rick, he's just genuinely happy for like other people as well." Then he's like, "Oh, but I'm not getting the grip to it as quickly as you are." But I'm like, Nick, you're doing like an unreal job.
Yeah.
To be able to go out there and, you know, even just be able to compete at this level.
I think people also don't understand with a touring car that the biggest aid to going fast in a touring car is the brake pressures and the way you roll off the brake and manipulate these cars.
You've got no ABS in these.
We've got no ABS. The pedal's solid. You need to put a lot of pressure through it. The way you roll out the pedal, kind of get the car leaning and moving. That's the biggest tool as a driver to make these cars quick, and it's the most important point of these cars. And you know, with Nick's disability, it makes it so difficult, and that's I think people don't understand the importance of that, which makes it so much more special of what Nick's actually doing. I think an outsider might look through the grid and think if someone's in a certain area that they're doing bad, people would be very, very shocked how hard it would be to get near the back of a touring car grid. So I don't think he gets anything like the respect that he deserves, actually.
Oh, well said, boys, well said.
A good start by Morgan, but a good launch also by Shedden. It's going to be good enough, I reckon, to get the Toyota alongside of the outside line. Rowbottom has his nose ahead, so officially he is second and he secures the place over the line. But now down towards Duffers, towards the Shedden, finds back on the inside, but no, Rowbottom has done it. Brilliant driving. A 1-2 finish for Caterham Plato Racing. Adam Morgan wins race 1 at Knockhill. It is a Mercedes 1-2. Lights out, a good getaway by Morgan, good start by Sutton as well. Sutton slings it up the inside of McIntyre. Will he hold the position? Yes, he does. Through they come, nose to tail. Is this going to be a lap on which Ash potentially makes that move to the inside line? He thinks about it, he commits to the inside, he's going to brake late. Ash Sutton leads into the hairpin. Ash Sutton, he's going to win for the 7th time this season. Checkered flag for Ash Sutton, a magnificent 7 for Ash.
We're at the front of the grid here. We have a lovely clear view. Tom Chilton will also have a lovely clear view ahead of him at the start. He was picked in the reverse grid to draw, so up from 12th to be on pole position, which is a great opportunity. I mean, he's on the soft.
Yeah.
He's got a fair amount of drivers around him on the mediums, so
he'll fancy himself for this one without a shadow of a doubt.
But he'll do that anyway, independent of the tyre strategy, surely.
Yeah, whether he was started 12th or first, he'd have still fancied himself for it. But no, Tom has years and years experience under his belt. He's on the soft tyre, he's starting on pole, he knows the circuit, the weather seems to be holding off and being consistent. He will think, you know, this is his race to lose, essentially, and I agree. We've got Selby alongside him, this is all new for him.
Yeah,
you know,
how's he going to fare? I mean, this is very exciting stuff to be P2 starting a race
absolutely,
here.
but he's got a great car underneath him. We've seen that in the past when we've seen Sam Osborne take advantage of reverse grid wins as such. So, yeah, if he can get the car off the line, it will be fantastic for Lewis, but it will be you know, a baptism of fire in some ways as well. The next one I want to obviously speak about is Gordon Shedden. He is the next car on a soft tyre. He's been struggling a little bit with the car all day today, but I'd imagine with the tyre strategy around him, I'm hoping he'll move forward as well.
All right, well, so we'll keep all eyes on Gordon Shedden, who's starting in the third row from P6. And then, of course, Charles Rainford, again, you know, after that spectacular performance earlier today, starting from 7th.
Yeah, I mean, the BMWs are known to be very good round here, and Charles is obviously proving that with his driving today as well. He seems to have moved forward, but not actually had the luck to get a podium or anything like that. But yeah, he's got the momentum, he suits this circuit, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he's going to fare in this one.
And then, of course, you know, we can't not mention Ash Sutton after that dominance earlier today, taking the win. But of course, because he did pick number 12, he's starting from 12, but never underestimate what he can do from there.
It's not often we we see number 12 pulled out of the reverse grid, and I quite like it because it's really mixed things up. I think with how everything's played out with Tom Ingram today, I think Sutton will just be trying to cash in points. The way the boost and everything's working around this circuit, it seems to be holding those with lack of boost back, and I think that will play into everyone else's hands around them. So I think Ash will be going for points, not being a hero.
And how is Tom Ingram feeling? You know, the car is obviously, recovered, ready to go again, but, retiring from the race earlier, it means he's starting right towards the back of the grid. So it's a challenging one.
Yeah, frustrating day for Tom, and I'm disappointed as well. As a fan watching, I want to see a championship battle, but absolute credit to the Accelerate boys and girls. From my understanding, the engine of Tom's car was changed before the end of race 2. So, absolutely fantastic job from them, and they'll sleep well tonight, that's for sure. But Chilton starting on pole, and that engine change for them is probably a win in itself. It's been a tough day for them.
Yeah, deserve a beer after that one then.
Absolutely, yes, for sure.
And then who else do you think we can keep an eye out? I mean, the conditions have changed so much from this morning. It was absolutely miserable. Now we can see actually beautiful blue skies. It really is starting to warm up. It couldn't be more different.
Yeah, I mean, we've only got 7 cars on this grid on the soft tyre. So everyone really is on a medium, and we saw how that can play a part. I think it's only 0.3 of a second over a lap difference. However, it might be things like corner speed, carrying momentum through the corner, being able to pick up the power. One to watch is on a medium is Osborne. He's a bit more experienced than Selby. However, we do have 3 Napa cars breathing down the neck of Chilton straight away. So he'll notice that as well. But definitely keep an eye out for those soft tyre drivers that are a little bit further back that can hopefully move forward.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Jade. As always, right, let's head over to Lou for the third and final grid walk. And you know what? She's found some British touring car royalty. Over to you.
John Clellan has been called many things in his time, but I'm not sure royalty is a regular one. John, 2-time touring car champion. We were just saying it's 26 years since you last lined up on this grid in a car, but you keep on coming back every year to watch it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, this championship has always been a favourite for the fans on the day, TV. It's just the fans are so knowledgeable about this sport. And it's Knockhill, where you've got a 50-second lap, and watching qualifying yesterday, there's a snap of your fingers that covers 18 cars. That's just incredible. I mean, it's a fantastic place to come and watch.
It is that. We are seeing a dominant season, I think it's fair to say, from Ash Sutton. What's your views on Ash and his performances this season? He is kind of he's had, or should I say Tom, as we saw last time, has had some bad luck, but Ash is just a sublime driver, isn't he?
Yeah, both Ash and Tom Ingram have driven extremely well. However, since the day and hour I first saw Ash Sutton on a touring car grid, I sat on the sofa at home and watched the moves he was about to make and then did them and pulled them off. And I think even back, you can argue who was the best driver in whatever era. People think Alan Menu was the best driver in my era. Actually, I was the best, but it doesn't matter. I would have put Ash Sutton in that group and he would still have come out head and shoulders. I still believe he's a force, no matter. What you put him in, he is a force.
Who's your money on for this one?
I'd have to say the man in pole position.
Yeah.
It's bone dry now. These Highlanders are pretty strong, and Tom Chilton, I don't think he'd been this far up on the grid. He'll get a nosebleed up here.
Harsh. Let's go and grab a word with him. As always, he's very excited to be on pole position. He's particularly excited about the fact that he's starting on pole position with the soft tyre on. There was like a little squeal when Ash drew your number, wasn't there?
Literally, I couldn't believe my luck, Louise. I said to Ash, go on, pull out number 12. And he was like, I can't believe it, it's 12. I was like, yeah. I said, I'll buy him a beer, and I will buy him a beer as a thank you because obviously a non-alcoholic one, 0% Guinness. But yeah, I'm just so happy. This is exactly what I needed. Halfway through the year, I've had a lot of bad luck. I was a bit unfortunate when I was last winning the race at Snetterton. I took pole position. Obviously, Charles Rainford hit me off there, and I never got the win. So I really want to just get off the line and win this one.
Seriously though, it is well within your grasp, isn't it? You've got the softer, faster tyre on. Gordon Shedden, 5 places back, is the next driver with that tyre combination. So the ball's in your court. Don't mess it up, mate.
Cheers. I'd love to be on the podium with Gordon again. Bring back some memories, and obviously he's had a great weekend. I'm really happy for him, but us at Team Virtue, I need to get this win in for the team this weekend because Ricky's got the third, which is great. But we've not had the win, so I want to go and get that.
Good luck, mate. Right, Paul, who have you got with you back there?
Yes, thanks, Lou. So I've got Tom's teammate down here. Thank you, Sandra. Just been listening to Tom Chilton there. I don't know how you've dealt with him for so many years. He's mad, isn't he?
He's ace. He's awesome. Everybody loves a bit of Tommy Chill. I'm really pleased for him. I hope he can have a good race here. You know, starting on the front row for him. You know, he could do with a good result. He's not quite had the luck, so it'd be nice to see him get a good result here.
And just a quick one as well. I've just heard that they changed your engine before the end of race 2. That is some effort, isn't it, from your team?
I think the engine out was in. Engine was out, and we still have about 6 laps, 7 laps of the race to go. So these guys are the best around. It's incredible to see, and it's incredible to represent them when you can see the work ethic and just how much hard work that goes in. So yeah, full credit to the team, to the guys and girls at Team Virtue to knuckle down and get not only an engine changed, but worked out what the plan was. And you know what, as you've seen, Paul, over the years, motor racing teams are incredible things to be part of because people come together, and the thing I love seeing about when you see an engine change, no one actually communicates. It can almost be done in dead silence. Everyone knows their role, everyone knows what their next role is, everyone knows what they need to do, and it happens in complete harmony. It's as much as I don't like to see it, it's a pleasure to watch it sometimes.
Yeah. And is that what you take away from this weekend? Because, you know, you could actually have a top 10 here. We don't know. I know you're not on the right tyre, but we've got to see where you go.
Yeah, I've just been having a look at the cheat sheet here, and there's a fair few people on the medium, to be fair, which is good. The difficulty is obviously trying to get past here is tricky, but the car's been strong this weekend. It's been another one of those weekends that we've been super fast, but just been the wrong side of it again. So it just feels that we've had one of those years so far that I'm sure it'll change at some point, or I hope it'll change at some point. We just got to keep knuckling down, use the good of what's come from this, which is the hard work that's gone in, and hopefully we can reap the rewards from the hard work that's gone in.
Top man, good luck, mate. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you very much. I've come down to grab a word with Dexter Patterson, who I think it's fair to say has got quite a large amount of support here. He's brought all the lads over from Glasgow. That's his gran over in the background as well. So everyone's here giving him the hurry on for this one, because Dexter's starting P7 for this race, and it's kind of been a bit of an up and down day, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, up and down. We struggled. We were quick yesterday in practice, but struggled a little bit in qualifying. But you know, we dropped down in race 1, come back to P7, which was good. The pace was definitely there, and then in the dry, we'll just try to find a little bit more. So we'll see now on the medium tyres.
We talk a lot to Gordon Shedd about the fact, you know, he's raced around here forever. You actually never raced here until you sat on this grid in a British touring car, did you?
Yeah, so everybody sort of thinks like I'm a local, and don't get me wrong, I've done 3-4 seasons here now, but you know, it's yeah, I've still not been around here more than Ash and Tom. So, but no, one of the best tracks to drive in these cars.
And it's obviously, we were talking at the top of the show about the fact that it's a year on from that devastating fire that Power Max Racing had. What's the feeling in the team now? I mean, 4 cars here for the first time in the team's history. Everything is moving forward really well, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, you look what they've done in a year. It's a big task, and they're doing a good job of it. But when you've got a team that likes the attention to detail, then that's what you're doing. If you work hard, you get the results. So. No, they've done really good, especially to get the 4th car on the grid this weekend, and so far it's been pretty seamless.
What do you think you can do results-wise for them here?
Just sort of watch out for the guys in the soft, but I think hopefully the boys in front we can get past, so we'll get stuck in.
Good stuff. Good luck. Well, we've got one of the guys on the soft. We've already talked to Tom Chilton. That's the next man there, Gordon Shedd. So it's going to be really interesting to see what he can do in this race. He will be gunning to get as high up this grid as he can, and hopefully end his day with a podium. So that is going to be coming up after this final break.
Yo, where are you going? More coming up after the break.
Ricky Doble is there in 4th place, and more drama involving Mercedes and Gordon Shedden as well as they pick their way through the chicane. Shedden is back on the racetrack, and I think towards Lodge Corner, and Aaron Taylor-Smith, the race leader. And then contact between Ingram and Sutton. And Sutton gets fired wide. Ingram is going to go through. Doble is going to go through as well. And Ash Sutton is in danger of tumbling back down the field if he's not careful. He's trying to regroup as best he can. I wonder whether Ingram is trying to let him have the place back.
He is. Ingram's trying to let him have the place back, but in doing so, he's backing himself into Doble. But yeah, I mean, Ingram knew he couldn't keep that place after the contact.
Did the right thing, didn't he? And now there's more drama. That's Osborne, isn't it? Tobogganing his way across the grass. Is he going to miss everybody? Yes, he is, somehow. What a save that was.
Oh, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment. Never like to see a car go on the grass on the inside and returning across the track.
The lights are red, the lights are out. We go racing, and a good start is made by Sutton. Not really a great start by Josh Cook, I'm going to say, but it's going to be Dan Camish that leads down to Old Hall. Sutton gets out his elbows and says to Josh Cook, I'd like some room, please, and he gets it on the inside. Ingram is fourth, Taylor-Smith is fifth. The car's round Old Hall for the first time with Adam Morgan alongside Mikey Doble. He said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line, and contact between him and Cook, and Sutton gets turned completely sideways. Well, he said he wanted to go forward. He is doing so as now Sutton's on the outside line, and contact between him and Cook, and Sutton gets turned completely sideways.
Well, we are set for the final British Touring Car race of the day here at Knockhill. The blue skies have arrived, and so has the anticipation and tension. To guide us through all the action one last time, let's go to the dulcet tones of Tim Harvey and David Addison.
Nicky, thanks very much. We are ready then to go racing for the last time here at Knockhill. As you rightly say, it is warmer and drier now than it has been all day. It's a nice jumbled grid, nice mix of cars and drivers, Tim, on that soft or medium tyre. It's going to be a good way to round out the day.
Yeah, first time we've had the 12 drawn out of the hat, so it always makes for a great race. Great opportunity for Tom Chilton with the maximum number of laps of boost and the soft tyre. He'll make the most of it.
So we have then the field ready to go, and there you can see at the very front Tom Chilton. Let's look at how they line up then in the sunshine for the last race of the day. Tom Chilton, it is at the very front. Lewis Selby on the front row for the first time, with Sam Osborne starting third and Dan Camish fourth. Dexter Patterson will go from fifth. Gordon Shedden on the soft tyre and 12 laps worth of boost starts sixth. A man to watch, Charles Rainford is seventh on the grid. Adam Morgan, the race one winner, is eighth ahead of Mikey Doble and Ricky Collard to round out the top 10. Dan Rowbottom will go from 11th. Ash Sutton, race two winner, is 12th. 13th is Aaron Taylor-Smith, and then you've got James Dorlin ahead of Josh Cook, who's on the soft, and so is his teammate Ryan Bensley. Next up, Daryl DeLeon and Nick Halstead. After that, there is Nick Hamilton, who had an electrical drama in race two, and Chris Smiley, who had that broken suspension and went off the road. Broken suspension also did for Lewis Gilbert. Tom Ingram's had that engine change, as we've heard on the grid, and it is Aidan Moffat at the very back of the grid. Now, let's see if we can check in with Aidan Moffat before we go racing. Aidan, tough day this. Race one was really good, and a horrible and brief race two.
Yeah, pretty much. It's been a tough weekend, to be honest. Lots of pace and nothing to show for it, mate.
But the positive is, as you say, the car has got good pace, so in this race, elbows out, let's see what you can do.
Well, I only need to make it to the second corner, and I'm doing better than the last race, so we've got a chance of improving.
And at least now it's the best track surface you've had all day, nice and dry.
Yeah, obviously we're on the medium tyres, but a lot of people are, so yeah, we'll get our elbows out and see what we can do. It's a frustrating day, but it's not over yet.
One thing that we saw in that earlier race, the car a little bit hesitant away on one of the formation laps. Is there an issue?
I heard Ash Sutton done second gear start, so I tried it in the wet and stalled it like an idiot. So I scratched that. And we had a little issue with something to do with the engine on the second one, but I mean the race starts we do struggle with in this car, so that's what put us in a tough position in race two, and a little bit of trying to avoid the guys around me, so I tripped to the grass. So I'm not hoping for much off the line, but once we get going, we'll get our elbows out.
We'll be watching. Good luck, Aidan.
Cheers.
So Aidan Moffat, as ever, a man to watch. Let's just also remind you of the amount of boost that drivers have. 14 laps is the maximum. Gordon Shedden's the first one to drop on 12. Charles Rainford has 10 laps, 8 for Adam Morgan. Michael Doble will have 7. 6 laps for Ricky Collard, 5 for Dan Rowbottom, 4 for the race 2 winner, Ash Sutton. Medium and soft tyres accordingly. Sunshine, it's got warm, it's a complete contrast from how Knockhill looked at the start of the day. You can actually see the hill now.
Yeah, perfect start to this race, isn't it? Conditions the best they've been all day. The crowd have all stayed to watch, and I'm sure they're in for a humdinger of a BTCC race.
Right, do we need to be looking at Gordon Shedden for a win, or is there another name leaping out from your grid sheet?
No, he definitely is probably the first one with a really good chance. Don't discount Adam Morgan, though, just behind him. We've seen the pace of that car, and he is also on the soft tyre.
We know how well Gordon Shedden can defend, so it's going to be interesting. Charles Rainford could be one to watch as well. Although he's on the medium, we know that car's had good pace, so we'll see what he can do. Although it's warmer than it has been, it's not the warmest of days, and as the field now slot into place on the grid, as ever, there is a lot to look forward to, and a couple of weeks of repair time as well.
Yeah, and also the question of, can Ingram get all the way through and maybe even get in front of Ash Sutton and pull some points back?
He's got to score something, hasn't he, after another tough day. So up to the grid they come. There is Tom Ingram, who starts at the foot of the hill. Not quite last. Aidan Moffat will slot in behind him. But for the last time today, then, we are ready to go racing. The British Touring Car Championship, first raced here in 1992. And with the exception of one season, it's been a staple of the calendar ever since. Up to the grid they come then. So the field is ready to go. Round 18 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship ready to go. The drivers will now look towards the lights as the green flag shown at the back to say that everybody is where they need to be. 5-second board displayed. Just above that are the lights on the gantry. They will go red, engine notes will rise, and then we wait to see who makes the best launch as we go racing now. And a good getaway is made by Tom Chilton. A good start also by Dan Camish, who moves across to defend from Dexter Patterson as they accelerate, then down towards Duffers Dick for the first time. The Napa Racing Fords of Selby and then Sam Osborne getting themselves together with Dan Camish next up, but it is Tom Chilton who leads.
Well, that's 90% of the hard work done by Tom Chilton. He's got away off the line and got through the first few corners clear.
Out of the chicane they come. Chilton it is in the lead. Whoops, bit of a slide there, and that is Gordon Shedden, who's got real dramas. I think he's got damage. He manages to hang on to the slide, but the car looks a bit crab-like, doesn't it? He's either
got a puncture or a broken toe link. It looks like a puncture, yes.
Does indeed.
Left rear puncture.
Yeah, so Gordon Shedden has picked up a puncture, and having predicted he was a potential winner, not anymore he's not. So how and where did the puncture strike? But now Gordon Shedden needs to get back as quickly as and not fall off the lead lap, and that's not easy on a short lap like this.
No, we're lucky no one collected him in that wild moment. Difficult to control the car on a normal lap through that chicane, never mind with a puncture on the rear.
So Tom Chilton it is in the lead. Lewis Selby second, going better than ever, and there is Gordon Shedden, who has spun presumably with that suspension damage, and this could be a safety car. Let's see as Darrell De Leon gets roughed up there by James Dorlin, and now goes wide, and back up the inside goes De Leon, and Aaron Taylor-Smith buys into that as well. James was saying earlier on in the day he's felt like a bit of a pinball being knocked from pillar to post all day, as Patterson here is ahead of Morgan, who is ahead of Rainford. They make their way through Clarks, but it's Chilton leading, Selby second, Osborne third, Camish fourth. That's your fight for fifth you're looking at.
Yep, so far a little bit of a gap now between Tom Chilton and those three Napa Racing Fords just all behind.
Gordon Shedden's made it back to the pit lane, so the road is clear, but he's just dropped off the lead lap. So a weekend that's promised a lot, but not really delivered what he needed. Sadly, Gordon Shedden effectively out of the race. As the leaders go by, Rowbottom, who is 10th, has just done the fastest lap of the race, but it's Chilton leading, Selby second, Osborne third, Camish fourth, and remember, Camish needs points.
Yeah, hats off to Lewis Selby. He's holding his own at the front of this field behind Tom Ingram, but he and his teammates Sam Osborne and Dan Camish all on the same tyre, all with the same boost, but Lewis Selby holding his own there.
Tom Chilton, the race leader then out of Clarks, And you can see that Camish is getting nearer to Osborne now, looking to try to find a way through for third place. There's the gap on the inside, and Osborne does not make that difficult.
No, I think there was a flash of the lights, and Camish and Osborne let him through. Obviously, he's the... that's Lewis Gilbert off.
It is indeed. He's had a big lose, hasn't he? But he's not hit anything solid, so he's trying to get himself off that wet, friction-free grass. It's drying out, but it's still slippery. The leaders go by. Chilton leading Selby. Camish up to third. Osborne fourth. Patterson is fifth ahead of Morgan, Rainford, Collard, Sutton and Rowbottom. And the progress of Ingram, he's already up to 16th.
Yeah, and side by side here, we've got Morgan. Can he cut back? Yes, he can. No, just gets his nose cut off.
Rowbottom, I think that, losing out to Sutton, isn't it? So Rowbottom still in 10th place, Sutton just ahead of him, and then you've got the next pair, Doble and Cook. Remember that Josh Cook's on the soft tyre and looking to make progress.
Yeah, right, it was Rowbottom and Sutton. Further back, yes, Ingram has only got up to 16th so far.
So he's not quite into the points, as here comes Rowbottom up the inside of Sutton. This time he does go through. Sutton gives him the room. Remember that Ash now is on that medium tyre, the harder tyre. Rowbottom is on the soft. Replay of Shedden's travails.
Yeah, he'd already got that puncture as he went down through Butchers, wasn't he? And he really did have a wild ride. You saw just how lucky it was for everyone to miss it there.
Bounces over the curve, doesn't he? Massive slide, and yeah, lucky not to be connected.
There was a nice gap for him to go through. Oh no, Osborne's off.
And that was from 5th place. So Sam Osborne is well and truly off, and I fear the safety car may well be making another appearance. An 11th of the season. So Sam Osborne's trying to reverse out, and you might be able to get out. Wet gravel and all of that. Some of it's not that deep either around here.
No, it's not. Selby keeping pace with Dan Camish here.
So through they turn. Dexter Patterson, by the way, is up into 4th, and he's now done the fastest lap of the race, going great guns in the Audi, but now he's lost a place because he's been passed by Adam Morgan, who's now up into 4th spot. So Morgan is making more good progress. Replay here of the dramas. So you've got Osborne getting involved with Dexter Patterson. Off the road he goes. That's how Morgan gained the place, as Patterson was delayed.
Yeah, the touch with Dexter Patterson meant he just couldn't stop the car. He got a wheel right-hand tyre on the grass, couldn't slow the car down enough for McIntyre's.
So the cars then now come towards the right-hander of Clark's. You can tell that it's a dry circuit compared to the first race in the wet, because there were so many track limit warnings already yes. being issued. Now the drivers on a dry road take more liberties. Down to the hairpin they come. So Chilton is building the lead, 1.7 seconds ahead he was last time. He's about to complete lap 6, and the Team Virtue Hyundai breaks the bead once more. You look back from Camish's Ford and Adam Morgan. So Chilton leads, second is Selby, 2 seconds the margin.
Yeah, and here comes Morgan. We predicted he'd be flying. He is on that soft tyre. Camish hasn't been able to find a way past Selby. Selby's holding up Camish, and Morgan's catching the both of them on the soft tyre.
Yeah, Osborne was a more compliant teammate than Lewis Selby is being, thinking, well, this is my big chance to have my best ever touring car result, which is understandable. But Camish wants to be ahead of him, needs to be ahead of him for the championship. So now, as the cars turn up through the right of Clark's, Camish versus Morgan, you're looking back from Dan Cam's Ford. They make the run down towards the hairpin, and as they do so, and they battle, that takes a little bit of pressure now off second place Selby. Gordon Shedden, by the way, is a lap down, back on the track, and has just done the fastest lap of the race.
Nothing like an angry Scotsman to produce a good lap time, is there? Now, has Morgan got an opportunity now?
I think that was Rowbottom, wasn't it, going wide in the background, coming out of the corner. Morgan through on the inside line, so it puts him up to third. Adam having his day of days here.
He certainly is. Now, the question is going to be, how quickly, if he can Morgan get past Selby? And if then, what's going to be the gap to Chilton? At the moment, Chilton is 1.5 seconds approximately ahead of Selby.
Yeah, the gap Chilton to Morgan was 2.2 seconds. Well, Morgan has cleared Camish, as you say. He's getting closer to Selby, but Chilton is still clear. Remember, he's got a bit more boost to play with anyway. He's not touched it yet, Tom Chilton. He's still got his 14 laps, as against 4 laps for Morgan.
Yeah, that's quite a difference, isn't it? As side by side, coming round the hairpin now. Morgan trying the long way round. Will he have the speed up straight to pass Selby before turn 1? Looks like that Mercedes has got it with the boost. He's up to second place.
And here comes Camish to have a look on the inside line, and he's going to go through as well. That's been in the post, hasn't it? So Camish ahead of his teammate, finally up into third place. Patterson is there 5th, all over the back of Selby now.
Yeah, Patterson's caught up. Selby needs to just regroup himself, get his composure. Driven very well so far in this race, but there's a danger of losing a couple more places to Dexter Patterson and Charles Rainford immediately behind.
Yeah, Selby was a little bit sideways out of the chicane, wasn't he? Sam Osborne, by the way, and the other Napa Ford did get out of the gravel. He's a delayed 22nd. Ash Sutton is 9th. Ingram's up to 13th. He's in the points.
Yeah, he's getting there, isn't he? Definitely.
Looks a bit leery coming down towards the hairpin as you look back then now. Coming out of the hairpin, the climb up the hill. Ricky Collard currently in 7th place. Dan Rowbottom behind, fending off Ash Sutton and others as they come over the stripe. There is Sutton, but he's under attack now from another train of cars that includes De Leon, Cook, Doble and Ingram still 13th. This is Patterson, and he now has jumped himself one further place up at the expense of Selby, and Rainford is going to have a go on the run to the chicane.
Yeah, as I thought, Selby's getting roughed up by these two with a lot more experience. But the gap between Chilton and Morgan, remember, both on that soft tyre, 1.1 seconds. That's a gap to keep your eye on.
Yeah, Lewis Selby, whose best results has been an 11th, and he's on target to top that, depending on where he finishes at the moment, as they come towards the hairpin once more.
A big dive from Ingram into Clark, got past Doble. That was a lovely pass from Ingram.
And Aidan Moffat is making progress as well from the back of the grid, and he's up to 14th, and that's going to be even better when he comes across the line. So Moffat on a mission. He's cleared his teammate Mikey Doble, I think, now as he comes over the line. So Aidan Moffat breaks the beam. Ingram is up into 11th, and he's ahead of Sutton, and Moffat 13th, and he's not done yet either.
Oh, he's flying, isn't he? Great drive from Moffat so far.
What did you say about an angry Scotsman?
Yes, there's two in this race. Yeah. Oh, and the Sutton's got pushed wide. He's going to lose a couple more places.
But in all of that, Doble has got back past Moffat, so the teammates switch order. And yes, Sutton's being shuffled down the pack here, which is good news for Ingram. And now Sutton is coming under attack from the Smiley and Dorlin Restart Racing Hyundais. It's Smiley just ahead. Right,
yes.
So catch breath at the end of the lap. Tom Chilton still leading, that's the easy part of all of this. But Morgan is 1 second back. He now crosses the line a second and a half back. Big launch down the inside. That was Smiley passing Sutton. Smiley goes wide, Sutton back up the inside, and Dorlin back up the inside of both of them.
He's the meat in a restart sandwich here, isn't he? And there's banging doors and wheels as they come up the start-finish line. Both the restart Hyundais have passed Sutton.
They drop down through Duffer's Dip, so yeah, Sutton is falling down the order, isn't he, here? He started 12th, and Sutton now is in 16th place. It was 15th in a moment because there's more clashing there. That was with Dorlin.
It's all getting a bit argy-bargy, isn't it, as Sutton's desperate to hold on to as high a place as he possibly can.
It's got that race 3 feel to it, hasn't it?
Very much so.
Yeah, that's Patterson ahead of Rainford as they come now into the right hand of the Taylor's hairpin. Meanwhile, Chilton to Morgan, a second and a half the gap last time. It's up to 1.9 now. 12 laps of boost for Chilton versus 2 laps for Morgan.
Yeah, well, there was quite a big jump, half a second difference in that last lap alone.
Now, what about Rainford versus Patterson? They're both on the medium tyre. Your next little group here is Selby versus Rowbottom. Rowbottom trying to find a way past Lewis Selby, who drove for him effectively last year. Lewis, the marketing man behind Napa Racing, and Rowbottom been in that team looking for a way by as they make that run now on towards Clark's. Behind Rowbottom, though, is Daryl De Leon, and they're all being caught by Cook on the soft tyre.
That Mercedes works really well through the chicane, and Clark gets a lovely run through both those corners. And look, he's forcing Selby to defend the inside line into the hairpin. Rowbottom again trying to go round the outside. We've seen how much speed this car has up the start-finish line. Maybe this is another pass coming.
Yeah, Rowbottom is on the soft tyre, don't forget, which gives him the advantage. And as they go over the line, Daryl De Leon is not that far behind, but Rowbottom makes the pass. Nicely done on the drop down to Duffer's Dip. He's way up on 2 wheels there, but he hangs on to it. Meanwhile, Josh Cook here has got himself up past Tom Ingram.
Yeah, Ingram still, though, out-point scoring Sutton at least, even though it's only a few points. He's in 11th, Sutton's in 15th.
So, Tom Chilton, 2 seconds to the good now. We're on lap 14 out of the 24. There is Ingram who goes through. Still Gordon Shedden's got that fastest lap. Now, why is that relevant for the bloke in last place? Because you get the point. It means that Ingram doesn't. It means that Sutton doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely right. Oh, Cook looking for a move on the inside. Selby sees him coming, gives him room so he doesn't get harpooned and gets moved out wide.
Yeah, Selby's dropping away, isn't he now? Way down the order as the field comes through. The movers this time, Rowbottom, DeLeon and Cook up to 6th, 7th and 8th. Selby's down to 9th. It's going to be even worse because he's got Collard and Ingram behind him. But Josh Cook, who of course started 15th, good progress up to 8th place. Race leader Tom Chilton, 2 seconds ahead of Adam Morgan. Dan Camish is 3rd, and Camish the best of those on the medium tyre.
Yeah, doing well in a steady, safe 3rd place now. Actually established himself quite well there. As Camish, he's got 2.5 seconds in front of Patterson.
And then the next of those on the soft tyre is Rowbottom 6th. The Rowbottom is going after Rainford now. Now look at this, all concertinaing down towards the hairpin, where you've got Selby just ahead of Collard, and then Ingram. This is 9th, 10th and 11th. And if those two Hyundais get ahead of Selby, he's going to end up back in 11th place, which is his best result of the season to equal it.
And Ingram is flashing his lights madly at Collard. Normally it's Collard that's doing the light flashing, but it's roles reversed this time. Ingram wants to get past. He wants these 2 places as quickly as possible. He can see that they're quicker than Selby. He wants his teammate to help. Still flashing all the way down.
They're all on a comparable tyre, aren't they? All on the medium. So now Collard looks to try to get past Selby. Ingram doesn't want to stick his nose into contact anywhere, but look, Collard all over the back of Selby, coming out of Clark's. Collard now lining up to work out a move, heading to the hairpin. He's on the outside line, going all the way around the outside may not be the ideal. Ingram waits to see what happens and whether there's going to be a gap, whether there are any pieces to pick up.
Out wide, you have to leave a car's width if you're alongside. Selby was just in front, so was able to take the line. Now, has given Ingram a bit of a chance, a bit of a run up the start-finish line. Here comes Collard with a dive up the inside. You can tell he's a GT racer. He telegraphs his moves well, flashing his lights whilst overtaking. Ingram's going to cut back on the exit, try and get down Butchers. And he's going to do that.
Yeah.
Sure. No. Selby's held him off. This could be dangerous. Ingram has to give up. And look who's going to jump in and take that position.
Mikey Doble goes through then in the first of those LKQ Audis. So the big winner out of all of that is Ricky Collard. They're going through Doble. Meantime, here, look, Rowbottom is under attack from Josh Cook. Cook has made really good progress here. Remember, he's on the soft tyre as well, so is Rowbottom, but Cook's done this coming up from 15th on the grid. Rowbottom was 11th, so Cook has had to overtake more people to get to the back of that Caterham Plato Racing Mercedes. Here's your next little fight coming over the line, which involves the Doble, Ingram, Moffat, Sutton, Dorlin train.
And Ingram has gone through on Sutton and followed Doble through. So now he's got another opponent in front of him, one of those Audis. Moffat is just behind Selby now. This is on board. Can he get a run through the chicane? Nearly runs into the back of him on the way in, launches it over, doesn't quite get the exit momentum you need to get up the inside into Clark.
We've got 7 laps to go. Rowbottom has used all of his boost, and so has Selby. So they are arguably ducks what are sitting now in terms of the opposition.
Yeah, well, that's they've used it at the start. I think that's what we saw with Selby early on, wasn't it? Keeping that position, using the boost. Now he's finding it a bit harder.
And Ricky Collard is on a final warning for track limits. This does not bode well because you've still got now 6 laps to go. This, though, is Tom Chilton, and he leads by 2 seconds.
Yeah, running very nicely. Morgan has he's pulled that gap back a little bit in actual fact, because it did go out a bit earlier. I think there was one lap where Morgan maybe made a mistake, but he's pulled it back a little bit now.
Yeah, it's down by just about a 10th, isn't it, from a lap ago. James Dorlin's on a last warning for track limits as well. There you've got Patterson and Rainford. This is still 4th and 5th. So Charles Rainford, remember, who was, 21st on the grid at the start of the day, has had 2 much better results, getting a replay here of a massive lock-up from the Audi, and that plunging into the gravel is Aidan Moffat, who has the momentum, I think, to dig himself out. Let's have a look. No contact, was there?
I don't think there was. It's like he got spooked by the move on the inside, wasn't it?
Let's have a look. This is on board.
This is on board, and wait for it. It maybe just goes distracted. Yeah, he was a bit deep on the brakes. Maybe looking in his mirror, watching what the other car was doing as they went through. Leslie's the left-hander, which is turn 2, named after David Leslie, much missed in this paddock is our dear beloved David, but at least he has that name, the corner to remember him by.
So Aidan Moffat, I was going to say tumbles down the order, but actually comes into the pit lane. Ingested a fair amount of gravel. Patterson here is getting away a little bit from Rainford. Right, we're about to complete lap 20 as Chilton goes towards the timing line. And he does so with Adam Morgan now 2.1 seconds back, so the gap's stretched out just a little bit. There you've got Tom Ingram then making his way down now through the hairpin, and Ingram is about to break the beam, looking for 10th place, but crucially ahead of Sutton.
That was Sutton just passing his teammate though, gaining another position back into the hairpin.
Keeping him in the points therefore. So we've got 4 laps to go, and it is Chilton the leader by 2.1 seconds. Tom Chilton twice a winner here, and he's looking for a 19th career victory within the British Touring Car Championship. The last win that he had, Donington Grand Prix circuit last year.
Yeah, and Shedden still has that fastest lap. That's probably unlikely to be beaten now, but so he has that point for fastest lap. Gap at the front staying the same, first to second, second to third. What about third behind Camish, back to Patterson and Rainford? That's now 2 seconds.
And Gordon Shedden still with that fastest lap of the race to his credit, as there James Dorlin has a massive dive up the inside, locks up, scrabbles wide, past him again goes Lewis Selby. Gordon Shedden, just to finish the point about him, in his 50th touring car race at Knockhill, but it's not been a happy one, sadly, with the puncture costing him time early on. So 3 laps to go. Chilton the leader, and you're looking at this inter-Nissan fight between Chris Smiley and James Dorlin.
Yeah, Chris Smiley getting back past up the start-finish line as Dorlin was a little bit slow off the final corner after that lock up and slide wide a little bit.
Dan Robotham still being pressured hard by Josh Cook. Robotham without any extra boost, Cookie with 4 laps worth of it, so the boxier shape of the Toyota has extra power available, but the aero-friendly Mercedes stays ahead. 2 laps to go for Tom Chilton.
Rainford at the top 5 has the most number of laps of boost. He's got 5 laps left of boost, so he's good to go to the end of this race, definitely. And in fact, the man in front, Patterson's only got 1 lap, so Rainford potentially should get that position.
Gordon Shedden taking that point for the fastest lap, limited consolation for him, as Aaron Taylor-Smith comes over the line. He's got Ryan Bentley behind him, and that's impressive. Ryan, of course, new to the championship. He had that 1 event last year, but he's come back in at mid-season, and here he is, keeping up with his teammate, but that's somebody that's a proven touring car race winner.
A race winner this year, no less, in the same car. So, yeah, well done, Ryan Bentley. Definitely getting hooked up in that Toyota this weekend. We're on to the final lap.
And it is, as you can see, Tom Chilton, race leader, down through Duffers Dip, and he's absolutely dominated this.
Yeah, well, he got that. I said the start was 80% of it, and given Tom Chilton the lead after that on the soft tyre with boost, it was his race to lose, and he's driven an excellent race. He'll be absolutely beaming when he gets out of the car.
Yeah, I think Louise's interview will have to be available as a podcast, because it's going to go on knowing Tom Chilton. He's a great character, very, very popular part of the paddock, and he has driven absolutely superbly in this race. Never headed, never a wheel wrong. Down he comes then into the hairpin for the last time, and so a 19th career victory beckons. It's going to be his first victory of the season, a 3rd win at Knockhill. Tom Chilton is a winner in race 3 at Knockhill. He takes the checkered flag ahead of Adam Morgan, who's had a brilliant weekend. Dan Camish is going to be 3rd ahead of Dexter Patterson. Charles Rainford 5th, who's also been impressive to rebuild his weekend. Daryl De Leon 6th ahead of Dan Robotham and Josh Cook. Ricky Collard is going to be the next driver up to the line, unless he lets Ingram by for 9th place. No, he does not. So it is Collard 9th and Ingram 10th.
Well, Dexter Patterson takes the honours for Tom Scott in that chaotic race with an excellent 4th place, just missing out on the podium. Rainford finished the race with 3 laps of boost unused. That's a criminal offence, really. But there we go. So he didn't make up the place. But hats off to Tom Chilton. An excellent drive and good work by Accelerate crew. What happened in the battle between Ingram and Doe and Sutton? Well, Ingram finished 10th and Sutton just 2 places behind. So Ingram only gets a few points back.
Damage limitation, in a sense, from Ash's point of view. So staying there within the points, and as you say, not too far back. And Lewis Selby, 13th. Well, he had his best grid position in terms of starting on the front row for the first time, but actually he ends up lower down than his season best of a couple of 11th places. So a bit of frustration, but he raced well early on. Tom Chilton wins round 18 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship from Adam Morgan and Dan Camish. 4th, the winning independent, Dexter Patterson, Charles Rainford 5th, and then Darrell DeLeon, his teammate behind. Dan Rowbottom was 7th, fending off Josh Cook. Ricky Collard 9th, fending off teammate Tom Ingram. 11th went the way of Mikey Doble, ahead of Ash Sutton, with Lewis Selby, Chris Smiley and James Dorlin rounding out the point scorers. Nick Hamilton was 16th, ahead of Aaron Taylor-Smith, then Lewis Gilbert, who'd had a moment, and Ryan Bensley 19th. Nick Halstead 20th, and after a trip through the gravel, Sam Osborne 21st. After a trip through the gravel and a pit stop, Aidan Moffat 22nd, and Gordon Shedden coming home 23rd, but with the point for the fastest lap. So Tom Chilton going through the technical checks, and a happy man he will be, no doubt. Adam Morgan queuing up behind him, Adam having had a win, a 5th and a 2nd. In the championship, Ash Sutton is now 81 points ahead of Tom Ingram, Dan Camish 3rd, and Ricky Collard, this remarkable season he's had, putting him 4th, ahead of Charles Rainford and Mikey Doble. Josh Cook 7th, then Adam Morgan 8th with Dan Rowbottom, and Gordon Shedden rounding out the top 10. Darrell DeLeon's 11th, Tom Chilton is 12th, ahead of Dexter Patterson, then Aaron Taylor-Smith and Chris Smiley. Aidan Moffat 16th, ahead of James Dorlin and Sam Osborne. Senna Proctor's one event puts him 19th, and Lewis Selby is 20th. So the cars going through the technical checks, with the ride height and the weight being checked, then the car released. It'll go back down the pit lane and around the back towards the Parc Fermé area. All the other cars queuing up at the end of the pit lane, which is where they are required to be, ready for the teams to have access. So there's a frustrated Gordon Shedden. A weekend that, as we've been saying, promised a lot, but sadly doesn't generate another victory for him. And he and Ash Sutton leave Knockhill tied on 54 career wins apiece. So Gordon Shedden down the pit road. There is Tom Chilton. He is waved around the back of the race control buildings towards the Parc Fermé area, and indeed towards Louise. He'll be joined by Adam Morgan and Dan Camish, and by Dexter Patterson as that winning independent driver. But another excellent day of racing at Knockhill. You kind of expect this, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, Knockhill, we always say as a driver contesting a championship, it's one that can get away from you. There's a lot of potential hazards here, from the weather to the close bunching of traffic. But of course, through it all, Ash Sutton has managed another excellent weekend, extending his points lead. Tom Ingram was the one that suffered the bad luck with the race to running into the back of Shedden and forced engine change, and no points in that race. So it's been more advantage to Sutton. But the big story, I think, for the weekend is the Plato Caterham Racing and Morgan getting a win and a second. Rowbottom up there as well. They've really strong and found some pace in that car.
It's been a real turning point, hasn't it, of the season for those Mercedes, as Tom Chilton celebrates with Team Virtue, his engineer Barry Plowman there. And a beaming Tom Chilton. So he's done it. He's taken a 19th career win, and if that's not enough, he gets to talk to Louise.
Happy days, Thomas, happy days.
They said you have quite a good record, Tom. When you start on pole, you just go. And I went. I wasn't stopping.
You did. I mean, Tim flagged it at the time, but that start, that was kind of 80% of the job done at that point, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I've had a few of them over the years, over 540, whatever it is. I like starts because I'm good at them. And being on the front row, I'm always confident that I'm going to usually beat who's next to me. So, and being on the soft tyre was just an absolute touch. You can see Adam behind coming through. Every single lap, Barry, my Imagineer, was on the radio going, the gap's getting closer, and it got down to like 1.1. And then he goes, but he's only got 3 laps of boost left. I was like, oh, good, I got 14. So then I just went at the end of the race and managed the gap, which was really nice and great for the team, great for all the pit crew on my car. You know, as a team, we all work really hard, but I've had a bit of rotten luck on my car this year, so it was nice for them as well as myself.
Well, I was going to say, great for you too, because you have had some bad luck. It was about time things turned in your favour, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and the big trophy, the really big one, is the one you really want, isn't it? So I get to take that home if EasyJet let me on the flight with it.
I'm sure they will. Big shiny trophy. Who could have a problem with that? Right, and I need to dive in now and get this man to take his helmet off, because he's going to have plenty to talk about. It's been quite some day for Adam and for Caterham Plato Racing. The win earlier on today, and now bringing the team their third podium, well, fourth podium actually, a win and second in the first race. We had Robo podium in race 2. And Adam, what a day you've had, a win and this P2. Great day.
Honestly, I've not had a day like this and this many points in years. And you know, I'm 38 now. No, 37. But sometimes when you just get in a car and it just feels right, you know, you just get on it. And at that race, I just absolutely loved, you know, just pushing the car on the soft tyres. I knew I had a boost deficit to Tom, but I was just on it every lap because it was just honestly so good to drive. And I've just got to give everyone credit here. Just what a weekend, what a turnaround for Caterham Plato Racing, our sponsors, Sicily.
This bodes well for the rest of the season, doesn't it?
It does. You know, I mentioned my age before. I'm knackered now. But yeah, I've got a 4-hour drive home, but it will go like that after a day like today. So yeah, looking forward, you know, we've now got the car, I think, into a window. So instead of making really big changes to try and find something, we've got it into a place where we can go to Donington where the car is and just make small little tweaks. So we've got a race car beneath us now. So yeah, let's push on.
4-hour drive with a load of trophies on the passenger seat, so well done. And Dan, I mean, good, really strong result for you in that final race.
It was a strong result. You know, not really in the fight on the soft, unfortunately, like these two, but obviously a little bit cautious as well with two teammates who both deserve their best result or strong result. So as much as I want to get the points and the trophy, very conscious that they've got their own opportunity. So maybe I was a little bit too reserved early on. It wouldn't have changed the result though. Ultimately we got it to the end. Yeah, it was a tough one. It's been a tough all weekend. I've clearly really not really been in it, not really had the pace. Lack of boost told early on, but equally we are not where we need to be with the car at the moment. Not round here. I don't know why that is, but we've just struggled. But so I'm glad we've ground out a result. And I've had a bad day or not a great day. And my competitors also not had the best one. You know, ultimately Ingram had that difficult race too, which has kept me close, and hopefully we can move forward from here with an opportunity to stay close.
See you at the next one.
You will.
Take care. Back to you, Nikki.
Lovely stuff. Thank you so much, Lou. I mean, how do we reflect on this weekend? It's had it all, hasn't it? Including lots of weather changes. But I think we got to talk about Caterham Plato Racing. This has been their weekend.
It's been the weekend, isn't it? That I spoke to Jason before. I'm sure you guys have spoken to Jason as well. And Paul Ridgway, the engineer, and I just commended them highly from me personally to be fast, wet and dry. As you can see now, they have had the ultimate weekend, and Adam Morgan especially has been an absolute superstar. It's been great to see because they've been under the cosh, if that's fair to say. So a lot was expected of them, and now they're really paying those rewards back. It's really good to see.
At this point in the season, you know, we're well past midway now. How crucial is it, just I guess for team morale as well, to suddenly bring home results like that, particularly for a new team when they've been, you know, we've heard from Jason and the rest of the team how hard they've been pushing to get the team on the grid.
It is absolutely everything, and you are on the back foot with a completely new car. The concept that they were going down was a little bit radical. They've come away from that and they've found a sweet spot for the car, and if that car works well here, when it gets to the circuits which will flatter its strengths aerodynamically, top speed wise, it's going to absolutely fly. Donington, it'll be brilliant, but they've really unlocked something this weekend, and that will carry on for the rest of the year. So morale, everything in the team, you can see they're all walking a foot taller straight away.
Jade, is this the start of a beautiful thing for them?
I think so. Like Tim said, this is a brilliant way to end the year. They know that they're not in contention for anything maybe overall now, but it just means that going into their second year, even commercially, it's great to end the year strong. So it's brilliant to see. As I've said before, we love Adam Morgan. It's good to see him have a strong weekend. but as a team, I think we've all enjoyed that one.
Yeah, and we cannot not mention Ash Sutton, because, you know, that dominance continues from him. 81 points between him and Tom Ingram. I mean, that kind of dominance at this point in the season, we haven't seen for years. It's kind of unparalleled at the moment, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I say it all the time, but Knockhill is a track where things can go wrong. You can have a lot of bad luck here, whether it's because of the weather or the pinch points, the close racing, the narrow track. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, but his season just carries on rolling well, doesn't it? You know, it's a terrible thing to say with we're only just into the second half of the year, but he's already got one hand on that trophy.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, you know, Tom Ingram did as much as he possibly could, just about squeezed a point out of the final race, Jade.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think it's more of a battle between who's going to finish second now than it is who's going to win the title, in the sense that Camish is now keen to move forward and take points out of Ingram, and Ingram's got one eye behind him now, thinking they're getting a bit close, because Ingram's had such bad luck, and okay, his team do the best they can to get him back out there, but the gap's just edging bigger each time. So
you're right. I mean, I think it's 13 points between Ingram and Camish, so it's incredibly tight, Paul.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You know, Camish is driving very well, in my opinion, as well this year, so it's going to be a difficult one for them to fend that 1-2 off, if I'm being really honest. But yeah, really difficult one for Tom, and I think on the grid it looked like in his eyes he was kind of like, well, let's just see how we get on for the rest of the year.
It is not over till it is over. Now you can relive the best of today's action. The 3 touring car races will be in our highlight show on Friday evening at 5:25 here on ITV4. And our next live action comes from Donington Park, 2 weeks' time, Sunday, August 23rd. Put it in the diary. Do join us, because it's going to be a good one. And as always, qualifying is going to be live the day before on the ITV Sport YouTube channel. Well, what a weekend it's been. I'm glad we're finishing in the warm, in the sun. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the team and for all the amazing fans here in Knockhill. We've loved it.